to live. One minute to live. Okay, guys, we're going to start in about 30 seconds. And it'll be the open first, and then I'll count you in for your voices.
Aloha Kahiaka with a double shaka and a big minoaka. Minoaka means smile, gang. We are live for day number 2 of the 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. I'm Rocky Cannon. Got Dr. Isaiah Walker with me here live for the start of heat number 1, day 2. Team Volcom in the water. Isaiah, aloha, you guys. How's it, gang? Isaiah, who we got out there?
Yeah, we're starting off in reverse order today. So we're going to have Team Volcom out there in the water. They ended our event last night, and the surf was pumping.
Oh, yeah.
Super cool. Woke up this morning, and it's even bigger than yesterday evening.
It's bombing pipeline right now. I've, almost seen no backdoor, if you will, because of the westerly direction and the size. We talked about that a little bit yesterday, how when it gets to a certain size and direction, pretty much it's not all right. It's all lefts. And so when we see these surfers position themselves, it's going to be mainly for the pipe. You got the goofy footers. That'll be obviously the little bit of frontside advantage. But we've seen so many regular footers able to stall a little better, sometimes get a little deeper.
Yeah, we saw some amazing waves yesterday, and this heat, looking forward to it. We can see Balaram stack. Balaram had some really good ones yesterday, late in the evening. He was waiting all day for his turn.
Yeah.
Once he got out there, he got some sick barrels.
He was pacing, waiting.
Makana Pang got some great ones last night. Moana Jones-Wong didn't have many opportunities yet, but we're going to see her this morning.
Yeah, here we go. That looks like Balaram right there. Just taking off on a closeout. They didn't have a chance to set his rail. And looking at the opening shots that we saw in the introduction right there, all of the, the stand-up paddle. We had some longboard. We had the body surf airdrop. We've had, see, Balaram just getting donuts right there. But that little reel of the opening shots just have shown as a compilation of the last few years, and the quality of waves and barrels and the production shots and the angles we've been getting, super, just top notch, and grateful to be a part of it. And those of you that have been watching and chiming in, it is going to be another great day.
Right.
And
You know,
just full disclosure, Isaiah has to jam over to BYU Hawaii for a little bit. I got to jam down to Mokuleia. Just to be full disclosure, it's a casting call for a show that's coming out here, and I'm considered to be one of the doubles for the actors, so we'll see. But I got to step away for a little bit. Isaiah does, but we've got Uluboy Napiahi from Big Island and the Hui member and surfer. And then Cliff Botello's here again, Ezra Rodriguez. So we've got a good lineup of broadcast and announcers to keep you guys entertained and informed. So we appreciate that.
We do have a full day scheduled, so we'll definitely be back in the booth for a long day today. It looks like we're running rounds 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So that was the word so far. We'll keep you updated on that, but stay tuned today. It's going to be an awesome day of surf. We're going to run 2 rounds, hopefully today, and so a lot of action. Yesterday we saw a lot of it worked out really perfect, I think, in my opinion, the way that it started a little on the smaller end, but it enabled us to run our Duke specialty events where, like you said, Rocky, we had the stand-up division, we had the longboard division, and the body surf divisions. And then as the day progressed and the waves got bigger, it just seemed very fitting the way that we were running the events based on that rising swell. Mahalo nui to surfline.com for forecasting this, and it was spot on that the surf did rise, and we've got some incredible waves this morning. We saw some third reef sets. Taking a look here, got a paddler.
I think that's
Makana Pang.
Makana.
Ooh.
Oh, that one just got a little bit of had a little shrinkage on the end of that one there, and a little too tight towards the end, so unable to squeeze through the exit, but a valiant effort nonetheless. But yeah, yesterday it felt like it was like we had a machine that somebody just kind of turned the dial for the wave pool and started with really manageable conditions for paddleboard, body surf, and longboard. And then as the shortboarders went out, they turned the dial up a little bit, and it was just a perfect day the way it worked out.
And it was a gradual rise. Oftentimes on the North Shore, you get a real quick jumping rise.
Right.
But I think in many ways for the competitors, it made it a little more fair because sometimes, if you're in a heat that the waves are small and then a few hours later the waves are pumping, may not feel so even.
Yeah.
And we did have a couple of heats where it was a little slower. The heat that the Florence brothers were out in seemed to it wasn't until the end of their heat that they all started to get waves, but they did eventually get each of them caught a wave. But in this event, the cool thing about this event is that we have opportunities to accrue your top scores over a period of several different days and several different rounds. So if one of your heats isn't really firing, it's okay. You'll have more chances, and those points that you accrue travel with you throughout the entire event until we pick the top surfers that will surf in a final. Yeah, and
we have the ability to communicate with you guys as we did yesterday. nsoghawaii@gmail is where you can send your questions and messages. We had a few good ones yesterday. As we see, there's a backdoor opportunity. I think that is Noah Dean. He scored a few of those yesterday. He was kind of waiting on that end of the peak where he wasn't even thinking about a left. He wanted to make it all right. And so scored a couple yesterday.
Right. There's a lot of mana to this event, and a lot of it has to do with the waves themselves producing a lot of mana. Mana is a Hawaiian term. Also throughout the Pacific, that term is pretty common. Refers to like an energy, the power, or sometimes like a kind of cosmic or spiritual kind of energy.
Yes.
And we're seeing a lot of energy this morning.
Oh, wow. Look at that right there. That
spit
could have been something that would provide a great opportunity. Nobody was really, I think they're a little too far out, Obviously, this kind of day, It is bombing second reef, so you got to be a little further out. That might require you to have to forego some of those ones on the inside that could have that opening, though.
Right.
You know, the bigger ones might not be as open, but you got to sit out there so you don't get super donuts.
Ooh.
And then you end up being a little too far out. The tide also is a little high right now, so you see that backwash effect too,
Right.
which adds to the difficulty and the danger of what this place can do to you if you're in the wrong spot. So Hawaiian Water Patrol vigilantly on duty today, watching every moment, and we're hoping and praying that everybody stays safe today.
Yeah, we're watching here from the drone shot. Surfers paddling for
ball
this.
stack.
Trying to slow it down, going a little too much speed from that massive drop that he had to take. It looks like you're saying, Rocky, this morning, kind of a bit more west in the direction
Yeah,
today.
definitely westerly. Here's
Maikai.
Maikai Burdine. That was a keeper. Nice job. Oh, see that backwash just unload on the inside. But Maikai Burdine, he gets one that will improve his team scoring for sure.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, if you guys got questions, Dr. Isaiah Walker is here, history professor at BYU Hawaii, specializing in Hawaiian and Polynesian history. We've had a lot of good questions come in over the first day that we were online here yesterday, and we enjoy the different questions about surfing, about pipeline itself, about historical references, and obviously we're pretty casual and comical. We don't mind some of the silly ones, but we'll try to keep it focused on stuff that's a little more directly relative to what we're doing here. Got some yesterday, like who would win between a fight between like a tiger shark and a monk seal? Just like, come on, we gotta keep it relevant.
All right, look out the back here. You can see those lines coming in. One thing about pipeline, I was talking to Rocky this morning. When it's this size, there isn't much of a safe zone, like a channel.
Right.
But this really is testament to the courage of our athletes, that you have to resist the urge to paddle out to safety when the big waves are coming, because in this competition you want to get those ones that are barreling right on this reef, and we're seeing right here a paddler doing precisely that.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was Makana Pang, I think, getting hung up right there. He just got a little bit of, the wave wasn't letting him down the face, and he popped right up, thankfully, and he's right back out there. But what a valiant effort. You saw that backwash, too.
Right.
That was part of that little extra effect today that you got to take into consideration. Everything is difficult when it's perfect.
Yeah.
And then you add maybe a little wind blowing up the face or some backwash, and that just like sprinkles in a little extra degree of difficulty. Right. We got a question coming in from Rob Carr, joining from Arizona. Cliff Botello is related to Emily Botello. That's his sister, and I believe Star Botello is
daughter?
Cliff's mom. What's that?
Is there sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Star Botello. And Uncle Rob, he coached them in soccer. That's cool, man. So we got some relation to our announcer, Cliff Botello. He's a Hawaiian Water Patrol, Honolulu Fire Department. He's got incredible first responder experience, and a great guy to have on board. He's also a clever Hawaiian that we love having part of our team.
No, I enjoyed when we had him in the booth with us yesterday, able to really ask questions about, the Hawaiian Water Patrol and what it's like being there in the lineup. As we're seeing here, the camera in the lineup, Noah Dean, late drop, drags his leg, slows down, gets out of that barrel.
Yeah, he was able to control the speed. That's like you almost have, here we go. We're going to watch Maikai Burdine. And Maikai, Oh, standing tall in the
Oh.
backwash. Slaps him down on the end, but he got the bulk of that scoring right in the zone.
Another rider going
Oh.
backdoor. This looks like
Was that
maybe we have
Moana?
somebody surfing for Moana.
Okay. We'll try to get an ID. We've got a roster, but, this event is known for being, loose
flexible.
around the edges and a little flexible to the team's advantage. And the surfers have so much control over their own destiny, if you will. And that's what makes this event so unique and so special in so many ways. But Mike Kai gets a good one. Noah Dean. It's almost like you've got like if you're driving a boat and you've got that little throttle control that's very sensitive, a little touch here, and kind of using his knee and everything as a way to like slow down. Then he lifts it out when he wants to get more speed.
Right.
So great, and almost like a jet ski with a finger grip throttle control. So good job of Noah Dean having the direct controls there for the speed control that enabled him to kind of maximize his tube time, but make sure he could make it out too.
Yeah, beautiful drone shots here. We're looking at this, toward the beach, and this is one of my favorite things about these drone shots. It gives you a vantage where you feel like you're in the surf and part of the experience. And, of course, our water shots as well in the water. Beautiful. You can see a little bit of ehukai. In fact, ehukai is a term, not only is it the name of the beach, but it comes from that misty reddish color in the air on the North Shore, very known for this because of, when we get the big waves and it puts that mist in the air. And
the sun shining through.
Right, in kind of a reddish hue.
Yeah, there you see Noah Dean with the throttle control and, turned a little bit of a not much into something, and then standing tall, and then the backwash up ends there, and then I think
that might be Jake Maki.
Yeah, that is a good observation there, Isaiah. We've got Jeff Hall chiming in. How did the kahuna alert the other folks on the island that the surf was pumping? My initial wild guess is that you have the either the ohepu or the conch shell that you blow. Maybe there's a certain amount of times you blow, and it's like, aloha, everybody, the surf is pumping. Get down here, drop what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, most Hawaiians, especially in Kauakahiko and our older times, we're very in tune with the ocean and the conditions. And I mean, we see this from today. You have the Polynesian Voyaging Society and Nakalai Va'a and these groups that are really big into teaching navigation. It's been really cool. My oldest son has been a part of that community recently, going on voyages and learning about how to understand the read weather patterns from clouds to stars to all the conditions. So it wasn't like there was only one person that knew these things. A lot of people. In fact, I mentioned yesterday a reference to a very famous Hawaiian surfer, wahine named Kelea. If you read her story, and I recommend the David Kalakaua version of that story, it tells of how she was abducted from Maui on this canoe by a chief named Kalamakua. And along the way, he was trying to trick her, like, oh, there's a storm coming, so we have to go out to sea. And then it got dark, and he's like, oh, we're just going to wait here. And then she approaches him and says, you know what, I'm not stupid. Like, I can read the stars. I know where we are. We're, like, near Kaneohe. Like, why are you trying to trick me? And he's like, in fact, it's at that moment that he falls in love with her, because he's like, my goodness, not only is she an amazing surfer and beautiful, but she's incredibly intelligent. I think that's something that really stands out to me, too, in these mo'olelo, especially of women. It really, highlights their agency as intelligent people and as agents in their own story. But the point of that is just to say that that there was a lot of knowledge of a science, a native indigenous science of understanding the elements. Now, there are also some stories of that there were times when the surf was pumping that they would fly a kite. So Pacific Islanders and Hawaiians would fly kites, and so apparently when the waves were big, there's at least one story in Waikiki where they would fly a kite high up in the air to alert maybe people who live Mocha who weren't close enough to the ocean.
Yep.
That would be like,
or
that's our surf
maybe
line
a couple
report.
Oahu po'as over that hey, it's over here, it's pumping. Come check them out.
Right.
I never considered that, but it's like they had, sails.
Right.
So it's almost the same concept. It's like, and they had miles of rope, obviously, using the coconut husk and braiding it together.
And other fibers.
So, oh my gosh, look at that right there.
That is
I
Jake
think that
Maki.
is Jake. I just heard our current beach announcer, Ezra Rodriguez, call out. That was Jake Maki, so good eye on that, Isaiah. But the fact that you do have a kite that you can put out, and it's like this, almost like the bat signal.
Yeah.
The Hawaiian bat signal, you just shine them in the sky.
It's kind of like those notifications Surfline gives you these days on the phone.
That, exactly.
The water angle of Jake behind the peak.
Had
traveling,
such a good line.
Climbed over that first foam ball.
Yep.
Then it pinched on the end.
Oh, he just had a speed bump, And great effort right there as you see him get launched out the back. Sometimes you get that boost and you end up 2 feet in the air, like shot out of a cannon out the back. It is just a phenomenon of what can happen when you're going under a wave. Like, you get lucky and you get spit out through this little wormhole, and you're like, oh, I'm still alive. And then other times it's just like, you're like, oh, you hold it. And then it's like a WWF wrestler just comes and tries to grab your board away from you, and you're like, and you have no chance, and it just gets ripped out of your hands immediately. It's a crazy experience, man, to be in waves like this. And the things that can go in your favor and the things that really put you in a tough spot where you are legitimately scared for your life.
Right. And it looked like Makana's filling in for Moana Jones-Wong and Jake Maki.
Yep.
Jake is a really cool kid. Grew up over here on the North Shore, also on the Big Island in his younger years. Had the privilege of coaching high school surfing for several years.
Yeah.
Kamehameha Schools, I coached there for about 8 years. Shout out to the program there, and big mahalo to everyone who was part of that. Leah Arce, of course, ran that program for years. But anyway, after that, I coached Kahuku for a couple of years, and Jake was on that team. And it's funny, these kids, like, right before they hit that growth spurt.
Yeah.
It seems like surfers, too, and I was the same way. I was like, late bloomer.
Okay.
And Jake was kind of like that. He was always kind of the little guy, and then all of a sudden he's now like
shot
taller
up to
than
like
me.
6'2".
Well, always a good kid. Red Raider for life.
Nice.
Real big into supporting Kahuku and the football program there, and so kind of cool to see Jake out here charging. He was here in this event last year, and also was in the Eddy, which you and I had the privilege and honor of commentating.
Yeah, he had the invitation and had been putting in a lot of time out there, so you got the peer respect and recognition, and to get invited to that event, you've got to put in some quality time. Be charging on the big days, on the big sets. You can't just be like out there, like, oh yeah, I was out. Maybe you catch a mid-sized one. To get invited to the Eddy, you got to be out there putting it on the line and really impressing mostly all of your peers.
Right.
And the folks in the media that are like, oh, did you see Jake? You got to kind of be the talk of the session,
right,
to be considered for the Eddy. So good.
I've seen
job
footage
for
of
Jake doing that.
I've seen footage of him recently going left at Waimea Bay.
Yeah.
And
Uncle Marvin Foster pioneering that, and Mark Healy getting a few of those too.
Wow.
Yeah, that takes some nerves of steel for sure. Cojones, as they say.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Like Marvelous Marvin Foster. Like, him going left at at Waimea. I remember that when I was a kid watching that, just being blown away. Of course, Brock Little back in our generation was just charging Waimea in ways that like no one had ever seen before.
Yeah.
So that's what's cool about surfing history, especially here in Hawaii, is you can talk about the Keleas and the surfers of ancient times, but then there's all these cool like stories of modern era that are just as relevant. And I mentioned yesterday a story of Clyde Aikau and listening to the Turtles to where he won the event, and it's just like modern day Mo'olelo.
Yeah.
And it's cool that we're making those stories here at the Backdoor Shootout with surfers like this charging this wave. It looks like perhaps Makana Pang. In and out. Makana Pang had some great waves yesterday. Looks like he's backing his scores up today with some other fantastic rides. Man, looking out the back, more waves in the horizon. 5 guys at Pipeline. This is a Pipeline surfer's dream. Look at this water angle. See how late that is. Jake Maki pumping, getting that extra speed.
Oh, that was really well done, brah. Oh. That was spectacular. Oh, you see him really pumped up with that paddle stroke and feeling good. Yeah, super humble young man, loads of talent. Here we go. Check out the replay. Just drawing the perfect line, pumped it at the perfect time. And then as the wave peels off down the line, it kind of bends a little bit to force a little higher line exit. And he just read that perfectly. Also teaches surfing for the Jamie O'Brien Surf Experience at Turtle Bay Resort. So I get to watch him in action, work with guests, and, is one of the best guys to go out with beginners, too. He's so humble. He's got so much knowledge and experience about safety. And, whenever I'm working alongside, I let our guests know, like, hey, this guy, he doesn't, I know he doesn't, like, tout to the guests like that. I'm like, you guys have no idea who you're with right now. He's incredible, and they're really appreciative of that.
It's a replay of Makana Pang.
Gosh, another just perfect positioning.
Yeah, Makana getting some good waves. I mean, talking about safety, also saw a shot there of our Hawaiian Water Patrol, Brother Nolan Keolana. I was mentioning earlier about the Polynesian Voyaging Society. He's been very active with Hokulea. Look at this. Jake deciding to go backdoor, grabs the rail. Oh, no.
Hopefully I was able to get over the ledge because he might have got sucked over backwards.
You see him try and jump over, and then he thought maybe he'd make it, and then his board ends up going the opposite direction toward the beach.
Okay, he's back on his board. He's right in. Oh, he's standing.
Let's see, there's another.
See how shallow, bro? He is standing right there. Jumps off the bottom, so.
And he's not on the
waist
beach.
Deep.
Yeah.
And he's right in the impact zone, not close to shore at all. So we had a lot of questions about, depth, where that wave is breaking, and handles the backwash well. Didn't get super deep.
Oh, live action. Looks like Noah Dean coming out of this barrel, going back for a twofer. And an aerial.
Oh, wow. Noah Dean. He does do a lot of great above-the-lip surfing, does Noah Dean. No shame to go up above the lip, high in the air. Noah's got some serious aerial skills. We've got a comment coming in. Someone's at Keiki Beach Bungalows. That's our our main sponsor. And Elon has ordered Wave of Resistance for the bungalow guests. So,
right on, Elon.
Thank you so much for that. It looks like she's one of the has ties to the Keiki Beach Bungalows, which is our sponsor. We want to thank them so much. They're like right down the road here, and one of the most amazing experiences to be able to stay oceanfront here on the North Shore.
Very cool. Yeah, have a little, hopefully have maybe a little library or bookshelf area for the guests to read. I brought a couple extra books today. I'm trying to think of, I mean, I don't, want to sound too presumptuous or anything, but I was thinking maybe we could do something to where we could give away a couple of books.
Yeah. Maybe there's a little trivia. Maybe there's something we can think of later when we're both back up here and be able to get some information to okay, you've just won a signed copy, which would be so cool.
I don't know if the signature brings up or down the value, but
it's got to increase, but I don't know if anybody's gonna try to go on Pawn Stars and say I got an autographed copy of Waves of Resistance that I want to sell.
Mike
Burdine. Gosh, the courage to go backside on a bomb like that with a minute remaining is truly taking a lot of skill and a lot of nerves, man. A lot of courage for that.
I was saying we often have to be careful. It seems like we're talking about mana, and there's a lot of mana in this commentary.
Oh, man.
Because sometimes you'll say something, and then, like yesterday, for example, we're talking about, sharks never come to pipeline.
Yeah, and we've got
I swear I saw one yesterday. And also you said no one's going backdoor today. That heat was mostly backdoor waves.
Right.
So you never know what you're going to get here at Pipeline, especially at the backdoor shootout. But stoked on that first heat.
Yeah. And with under a minute remaining, we're going to have Uluboy Napeahe join us. We've got Ezra Rodriguez again and Cliff Botello, myself, Iraqi Cannon, and Isaiah Walker. So we've got a great lineup for you guys to take you through this day's action. Isaiah and I got to step away for some other
couple heats.
Yeah, for a few heats. So we're going to see you guys back a little bit later, but we're leaving you folks in super wonderful, capable hands and great knowledge that we've got lined up for all of our announcers today. So super special to have all of them here.
All right, we're going to take a break. You'll be back here and stay with us today. It's going to be an awesome day of a lot of action at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Oh, yeah.
Aloha.
Thanks so much, bro.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024.
Aloha, this is Senior Forecaster Jonathan Warren with your forecast update for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. The new northwest swell filled in yesterday and topped out last night, which will hold solid energy for this Friday morning. Look for sets in the double to triple overhead plus zone for pipe and backdoor, which will be strongest this morning and simmering a little through the day. Surf will ease further into Saturday, but still plenty of sizable surf to be had. And for the icing on the cake, we'll continue to see great wind conditions with offshore winds.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Hey, good morning, gang. What's up? I'm here with the legendary surfer and pipe surfer, Ulu Boy. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and we are in to the next heat.
Day 2. Welcome, everybody, to Pipeline. And we got a lot of waves on hold for today. And I'm super excited to be here. It's an amazing show. And the Hui Backdoor Shootout, you can't say anything less of this event.
Mm-hmm.
Just after that last heat, I was really tripping.
Oh, man.
We got some good waves.
You got Team Peru out there, Tubos.
Oh, wow.
You got Mr. Billy Kemper out in the lineup. So, wow, you got
No
Alonzo.
stranger to Pipeline.
Oh, yeah,
That's
these
for
guys,
sure.
Alonzo Correa, Sebastian Correa, Gabriel Villarin, Crystal Ball Decal, and Mr. Billy Kemper.
I'll be completely honest. I'm going to need that list of names
Yep,
because the
you
only
got
guy
it.
I know is Billy.
You
But
got
I'm
it.
pretty sure I know all of them.
Yeah. So what you been up to? What's the latest with you lately?
I just been working on the back at home on the Big Island, lifeguarding, surfing
stuff.
a little, and just trying to live the dream.
Yeah,
That's
man.
pretty much
the
it.
surfing lifestyle,
But-
Surfers Union, baby.
Being back here just yesterday and today, and seeing the camaraderie of all the surfers and all the friends get together from throughout the state of Hawaii. This is a very special place, and I think Pipeline definitely brings that group of humans together that really put it on the line. And
Big time.
I feel like all these guys are a little special in their own way.
Oh, yeah. It's like an honor. Like the Hui Backdoor Shootout honors those surfers that put in their time day in and
For
day
sure.
out. Not just local Kama'aina, these other guys that came and showed us aloha for so many years. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You know the drill.
It's a very prestigious event, and you're invited. You got the teams, separate teams, and if you look at the list of these names, I mean, you can go on and on about all these guys. They've all put in their time, dedication, sacrifice, everything to this specific wave, and it shows. It really does, because on any given day, you can paddle out to Pipeline, and within these heats and these names in these heats, they're the guys catching waves for sure.
Big time.
Yeah.
And look at this, Ulu. Out the back, more waves. And, ever since Team Tubos Peru has been involved, we always joke around, even Makua Kai Rotman, it's Team Japan and Team Tubos. Every time they touch the water, Pipeline's backdoor starts acting up. I mean, there's all kinds of action. Look at out there on our beautiful drone footage.
I'll always say it, Pipeline picks you. I mean, it to me, it really does. And, they definitely bring that energy, and you see it throughout the years, right, of this event running. You're like, how come those guys get the best heat?
I've seen you get picked as well,
Yeah,
just in a
I've
free
gotten
surf
lucky,
session,
for
you know what I
sure.
mean? Well put. Hey, what's up, gang? Good
What's up,
morning.
guys? Good morning.
Ezra Rodriguez and Ulu Boy Napa'ahe. Good to have
Thanks
you.
for
bro.
having me. I mean, it's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous coming up here, but it's good
Nah,
to
you're
talk.
not nervous.
It's good to talk about my friends, because
Yep.
they're amazing, and they're doing their thing, living the dream,
Unreal.
and we're here doing ours.
Second floor of the Pipe House. It's a dream cultural event going right into 2024 with the Huio He'inalu Surf Club. This thing was founded in 1996, this contest. So that's 27 years now in the making. So much rich history, And got to respect these Hui founders. They raised not just my generation, yours, the generation from the past. And, like to pay homage to, the past and the present, and, Huio He'inalu members that are no longer with us. Those uncles have taught us so much. And you got Team Peru out the back, and these guys had some amazing waves as they were the second to the last heat of yesterday. And Crystal Ball definitely has some on the highlight reel along with Billy Kemper. You seen that backdoor
I did.
one?
Oh,
what's
for
your
sure.
What's your take on that wave?
It's just amazing how they can position themselves. I mean, obviously, yesterday was a bit more west, and the north direction started kind of lingering in towards the end of the day. And, to position yourself on the reef for that backdoor wave or that pipe wave, it's like cat and mouse. You're constantly chasing it. So the level and skill that these guys have, and to ride the waves that they are riding, It takes a lot of skill and a lot of effort. And, yeah, these guys are amazing. Crystal Ball and Billy, those were 2 amazing rides. And we're going to see a big mix-up in scores today because I'm sure there's going to be some really high-scored waves out there today. Oh, we might have some action. Maybe.
Yep, we're still waiting to see these guys. Usually it's really uncharacteristic of watching Team Tubos, Peru, wait this long. But you know what? Like you said, Pipeline picks you. I've heard that saying a few times from all of you. And amazing stuff.
I'm excited to see what the next heat has to offer. Because normally it's like one heat will go slow, not many rides. And then if you're the next heat, you're stoked because it probably will fire. But everything seems to come together. I mean, every year there's always great waves for this event, and it's a blessing. And I'm so happy for all of these guys who are in the event. All of them are doing so good.
You could be in the event and win it too. That's why we have you up here.
I'm just happy to be here.
Boy, pipe surfer. You've got some amazing waves out here in your career. As we just had to tell some of some of the amazing photographers that weren't hired by Hui He'enalu, we had to tell the ones that did get permission. Everybody, you know, there's also, with the surfers, there's also a photography pecking order.
Oh,
and
for
that's
sure.
why I just like to say, like, you know, growing up around Larry Haynes, I've watched him snap, and I love it. You know what I mean? It's just like, you guys are coming into my office, getting your helmets and stuff in the way. I get it, man. Human cattle.
It's how it goes, you know, like.
So they were told, identify danger and know your limit, because that's very important. You don't want to be that guy that Nolan Kelana or some of the Hawaiian Water Patrol got to go scoot away from what they're watching. But like I said yesterday on the live mic, the Hawaiian Water Patrol, all our cowboy friends on those skis, they're not just watching the surfers, the photographers, they're watching your kid running down by Ehukai Tower. The Hawaiian Kanaka peripheral vision of a waterman is ridiculous.
Hands down.
There he is.
There he is. Nolan Keolana and Foster Bloomfield.
Legacy, 2 massive legacies, one from Haleiwa and one from Maka.
I mean, they are the best in the world.
Yep.
Hands down, there's no questions about it. These guys are absolutely amazing, and the operation that they run are such a tight-knit.
Yep.
Their communication is on.
Yep.
They don't miss, ever. Yep. And I'm so thankful for them over the years, watching over so many surfers, even for myself. My heart goes out to each and every one of those men with the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Thank you guys for all that you do.
Yeah. They're like a syndicate, an organized waterman thing.
Oh,
Not organized crime, organized waterman.
They're the best in the business.
Yeah. And here we go. Team Peru, Tubas. They're taking some time with 1931 remaining on the clock. Uluboy, they're shopping.
I like the name of that team.
Huh?
Tubos Peru.
Yeah.
They're definitely looking to get, what is it, tubed?
Tubed.
Yeah.
Sebastian Correa, Alonso, Gabriel Villarin, Crystal Ball, and Billy Kemper.
These guys have always been super cool and like respectful, humble.
In the water, yeah?
Yeah, they
and
charge.
That's why they're in the event, yeah.
And that's the biggest thing out here at Pipeline. You hear it all the time, and even from the older guys who've been surfing out here forever, it's like, you know, being humble, acknowledging everyone, being respectful, paying your respect, and that gets them a long way. And look at them. They've been a part of this event for many years now.
I want to say, haven't you been in this event on a team?
Yeah, for sure.
What year was that? I was going through my Rolodex trying to speed up and pull that ticket.
I don't even know,
yeah?
you know, like maybe 2016, 17, 18.
Gotcha. The year 19. That Kaimana Henry won, maybe?
Yeah, it was
a big year.
That was a really good year.
Yeah. That was a really
every
good
day
year.
was firing for the holding period.
I mean, we always get different moods of Pipeline and Backdoor. Like in 2022, it was just brackish, huge. You know, you see that footage of Eric Eppel. I mean, that was some real good cinematography. And, you know, here We're here making history with Zone Media, the guys from Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports. They're also offering the surfers, I don't know if you heard this, Ulu, is they're offering the surfers, if they want to, they can take a GoPro out there in their mouth, and we, as broadcasters, can talk about their wave, and as they drop in, we can go live in the barrel. So I'm waiting to do this in this next 5 days. Yeah. Jake Maake and I have been talking about it, but I've been trying to spread the word. So when you're down there at the houses, tell most of the boys, the Peanut Gallery, all the talent, because, you know what's funny is surfing with a GoPro is crazy. Like, you don't think it would be too much to press a button and go, but when you're paddling for a wave you're whipping under it, you're not even thinking about anything. Yeah. So, like, you have to be a certain individual to be like, okay, I'm going to film every ride. Right. Because it's such a natural thing, you know? It's instinct. And when I go for a free surf, I get a little embarrassed. Like, I just look like I'm having my private photo shoot. I'm not that vain kind of guy. I like to think surfing is just a memory after, you know what I mean, for me, in the purest form. But I know what you mean. That's
So a lot of these guys would probably look at me and be like, pfft.
So,
but it would be super cool, and I would love to see that.
But for you, as being a pipe backdoor surfer, you feel it would hinder your performance. This is all good, adequate news.
Yeah, I think it's just a natural reaction, and having that little extra thing to do is
so that extra thing to do, and you know, a lot of guys that are really, really good at it, you know, lick the thing, then press the button. I would just say have the thing running the whole heat. You know what I mean? Would be the best, so there is no press and stuff. Wow, here we go. I want to say that might be Gabriel Villerin.
I don't know who that was, but that was a quick up and out for him. I don't think it's going to be the best factor into the
allotment.
But it was a very nice ride. I mean,
it was a ride. He had to do it.
It's amazing that he found that wave out there.
Yeah.
Because there's not much of those medium-sized waves that offer that form. It's either you're going for a bomb or you're not.
A tad bit, too, I seen in that ride is, as a surfer, it felt like the way he was standing, too. He never had his feet totally correct and on the wax. You know that first wave when you get?
Yeah.
You kind of like really tentative, really light and fluffy, toe heel edge kind of thing. So
that's just getting your feet on the board and kind of you got to get the momentum, right? That's what it's all about, especially surfing out here. Once you have that momentum, you can't stop. You have to keep pushing, chasing, doing anything you can. But
the beach is filling up, Ulu.
I like to focus on fun.
How was that drone footage just right there? I mean, we got the beach, but the beach just changed overnight right in your backyard right
here.
Yeah,
I
mean, there was a huge sandbar nook right on Gum's right, and now it's no longer there after I just seen Zone Media's drone footage.
Pipeline, the beach and the wave itself and the sandbar and the way the reef is structured, it has so many faces to it. And, you know, as these swells come throughout the winter season, it's constantly changing. And I think that is what makes it so special is it's never the same. People see reels or videos of just perfect pipeline waves, but it's not every wave that's perfect.
Right.
Being out there, I mean, as for anyone who surfs it, especially all of these guys because they're my heroes, it takes a lot to be in the right position, catch the right wave.
It's so easy to judge from the outside, but when you're actually out there, the current, everything, the pull, you can get exhausted real easy. You make one mistake.
They're the best surfers in the world. So not only are you dealing with your own positioning, but you're also dealing with everyone else and playing the craziest game of chess. But what's really cool about this event is every team is basically they're all friends. So it's not like a normal surf contest.
It elevates you guys in
everyone's
that heat.
Pushing themselves to the limits.
30-minute heats, and these guys look like they see something. So I think we might have an exchange right here. As you know, it's amazing. Everybody's tuning in from around the world. And thank you, guys. What's up, UK? Ben Skinner. You guys are all tuned in up there in the UK, the United Kingdom. How you, brother? Oh, they just
We're
let
gonna
a backdoor away, huh?
Hopefully.
They just let one slide through.
This looks like a pretty interesting teepee.
Yeah, there's a little berm in front of it. Look how heavy some of these things are. I'm really surprised. Oh, they are going. Here we go.
Just a quick up and out. I think the tide's dropping all day, and it's kind of doubled up on each other from the existing swell and rising overnight.
So what are we going to look to expect in the next 2 hours, you feel?
I can't tell you, honestly.
Because it is like 17 seconds. I mean, it might subside a bit maybe at 2 o'clock. But
yeah, I just hope that it turns on for these guys. I want everyone to get perfect waves, you know?
Yeah, so dropping down. I think this is Gabriel Villarin right here, and he doesn't like what he sees. Yeah, he's a veteran out here. He's been coming a long time. I've seen him in Free Surf Magazine, 2-page spread. He's spent some time here. He's not just a barrel chaser, but the guy shreds medium, any kind waves too, you know what I mean? So what the surfing lifestyle is about, but this is the mecca of where you want to test your skills, and if you like to be a barrel hunter like you guys are, this is where you got to test your skills, the proving grounds. And Volcom had a great first heat. So this is the second heat of the day, guys. Thanks for joining us. 11:38 left on the clock. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and I'm with Ulu Boy Napa'ahi. Awesome stuff, brother. Good to be in the booth with you today.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, man.
In memory of Duke Kahanamoku, because we all take a piece of him every day.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
One of my things is, there's so much things going on in the world. One of the things that this awesome Hawaiian did is move around obstructures and negativity and things in his way and just move and flow around it like water and just keep it in his heart. I mean, I don't know how some Kane can do that, keep all that history, what he went through in his heart, and he's an amazing pillar of our community, not just surf community, just everything he stands for.
He embodied everything that Hawaii is, everything that an ocean man stands for, everything that a Hawaiian truly stands for, in my opinion. Soft-hearted, kind. After everything he's been through, he gave nothing but aloha, shared the gift of surfing, swimming to the world. Just a...
Never craved the limelight.
It's hard to even say how amazing. You can't put words to how amazing.
You can just sit and be touched and think about him in a moment of silence,
Just to be in a presence great.
The Olympic medals or something, but really that's nothing to what this man really is.
And here we got
just a piece of metal. There he is.
Uncle Makua Kai Rockman.
You guys thought he was done. This guy ain't even done. I've been talking to him earlier this morning. He's so pumped, bro.
Yeah, he got some good rest last night.
He got some great waves. He had a double pumper, made some yardage in his heat, and they're doing North Shore Surf Shop. They're coming up next.
Yeah.
He did that one, and then he had that gnarly pipe wave right into gums. So he's on his way. Makua Kai is always here to play. He kind of tripped me out yesterday. Last year. There was some injuries, some carnage.
Yeah.
And we're up on the third deck of the Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational, and this guy comes light walking out. And with his injury, his, I want to say, torn knee. Guy surfed Waimea that day. That is some stuff, bro.
There's one thing that I know about Makua Kai Rothman is he's super tough, man. And he's a kind-hearted man who just loves to charge, and he gives his life for this sport of surfing as he has given. But here we got a surfer up and riding.
Here we go. Sebastian Correa, I believe.
Unreal.
Totally upping the pace from his last wave.
Yep.
Oh, and then maybe shouldn't have dropped down into that belly. I would have just kicked out because now we got to work here. Jake Maki got caught in there earlier. I was on the live mic. I don't know what you guys were seeing up here, but he had some work to do, and he was standing on hard rock.
For me personally, I would have done what he did because I'd rather get blown in by the whitewash than get one straight on the head.
Oh, you mean if he kicked out right there, he might have got that back one on the head. Yeah, nobody likes that. That'll
nice, easy drop.
Your legs.
I mean,
beautiful slow-mo. He got splattered all over. Here he goes.
That feeling of getting spit out of a barrel, that hasn't happened for me in a long time, but that's the best feeling. It has like this suction that pulls you in, and it kind of like stings your back and your face a little when it releases. And it's a very beautiful thing.
Here we go. Looks like they're really favoring over onto the back door. This could be a degree of swell direction.
Just a little bit more north swell in it, I believe.
Yeah, and, go nuts Hawaii. Mahalo to you. Go nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Good morning, Elon and crew. How you guys doing?
Look at these guys.
Yeah, here we go. Another frothing team.
Legend Chandler,
yeah.
Kalal Grace, Ayala Stewart.
Big time. That's the North Shore Surf Shop. These guys, it's like one final.
Makai McNamara and Makua.
But you guys do understand, watching at home, this is unlike most individual-focused surfing contests. The Hui Backdoor Shootout follows a team format. The surfers are divided into 8 teams consisting of Kane and Wahine. My hat's off to you, Carissa Moore and Moana Wong, always joining us. Thank you. Typically representing different surf brands and communities, this format fosters a sense of camaraderie, teamwork, but also, like me and you were discussing, as athletes, it elevates in this team format. You're not just surfing against your teammates. You're comfortable around them, and you're surfing against all 8 teams. You just get more out of the athlete. Makai McNamara walking down to the sands. His dad owns North Shore Surf Shop along with Luis. How's it, guys? Yeah.
We got 6:15 to go in this heat.
Wow, it went by pretty quick. This is the slowest in the history for me, knowing Tubos. I mean, I can already feel Billy Kemper just, the guy is intense. He wants action.
He's hungry, and he's
hungry.
amazing. He trains really hard. His dedication to the sport, to his family,
to
his work and everything that he does.
After a slow heat, you train that hard, family man, and you come in without getting barreled.
That's the reality of it.
It is the reality.
You're working with Mother Nature,
Exactly, and when you're a champion like that, you just got to suck it up, man.
And I think he does a good job on controlling what he can as far as his physical health. And
exactly, he's been through some stuff.
His ability to compete in small waves, big waves. He's one of the best big wave surfers in the world.
He is.
And if the ocean doesn't provide, it is what it is.
You got it.
Yeah.
Here we go. They're getting a certain angle, and you guys, all day, we're fueled by Monster Energy drinks. Mahalo to Keala, Iwohi, and Loa Chandler. Mahalo, you guys. Go Nuts Hawaii, Keiki Bungalows, Athletic Brewing Company, Odom Hawaii, Aaron Kim and the gang. Mahalo, Waiakea Water, Haliva Juice, Two Thumbs Tattoos, and Aloha Salads.
Look at that paddle out.
Wow, what? They mistimed it, Ulu?
It's just turbulent.
Oh, someone got a broken leash, I reckon. Let's see what happens here. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We got an action-packed day as we're only on Heat 2 of the day. 30-minute heats, 4:30 left to go.
How's that? You get beat up before you even get to the point where you need to catch a wave.
I know. And, at an event at this caliber, Julio, Nalu, all the spectators and stuff, when you get exhausted right in there. I mean, of course, you got Hawaiian Water Patrol, but you reach so deep and keep pushing. You got to know when to say when.
I mean, that's the thing about the ocean, and I don't think a lot of people realize there's no referee out there.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying like, hey, time out, I'm done catching cracks.
Exactly.
You're like, no. You got to do what you got to do.
Us and our surf pride could get you in trouble sometimes,
I think it's just the adrenaline. Like the rush.
Adrenaline, too.
Just keep it coming.
I was just canoe surfing at Mel's Waterman Championship, and in my second heat, I had the cramps underneath the chest plate. I had a cramp in my side, and I always learned from Brian Kilana, sometimes you just don't push anymore, and I just wanted to get through the heat. I didn't, you never want to be that guy, but that's like teaching kids, like, hey, walk away from the fight.
For sure.
And it's hard to do. Walk away from pure pressure. I didn't want to. I got through, thankfully, but I can't imagine being, you got to know Pipeline is a different animal. Backdoor.
I don't think any of these guys are.
Floor.
I don't think any of these guys are willing to walk away without
I've
giving
watched
everything
them
they
push,
got. It's a gladiator's pit.
Yeah.
It's the proving grounds. Pipeline is pipeline, and
Yep.
there's no faking pipeline.
No fake. You cannot be faked, even just around here on the shores.
Yeah. Man, I really feel for these guys. I want everyone to get good waves.
I know. 241, we could see something. They did have a awesome show stunner at the second to the last heat of the day. The waves started to really jack up, started to look really clean, beautiful, turquoise blues. And here we go, another beautiful drone footage. Wow, a lot of sand. Everything just moved around. As you couldn't see that vision, that was like a little bit different color yesterday. But these guys, they might get one more shot, but a minute 50, I don't think so, Ulu. That's too far out there. It doesn't look like the degree of swell they're looking for.
But the sun is coming over the hill. It's starting to shine a little bit more on the beach. And that's when it always turns on.
Yes,
so,
I like that style. Oh, man, with your smile and your smirk, I felt that.
We're in for a treat, I believe. And I'm super happy to be here. And I'm super happy to be watching this contest and sitting here with you.
Big time, brother.
It's a very special thing. Look at this beautiful place and these amazing surfers. It's hard to bring it to life, what you're watching for all of you viewing out there.
It is being at the Jerry Lopez house, so much rich culture and history. Oh, man. So many amazing athletes have come through, but now this is the Volcom Zone, the proving grounds. Thank you for having us. Always affiliated with the brothers and sisters at Hui Nalu. Always, Surfers Union, everybody work together to make everything go good. This is a very prestige event. The only Hawaiian ran event at this caliber. So we're stoked. Scoring criteria. The Hui Backdoor Shootout emphasizes on traditional Hawaiian-style surfing, places importance on style, power, respect of the ocean, and surfers are judged on technical maneuvers, but mostly the overall approach and wave selection is key to get barreled. And yeah, man, like you said, I feel bad for Peru Tubos, but they got so much more heats to surf. And hey, that's the end of the heat. This is Ezra Rodriguez and Uluboy. Go grab a snack and come back and join us because we got another amazing team for you. It's the North Shore Surf Shop. Aloha, gang.
Aloha, you guys.
movements while heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024. We're along our way, and while we were on break, I believe we had a few looks at some amazing rides.
Oh,
here we are.
Vibration. Yeah, look at this drone footage. Zone Media, one of the first guys to do drone footage for professional surfing. So super
Corduroy
psyched.
lines right there.
Oh,
that's what
man.
you dream
Good
of.
morning.
Good
Mahalo,
morning.
Tim.
Hey, nice
Oahu
shirt.
Golf. Yeah,
they
hey.
took us from
nice shirt.
zero to hero.
From? All right. Always looking sharp in the OGA. I also wear these things surfing, and it's Happy Aloha Friday. So,
Aloha.
Woo, let's go.
It is Friday, yeah.
Yeah, it is. I'm excited. I do carpentry Monday through Friday, so to be here with my Huio Hi'inalu family, I am psyched.
Yeah.
Always taking off to go surf, but this is a very important event. We're on Spectrum 1020. Mahalo for watching. Mahalo Spectrum. Also on surfline.com. Brother Jeff and the crew at Surfline.
Here we go.
Stuff.
We got Ayala Stewart, Kalal Grace, Legend Chandler, Makai McNamara, and Makuakai Rothman.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Stacked.
Do we need to speak for these guys, or they
Where
kind
we
of
just
like
sit back and watch? But hey,
I think they're pretty
like
legit.
you guys have this, their pipe and backdoor has these long lulls. I reckon these guys are locking right into the apex stuff that's going to go right through. It's about time pipeline and backdoor swing through.
I know that Legend Chandler rode a wave while we were on break, and I just got the end of it. But
here we go.
Here we go.
Receive.
Legend Chandler. I believe he's the youngest one out there right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's just got the smoothest style. These boys, Legend and Mononalu,
Mm-hmm.
they're from the island of Kauai.
Yeah.
Their mom, Auntie Koro, she's a very beautiful soul, and as well as Moku.
Awesome, Ohana.
They just have that style and grace in the ocean, and that deep understanding of being one with the ocean. Super proud of Legend and Mononalu for who they are becoming as matured surfers at such a young age.
Yeah.
They grew up idolizing guys like Andy Irons, Bruce Irons.
Oh, you can see it in their surfing.
And you definitely see it in their surfing.
You know what's interesting is Mananalu for the Duke Kahanamoku specialty event absolutely went out there made it into the finals on his first heat, and I believe he might have won the event. So we'll see during award ceremony time. But Mananalu Chandler, beautiful backdoor, beautiful pipe waves. He was out there this morning.
Yeah.
Driving Uncle Eddie nuts. He's a little small to be out there. Dude, he got gassed on 3 waves. He still paddled out. And then with
no
2 minutes to go, he just paddled over to – he broke his board and came in. The kid is radical.
And they're comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And that's the best thing about it. You give them a door, they'll surf the thing, you know?
It's so good to get to know those 2 boys. Because
Yeah.
I grew up on a brand I'm not going to mention, Wit Coral, and we got to go all over the place, and she's an amazing surfer. So is Dad, and they're raising them right here. This is their second backyard. Like you, Big Island boy, throw it up to the Big Island. And you spent many times in part of the Hui He'enalu family since day one.
And then we
Makua's
got
pumped. You see him out there? He's talking to his team. But remember, guys, this is team format, but they're also surfing individually, you know? So as friends, you know what I mean? There's always that competitive element, too. Every surfer has different relationships. You know, you can also be, like, unstoppable, but then you go surf against this one friend and you get under your skin and, can surf again.
we're all friends at the end of the day, but I think when it comes to surfing, especially pipeline, everybody wants to get the win.
Yeah. It was hard to get the guys out of the water this morning.
Yeah, and all of these guys are out there super friendly, cheering each other on. It's pretty much the best vibes that you could ever have while surfing an event. But don't be mistaken, once sets come rolling through, nobody's talking. That face changes, your mind changes, and it's go time.
It's go time.
And whoever's in the best position obviously gets the wave. And I can guarantee you each and every one of these guys have spent enough time out there to know and to go. And they're not going to hold back. Ayala Stewart has been around forever, being that Uncle Liam took care of him from a young kid. And he's got one of the best pipeline styles amongst everyone that I see. And these are all Hawaiian surfers. We got Kala Grace.
Oh, man. Kala Grace.
He's one of my favorites because I'm biased and I'm a goofy footer.
Right.
And he's a good brother.
Hey, I'm goofy foot, too. Let's not start this brigade.
Congratulations to him.
Yep.
He's a new father.
Yes.
And he's surfing pipeline, doing his job.
Oh, you just made Uncle Willie Grace one Papa. Congratulations.
Yeah. And after all that he's been through, I'm just super happy to see him strong, healthy, back in the lineup, doing what he loves, pushing the limits of surfing pipeline.
Because the community and the viewers, you all see him, what he went through, and what you guys went through. You still face your fears at the end. I seen him post that, the day that we're going to go on, and he's like, okay, ready to face my fears. But, I mean, when he's out there, you guys, his bloodlines, you can't even tell. You already took the drop. What do you mean, face your fear? You just dropped into your fear, and look they come out just ecstatic.
These guys are warriors.
The energy here at this beach and just the surf community.
I'm super proud of each and every one of these guys for who they are, the limits that they're pushing.
Ayala was raised in Waikiki.
Yeah.
I know the family well, the Stewart Ohana. I watched the dad push Ayala out at Baby Queens, and he wanted the best for his son. And I said on the live mic yesterday, hey, man, you made Papa Earl proud.
Look at Makua's family sitting there and watching. You got Hikiana, Leah, Kaleo, Ali'i.
Beautiful.
And all the other nieces and nephews.
They're
and
getting
Alani.
big.
Oh, yeah.
They know Dad is absolutely pumped. He's been marching around frothing. I watched him prepare yesterday, an hour before his heat. He watched Team Japan get in the water a little bit late, so he went and waxed his JS, put it right there in front of the Volcom house, and just he was pacing.
They know Dad's out there to do business, and he's an amazing father.
Amazing.
All of these
and
guys
music
are my
entertainer.
really good friends.
Also got a new album coming out. Makua Kai Rotman.
This guy he doesn't, everything he does 100%. And he's kind of got his hands everywhere. And he does a really good job of, finding the time for everything in his life.
Oh, busy man. And, just knowing Makuakai, growing up with him, he's got priority right now, even though there's no priority in the heat. The way he's apex, sitting up, he's waiting.
It don't matter.
Yeah, but these guys, that's why the team format, these guys are just going to elevate, and we're only on heat 3 of
We might
8
have a
heats.
good look here. Waves coming out of the west. It's got a weird little double up on it. That's why I think no one opted to go. Plus, there's all those ribs up the face of the wave. It just makes it really hard with that current pulling off the shoreline and ripping straight through the channel. As you can see, the photographers in the right-hand corner are actually getting pushed out of position.
Yeah, you can even see
because
all
of the
rings, ringlets.
But it does look a little bit more groomed out there. We're gonna see some amazing rides today, and
because there are a
I
couple
can't wait.
waves with warbles and heavy ruts, but these guys are so good. They just got to re-navigate, and it's a sensitive toe-to-heel edge on rail, contorting your body in the tube.
You put all your trust in your equipment and your physical fitness and ability to be out there, but trusting your equipment is hands down the most important thing. And I believe these are guys with Team Snap 5. We got Parker Coffin.
Parker.
My apologies.
And brother Josh.
Brother Josh Moniz.
So, yesterday, I guess Josh Moniz and Seth Moniz are switching out. We had it on our paperwork as Josh Moniz.
Yeah.
But it was Seth, and Seth got 2 amazing waves. So sorry about that, Seth. You and your brother, you guys are like twins, but you guys do surf the very different.
And there's the man himself, Mason Hall.
Yeah. 2022 Backdoor Shootout winner, I believe, and Snap 5 has been always getting up in there.
Arguably the most entertaining surfer to watch. He makes surfing look so fun on any given day.
His stance, his whole vibe.
Benji Brand is like a guru.
Yeah.
He's just always in the right place at the right time, and he absolutely charges. And he's been on fire now for seasons after season. So,
I was talking how he charges. He charges like he's his own thing, but there's this CJ Hobgood-esque of just Hellman in him, the way he contorts in the tubes. He gets huge pipe cones, and he's been surfing the backdoor sandbar. Amazing.
He keeps himself so composed, and I don't know. It's amazing to see.
He's real humble and calculated. I watched him walk by this morning. Like a young kid, he's just telling his friends about his board. There he is.
They say pipeline picks you, and that is very true. But I think Benji actually creates his luck, and he just has a really good understanding of this wave.
Yeah, and he's been playing with it for a long time. The movie's very entertaining. Go check out Snapped. Gets everybody pumped to surf. And I believe yesterday they had Clay Marzal in there. He didn't, so this format, all these guys, in this format, they get to surf a few times. So if they had a slow heat, they get to make up for it, even though they just want to go for the gusto in every heat. But what a great design. Yesterday was 35 minutes. They got 30-minute heats today. And we just watched the conditions. Those guys are pulling it apart behind us over here at the scaffold.
In my opinion, it's the best format to run an event because it really does give the surfers the opportunity to showcase their skills, but not only that, push the limits, get the best waves, and at the end of the day, the surfer who got the best waves wins the event, right? It's not based on two-wave score, strategy, this and that.
Right.
Like if you look at the Pipe Masters this year, they ran with the similar format to the Backdoor Shootout, and I think it's genius. This is the real deal. Like, the best surfer gets the best waves, and that's how it should be.
How it's designed,
Not go out there, get 2 4s. One guy gets a 7, but a really nice wave.
A regular contest, you can get, and I'm not, everybody's there competing, but then you get the sometimes you don't get the best athlete or, even the athlete of the day the way it's designed. And here we go.
Hopefully we're looking at something that'll hit the reef perfectly. The mix between the north and the west right now has kind of got it long and drawn out, meaning a lot of these waves can either run, and it doesn't help because there's a lot of sand on the inside. But these guys are so good, I hope they find a corner. This is a beautiful shot.
It looks a bit big the way this swell is coming in. It doesn't seem like they're going to get potentials unless there's an A-frame teepee that forms. But I wanted to also make a mention. What I'm noticing watching here is the element of it being big and picking up. I know how hero this heat is. They're not really taking as much as they did yesterday. So there's an element there. It's big, it's large.
They know exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah. So they're going to wait. And
they've seen so many waves out here, and they put in their time year after year. They know exactly what they're looking for, and I don't think anyone's going to take chances because they're not looking for 5, 6s, 7s.
You can't
they're
even
looking
afford
for a 12.
Yeah, you can't even afford to paddle into a junk lemon wave over here. The thing will just crush you.
It'll just be rubber.
Oh, rubber duck. You could be a rubber duck floating over here on the sand. All that foam. Don't want to be that guy. So the photographers definitely have their day cut out for them too, as a few photographers out there have jet ski assist by Hawaiian Water Patrol, but we'll see.
You can always tell it's Krista Funk out there because she puts her ponytail over her helmet like a
like a mohawk.
Helmet.
Okay,
yeah.
That's what she does. Okay.
So I could look out there and be like, oh, Krista's out there today.
It's definitely a name that comes up a lot, one of the Wahines. Photographers putting in her time out here.
Really proud of her because she's dedicated everything to her photography. And, as a friend, she would talk about it all the time, how she had doubts, like, how am I going to make this work or what am I going to do? And she just stuck to her passion and her love of photography and being in the water. And we could see, I think that's Ipple.
Yeah, you got amazing cinematography. You got Mike Ito putting in a lot of time with John Hook. They were one of the 5 photographers that were swam out to the Eddie Aikau.
That's the other guy out there, John Hook.
Yeah, John Hook, yeah. Good stuff. These guys got good energy.
They got a gnarly lineup for the camera guys,
Dude,
too.
That's So there's like, you know what I mean? There's the pipeline posse cameramen that are invited by the surfers and stuff, because you see that thing going on the web with Zeke and stuff.
Yeah.
Butchering clips and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, as a surfer and a father, I just say I'm happy with the memory. That's the real way. I wet my gills. I connected with the Kai. I did my surfing genealogy. And I'm going to go home to my family. Glowing, mind you. Glowing.
We're all surfers.
All our Wahines know. I mean, I don't know if you get Wahine, but they know when you get a few waves and you come home and you rinse it off.
Everyone's happy
at
the end of the day. I mean, there's no bad time in the ocean as long as you get in and you get home safely.
And as broken whitewater, see all these whitewater clouds creates these salt ions, and it flies all around. As you can see, all that Ehukai mist, it goes up into grumpy, like evil Karen's noses, and it makes them super happy to start running and down the bike path with a different kind of energy.
I'm no doctor, but it's like a natural saline treatment.
It is. Well, it could be negative saline. There could be too much saline when you get flogged out there. But I know what you mean.
You get hit pretty hard out here at Pipeline.
You guys always hear me say this, but you could totally get flogged and donuts and then be injured. Too injured to go to work, but enough you could go surfing again. That's how awesome surfing is. Now, babe, I can't make it to work today. My ankle's sore, but I'm going to catch one session down the road. Just make my ankle more sore.
Yeah.
And shoot. These guys are sitting. Another heat where we're getting stuck in a little lull. They paddled over some, but like you said, they're specialists. They're looking for this certain... Makua's way out there. He's going to drift into the Wakita Bowl, the Randall Paulson Bowl. The days of brings me back when I
Talk
talk
about
about
those
that.
guys,
Yeah,
yeah.
Pipeline Posse days. Braden Diaz, if you're watching, what's up?
Brado.
Hawaii in the house. Man, you'll never forget those amazing days. Wolfpack, Pipeline Posse, it's all sons of the Hui He'enalu.
Yeah.
What a wild bunch everybody was. We were just crazy times. We all
Speaking
got
of the-
kids. We all grown up.
Oh, here we go. We got a look. Mackay McNamara taking off.
Beautiful
And,
form. Beautiful hand drag. Hasn't used the knee. Dad whistling. Backside down carve.
For me, it's really hard to talk about how perfect that was and what a great job he did navigating that wave because it's Mackay McNamara.
Yeah.
He does that on a daily basis any day at Pipe.
Yeah.
Like, you could see the boil. He's taking off 15 feet behind the boil, got in early, grabbing his rail, picked
Kid's
the
intense.
perfect line.
Perfect line.
And, you know, it takes a lot for a surfer out there to do that, but he does it with such ease.
Yeah.
Like, that was Mackay's always on really good waves. And that showcased a lot of maturity and experience.
That was
at
a
Pipeline.
mature-ridden wave.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you guys don't know and you guys are new to the surf industry or the surfing lifestyle, his dad, Liam McNamara, when me and Ulu were just babies.
I probably wasn't even a thought.
Oh, yeah, you
to
weren't
be
born
honest.
yet. Yeah, I'm 46. You're way younger than me. So he was helmet down, the Gath helmet, and he was pulling into... He was one of the most intense guys out at Pipeline, the McNamara legacy. And what's up, Landon? I'm sure you're watching your brother.
Brother
Another
Lando.
amazing surfer and music entertainer. Talking about music entertainer, Mr. Makua Kai Rothman.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Making
Jack
music.
of all trades, making music, running for council, doing great things for his community. Not just that, always got all of our backs. Checking on the east, west,
Raising
south
kids.
side. Yeah, raising kids. They're right below us, just frothing at Dad getting away. Dad is shopping with
He's a
620.
soccer dad.
620. Oh, you know those soccer dads. I'm not a soccer dad yet. I got 3 girls, but it must be so hard kicking and screaming to leave the beach when it's epic. But I watch plenty families do that, and I like to pat them on the back like, hey, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Keep them busy.
Keep them going.
But hard for leave the beach.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even your own kids. But, Dad, I don't want to leave the beach. Yeah, but you want to play soccer, right? Baseball, what? Let's go. Nah, but not today. But no, you committed. Let's go.
Kind of support them in any which way they want to go, you know?
Yep.
I don't have kids yet, but I see a lot of my friends who do, and
You got
whatever
nephews
they
and
whatever
nieces
they
on the
want to
way.
do,
Yep.
that's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna put 100% into it.
It's awesome.
And I could speak for all of these guys in the water. All they ever knew was probably surfing, running away any chance they got to go surfing.
Yeah.
I know.
Hey, but the game, you know, if they got wahines and kids,
Yeah.
there's a structure you
There's
gotta
a
kind of
structure.
follow. But when the wahine knows, they get their best man walking through that door after he's been barreled at Pipeline. I mean, you know what I mean? Do you want to deal with the other guy? No. Oh, ole no. Hey, gang, Sinaloa Chips, man, one of our sponsors, locally made tortilla chips, 4 surfboard shapes. You know, the board, they have a few different ones. They got a shortboard, a gun, and a boogie board. But Sinaloa is a family-owned business originally founded in Hanapepe, Kauai, 1992. So Sinaloa, since I've been doing the Backdoor Shootout and affiliated with this amazing event, I've been loving the brand Sinaloa tortilla chips, sacred corn with Asian flavors. Just give it a try. I tell everybody. And hey,
and drink this stuff.
Makani and the Waikea Water Team, Mahalo, Monster Energy, keeping us fueled, never flying away from battle with brittle wings, but always ready to smash like a monster. And we're here at the infamous Pipeline and Backdoor. So exciting day.
If I was to drink a Monster right now, to be honest,
you would cut into somebody's seat.
I don't think I could sit here. I'd be like,
well, we can stand
running
up, but
along
you know,
this
when they
beach or
put us on
something.
camera, we just got to sit back down.
do a couple jumping jacks. Kala is scratching his head out there. He's like, "Where's my 10-footer?"
No, I know, right? This guy is definitely scoring 12s. This guy knows how to pull into the depths of pipeline beasts.
I paddled out yesterday evening just for a couple waves, and I ran into him on the beach, and I was like, yeah, go get him, bro. You'll get a couple. And he's like, I just want one easy, or like I mentioned to him or something like that. I was like, yeah, go get like an easy one. And he's like, no way. I want a nuts one. I was like, bruh, I kind of want to ease my way into things. He's like, nope, I want to go out there and get the nutsest one right off the bat. Which is a good strategy.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, but you shop too long, and we'll see. I know Kala Gray says he's not going to grovel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And one guy that was like that, always around, he could compete on, any size waves, but when he was here at Pipeline was a guy like Bruce Irons. Where you at, Bruce? The guy doesn't want to catch no junk waves.
You can sit out here on a free surf session for 4 hours, 5 hours if you wanted to not catch a wave.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done it.
No, but in a regular contest format,
yeah,
some of these athletes, they're not going to go inside and grovel into one just to make the heat.
And that's honorable.
Yeah, it is honorable. It is honorable because at the end of the day, you're a surfer. You know what I mean?
We're honoring the true form of pipeline surfing. We're not. These guys are. Yeah. And I got a lot of respect for each and every one of these surfers.
Yeah, this team right here is around your age, and you guys all grew up together, huh?
Me and Kala, Makai, and Eala definitely spent a lot of time. Legend is the younger one, and Makua was always the big brother to all of us. I don't know that information, but I want to say
got to be about 15, 16.
Yeah, okay.
And his performances are radical.
So then Legend's probably like 16 or 17.
He's giant.
Maybe on the cusp of. I don't even want to say he's 18. Maybe he is, or he could be older. I don't know, but they surf like they've.
He looks like a junior, and just years. On his first wave of this heat, you can just tell how smooth and powerful he is.
It's crazy because like these waves look they don't look that big on the TV screen, and you like turn around and you look at that thing and you're like,
right off the balcony. No, it's giant out there.
That wave breaking is no joke.
17 seconds, 10 to 12 feet, no joke. Hawaiian Extreme Sports, Ocean Paddler TV, Zone Media, all in one. These guys are here with us, bringing the live action. And wow, way outside, as you can see from the drone, mean.
Oh.
There is some fourth reef sets coming outside of Rocky Point, or way out there. Yeah, so the heat should be coming to an end shortly.
Not much action out there, but
21 seconds remaining.
We got a long day ahead of us.
Oh, yeah. Yala Stewart, Kala Grace, Legend Chandler, Makai McNamara, and Makua Kai Rothman.
All Hamas.
All Hamas. But in 3 seconds it ends, but McNamara got the best out of that heat. So he is now on a scorecard with that wave. And these guys are going to surf again. So thank you guys for joining us. We're going to move on into the next heat. So make sure you guys come right back. Commercial breaks are about 2 minutes. So Ulu, good to have you in the booth with us, brother. And here we go on the replay. Makai McNamara, just like you said, unreal. So, hey, you guys will be right back. Ezra Rodriguez and Ulu Boy. We'll talk to you guys soon. Aloha.
Aloha.
Snap two, bring it back. The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the beautiful pipeline on the north shore of Oahu. And we are here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. I am Ulu Napiahi, and alongside me is the good brother Ezra.
What's up, guys?
All right.
How you guys doing? Oh,
There's Legend
more action.
Chandler. Just
Parker.
taking another stroll.
He is?
Yeah.
Just a stroll,
He's going to
pondering.
go up into the yard, take a hot shower, and kick back with all his family and friends after his heat is pow. And we got another heat along the way.
Yeah, team snapped with the champ from last year, Benji Brand. Josh Moniz this time switching out with his brother Seth. Seth has some amazing scores on the board. Then you got Mason Ho, Parker Coffin. Oh, and Seth's in here.
Wow.
2 Moniz.
You
Oh,
got-
I like their style.
Josh and Seth.
Oh, good stuff. Wow, the Snap Family Surf. If you guys ever need to get pumped after work, you're feeling a little down, log on to Snap 5 and watch the clips right off the get-go. Benji
Absolutely
Brand
amazing.
at Pipe, doing his thing, and that's last year's champion. They're competing as a team, Ulu, but they're also going for a massive prize purse individually.
How much money are they? What is it?
Say like 50 grand, but I gotta go double
I
check.
don't- yeah,
that
I don't
'cause
wanna
you never
speak
know.
too soon,
Yeah, I don't
but-
want to speak too soon.
I'd be
I was looking for the suitcase of money when I was on break.
If you
yesterday,
find it,
but I
like,
didn't
let me
find
know.
it.
Throw me
I
a
think
bone.
it's
I'm
somewhere
just
in this
joking.
Jerry house. I know it is.
It's hidden in the walls.
Jerry
of this
Lopez,
Jerry
if you're
house.
tuning in, what's up, Uncle Jerry? Absolute legend. I'm sure you're shredding the snow. This guy is absolutely amazing.
Mr. Pipeline. I mean, I watched his documentary, and I mean, Jerry Lopez is so his style and his grace.
Jerry-esque.
It's kind of why I wanted to surf Pipeline. Oh, here we go. We got Josh
I love that
Moniz
from you.
looking at this backdoor wave.
Yeah,
His
Josh.
positioning was perfect on that wave.
Mhm.
These guys are so good at
They
finding that inside double up rights.
Mm-hmm.
Really good at surfing the pipe wave if it is offered. But, you know, Josh and Seth are, to me anyway, are the kind of surfers that can take any conditions and produce something out of it. They can take nothing and make something.
I got to watch
But-
these little boys. They had big heads, small little bodies. They were like miniature, and they were doing little wiggles at baby queens, and now look at them. They're men doing massive carves, surfing waves all around the world. And they're also aerialists. Very, very, I pride them here in Hawaii as some of our amazing aerialists and acrobatics.
Just a quick pocket ride for brother Josh.
They surf similar, but they have differences. They both square up with the lip a little different, but they both have that Moniz-esque in them, too.
Oh, yeah.
Very powerful like Dad.
Some of my favorite surfers.
Yep,
when
big
we
time.
when we were kids growing up surfing in the amateur events, or at least for me, I'd be like, "Oh my God, it's Josh and Seth."
Micah
You know,
Moniz, what's
Micah.
up, brother? Isaiah,
brother Micah.
I love those two goofy footers. Talking about goofy footers, they're on the other side of the tracks from these other two, the younger brothers. It's always a family affair. What a great one.
And then there's Kilia Moniz.
Oh, yeah.
The queen.
Two-time longboard world champ.
Yep.
Gave her a shout-out yesterday and just said, good for you.
I got a lot of
Good
respect
for
for her
you, girl.
and doing that.
Yep.
She's very
Big time.
empowering and
she
inspiring.
gave me the chicken skin when she said, hey, it's not real anymore. You can't recreate.
But I
us."
think we're going to head down to Makua on the beach for an interview.
Oh, nice. Perfect. Yeah, Makua. Back down to the beach there.
everybody. I'm here with my dad, Mukuro.
I love this.
And Dad, how was it out there?
I mean, it's such a beautiful day. There's super good waves, but in our heat, there wasn't very many waves to catch. I think maybe 2 waves were ridden, and Makai got probably the best wave of the heat, and it wasn't really that good for shootout standards. And it's just kind of the luck of the draw out here. Sometimes you get one, you don't, but just like soccer, just because the first half isn't good doesn't mean you can't win the game in the second half, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, baby. I love you, and thank you guys all for tuning in. Apologies for not being able to perform out there right now, but like I said, it's only halftime. It's only the second round. We got a few more rounds to go, and I guarantee you we put on a show after that. Love you guys. Aloha.
Well, thank you, Dad.
Oh, love that guy.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. Here, give me next. Whoosh.
Real good. This guy always has words of wisdom, man.
Yeah.
And look at his beautiful daughter. Right on, Moko Kai Rotman. Your performance was excellent yesterday. And like how this format is designed, you know, also we go off Mother Nature. Sometimes, you know, to get fed the waves. Like if you think about a standard surf contest, you rip from the first round all the way to the semifinal. Think about it. Once you get in the final, you're going to get the short end of the stick because you've already got into that balance. Mother Ocean ain't going to. So the way this is designed, you get to surf a few times. Some people might get the short end of the stick and others will rise above. And every heat is different. So Team Snapped out in the lineup as they got waves approaching.
Aside from that, what I really love about this event, we might have a look. Oh, no, we don't. But aside from that being the structure of the event, what I think is the best is all the marketing that these surfers companies can use for whatever it is that they want, because obviously they're out there doing their job. But they can take... Oh,
what was that, a ghost ride?
Seth almost got sucked over. He was looking at it and then pulled back and almost pulled him over the falls.
Wow.
Positioning.
I know, positioning is key over here.
Seth's probably sitting there like, yeah, bro, I could have guaranteed I could have made that.
That's exactly
somehow.
Oh, man. Oh, I love every different camera angle here as we're watching.
There's a kohola in the background.
From every different perspective.
Just all the angles of Pipeline.
So, yeah, we're going to be calling up. So, Seth Moniz, they got some rides. Oh, excuse me. Josh Moniz. Snap 5. You got the champ Benji Brand, so you guys just stay tuned. Yeah. From 20 minutes left in this heat, there is a wave approaching. What do you think, Ulu? It's not going to materialize, or are you going to see a taker here?
I got to look behind me. I don't think so.
I know you're El Natural. You got to look off the balcony, and yeah.
It's hard to read for the viewers sitting at home looking at this. Like, you know, it's nothing like seeing the raw elements, the currents, the direction.
Yeah, so we're going to get some live GoPro footage from the surfer's perspective off Nolan Keolana's jet ski under the watchful eye of Uncle Terry Ahui from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Look at that view.
That's the controlled chaos.
And what we're letting you guys know right now is some surfers are going to take the GoPro and pull into some barrels. So when me and Ulu are talking about the situation and they're pulling in, we can go into the barrel with them first time in history.
We'll have a virtual reality.
Yep, virtual reality. It's like how Nate Florence, he's coming up in later heats, how he took us around the world with his GoPro.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. I mean, I've never And I would never paddle out to some of those spots this animal went out to. But thank you for getting me barreled with you, brother. The technology nowadays is amazing. Can be a negative thing or a real positive thing like this.
It's amazing what the Hawaiian Water Patrol can do with these jet skis.
That is one of the beasts, the Keaulana legacy. Very talented, brother. That guy jumped off his rig to save Kala Grace, and he had to make a split decision. These guys innovate and create and just try to make water safety, water rescue just boom, they're right on you, taking care of you. I've watched this guy save a few lives, and him and his brother Brandon, Keone, they don't give up. All these guys. And, you know, one of my favorites, and he put on an outstanding show yesterday, is Pomai Ho'opili.
They're very they're very giving humans, you know. They're very selfless. They're always thinking about everyone else, and throughout the day in the event of surfing, they're constantly operating at a high level of stress, thinking worst case scenario, always being on top of it.
Yeah.
And that's a hard thing to do for 8 hours a day.
These guys are,
Here we go. Brother Josh looking at another backdoor double up on the inside.
Around. He's pumping down the line on the impossible, but you never know. Here we go. Is that Mason? That's his dig.
Mason. Are we going to see a switch? Oh,
that was a beautiful butt drag just for what he was given.
Yeah.
That's how he rode it.
He definitely took advantage of the time that he had in the barrel by stalling that extra to where he almost was riding up high in the barrel. And normally, you know, your tails give out, but you could tell that he's on a longer board. I believe he's probably on like a 6'9", 6'10",
There's
maybe.
There's other surfers that need to do this, but I just can't tell them, like, hey, man, I'm a fan of yours. You look way better on a bigger board. Learn to ride some foam. Big butt drag, got him up the face, but that helped him exit. You see all these, like, the Mason Ho elements.
There's all these little details.
Oh, he's got some.
He's very, very skilled surfer. How's brother Josh doing?
No fun duck diving in there. I wonder what happened.
He's not moving as fast as he normally does. I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
But just driving in a backdoor barrel. Backdoor is by far, in my opinion, the most dangerous wave.
But the best case scenario for him is it drops out from under you, but it probably dropped him out and slammed him right down on sheer rock. I mean, that happens a ton. We always fall different. But yeah, not his characteristic paddle unless he's going to get sucked around by gums. But we do have jet ski assist. If the surfer is stuck on the inside, Uncle Eddie and the Hui wants these surfers to get more save their energy and more performance. So that's awesome too when you can take that off of your plate.
We want the viewers to see an exciting show, you know? Because that's what we want to see.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
And watching guys like Mason Ho do what he does, that's exciting. Yep. And that's stuff that I want to watch. We got 14 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And
plenty time.
As Josh is still making his way back out there, and we got all kinds of currents, and they're dealing with so much out there, and they're making it happen.
Yep.
I can see Ivan, Eli, and John getting ready to paddle out for their heat. Josh is still making his way out.
Wow. Huh. I wonder what's going on with the assist. Oh, but the 96712, like Ulu said, they stay walking down the beach as Josh is still fighting the whitewater here on the inside.
That's relentless.
He
probably got dragged about 150 yards from where he started.
And then that whitewater that didn't look like much pulled him back 10 yards.
Yeah. some days the current's so bad, like along the shoreline at Pipe, you got to like walk down the, like just before off the wall or the end of back door, jump in, and within the matter of seconds, like 10 seconds, you're already getting pushed. And hopefully you can time it right to where you get like a little keyhole through the channel, and then when you get into that blue water, you're like, oh, I finally made it.
Yeah, but if you don't get there, you're going to get sucked down the Rockies. I mean, the fight is not fun. When it lets you up, it lets you up.
And you never want to do the walk of shame, right? Get out on Ehukai in front of lifeguard tower, walk back.
Yeah.
Everyone's on the
But
porch
if you keep
yelling.
fighting the current, our fellow lifeguards, and there's legends in that tower, will come down with the bullhorn and go, Ezra, don't fight the current. Just let it take you. And then come in over here. Okay, will do.
Team Snap 5.
Excellent film, excellent athletes, the best of the best. These guys are on there. Some heavy entertainers out there in the lineup. And we got a paddler, Ulu.
Looks like Benji Brand.
Here we go.
That is Benji Brand. Just kind of feeling his way through things. I didn't see much in that wave. I think he was probably just wanting to ride something, you know, get the ball
they've been
rolling.
sitting a long time, 12-17. Also had a little bit of reverb up the face of it, too. He wasn't going to get much out of it.
Look at these guys.
Ivan had an excellent performance last year. You were here, yeah. He was getting very close to taking the lead with his goofy foot surfing.
We got the trio. We got John, Ivan, and Nate.
Yeah.
Ivan being the youngest.
And I believe Jose Angel might be in this one.
Yep, Jose Angel and Eli Olsen.
Their brother,
That's,
Eli Olsen.
True North Shore crew right there.
Big time. Watched all these guys
Here we
grow
go.
up.
Parker Coffin taking off that pipeline. Classic style, standing tall. Gets blown out and a little flyaway.
Oh, man, Parker from Monster. Amazing athlete, man, this kid.
Definitely all world-class surfers, but
Yeah.
Parker Coffin is a very smooth surfer, as you can see.
Put on an amazing performance.
Double hand drag, stand tall, fights through the chandelier,
Yeah.
and just gets blown out.
Kid charges. I mean, none of these athletes out there want medium waves, but sometimes they got to take it and put some scores on the board.
Yeah. I would be so stoked with that wave. Kidding me?
Oh, we got Water Patrol going in the lineup. And here we go. Another beautiful drone shot here.
Here we go.
As Zone Media is
It looks
showing
like
us
we got a
couple
little
angles,
bit
yeah?
shape to this wave right here.
They're going to A-frame.
Yeah, somebody's going to get it. Looks like Seth, if I'm wrong. But that is Seth.
Here we go. From this beautiful drone footage gets spit out.
Thank you, Seth.
Oh, Seth Moniz, you on fire. What
Thank
a way
you.
to open up this heat at 10:09 remaining.
Thank you, Seth, for that beautiful display of amazing pipeline
got
surfing.
We got to watch it from the sky with Zone Media and then turn our heads off the balcony and watch them get spit out. This is amazing.
You could see how that thing was forming into the teepee with the corner. We're going to take a look at it right now. Just a very beautiful pipeline wave. Classic pipeline wave. Late drop, pulls in, heavy spit. And he's happy with that.
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm going to do a couple turns.
Yeah, nice little bonus snap. Got himself right all the way over to the sandbar. That was Coffin kicking out. He's doing some hunting because you never know what you're going to get, yeah?
Hunting season.
Yeah, hunting. Sometimes you just got to go to see. It also sets you up and puts you in position for the next one sometimes. And like Ulu said, pipeline picks you. You never know where you'll be loitering in the lineup, paddling out like, oh, bro, you got to be ready. Always got to be ready. Yeah. You got guys like Bruno Santos, Ian Gouveia, Kona Oliveira from Nave. They'll be coming up along with Team Japan. So, man, we're getting through some awesome heats, and these guys are going to definitely – I didn't hear the exact call because every heat they pull apart pipeline and backdoor and making sure that it's still doing its thing because this is the backdoor shootout.
Yeah.
So, we're going to see if they're going to want to run the third round. I just love the format and the care that goes into this event.
I love how surfers have a say in the event.
Oh, yeah. And then early in the morning in the dark, the banter,
You show up, you pull names of teams out of a hat, draw the order, and
but they pick it apart like Uncle Kavika Stan. Amazing man, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just like his energy right away. Like when I'm around him, the way he touches you, and he just like, I love working with him. And I watched him surf all his secret spots deep northeast side when I was a little kid. And there was always these myths and stories about him from my elders. Like, it's just not somebody you mess with. As a little kid, we just admired him and Uncle Daryl Stant. And he was down there, and he asked Crystal Ball, "Hey, what you think about the waves? Your opinion?" And he didn't really say, and it was just super funny. I said, "No, you got to tell Uncle your professional opinion about, because he's asking you, because this is a family affair. He wants all you pro surfers to be super happy. So please answer. Don't be scared to answer. Like, it's perfect. Don't say that. If it's not perfect, tell him." And that's how we all work together down here.
Uncle Kavika he's a beautiful man, and I'm very fortunate that I had them in my life since I was a young kid, and being brought up around their family, as well as Uncle Eddie and everyone who puts on the event, everyone who is a part of Hui Ohe and Alu. Definitely back to what you were saying about Uncle Kavika. He's an intimidating person. So when he asks you a question, sometimes you don't really know what to say.
Yeah.
Or he'll ask you a trick question, and he'll whack you, and he'll be like, "I'm just joking." He has the softest heart.
Oh, yeah.
And
I watched him younger than he is now, just surfing this left, and I'm not going to tell you where it is, bro. That was his spot. And then, and we knew as young surfers, you would hear it all the way down the coast. "Hey, watch out for Uncle Kavika." My dad always told me as I was, "Hey, go say hi to all your uncles. Make sure." It's all about respect.
Oh, yeah.
If there's no respect, paradise doesn't work.
You got to give respect to get respect.
And I, as a local boy, got to wake up and remind myself and hit myself in my meridian and tell me, "Brah, I'm this. Wake up in paradise." Super thankful, grateful to be a part of this and have all these amazing, I can't even express on this headset mic how awesome these individuals are that we're surrounded by in your life, in my life.
To have the gratitude, right, for everything that we have, and being in this beautiful place surrounded by amazing people and the community that it comes with.
The surf community, it's not just North Shore. North Shore is a big
worldwide.
part of the hugest world community, the Giant Surfers Union. You're either in or you're out.
And that was
plenty of people think they're in with the touch of buttons on their phone, but that's not how you get in, man.
No, there's FaceTime on a phone, but FaceTime of putting in your time.
Yeah. Exactly.
That goes a long way.
Yeah.
Seth just taking a cruise, showing
and
us
brown nosing just ruffles feathers. Oh, bro, going for the backside straight out. Set Moniz family surf.
Here goes Mason. You never know what to expect from Mason. You don't need when he takes off on a
tail drop
wave.
Floatered that thing and then did his Papa Michael Ho swing, but nah, he knows what he's doing. Been watching him and Sheldon score some amazing waves.
We got 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Looks like we got some lines stacking up on the outside.
We might have 2 more surfers catch a wave, hopefully.
Yeah, I'd really like these guys to get an opportunity to put up some scores and get amazing rides. Oh, that's Mason's got to be on like a 7.2. Just guessing by the way he's paddling. So we're jamming on by.
Yeah, we're jamming on by. We're going to go on to Heat 4, and we got 8 teams total. As you know, they're getting scored on their speed, power, and flow, but in this event, they're getting scored on their respect for the ocean, their positioning, their strengths. It's all being dissected by one of the most judging panels I've ever seen. I mean, these guys could make a team and win the backdoor shootout.
Oh, yeah.
Different generations up there on the scaffolding.
I know Flynn Novak's up there.
Flynn Novak, Barton Lynch. Kahea Hart is an alternate judge. We have Love Hodel and Joel Centeo. That is a heavy panel.
That's some good judges right there. Because they have all surf pipeline.
Yeah.
And Flynn Novak is, still bronzing. That's
unreal,
a joke between him and I.
Runs. I mean, I go out.
He's still there, and he's been there for years.
I go out to Rockies, and I expect to run into him and all those guys like Ezra Sitt and stuff.
Yeah.
But when I don't see him, I was like, "What's going on over here?"
There's a group of guys, and you just look at them, nod your head, paddle up to them, give them a big hug.
Oh, big time, because we all grew up together around
Here goes Mason floating in.
Floating in, roll in for Mace.
See what a big board does?
He never jump off Uncle Terry's ski, because that was just a float in. Look at him.
Now he's surfing, having fun.
Negotiating foam. Still makes it past the clipper, almost. Where
He
the two
caught
waves
that
ignite.
wave from a little chip that was nothing out there. And that's the beauty of having a longer board with volume.
Everybody's
You can
lucky
get it
that
early.
thing didn't come over him and just give him a square pipe cone. Look at him go.
Everyone
He
sees
even did a backside
pipeline
snap.
barreling, nuts, drops, takeoffs, but Mason will just take off and do a couple S
Look
carves.
at him flying over that foam as well, too. I mean, that's not easy when that turbulence is going through your fins. He's going to take one on the head. Ooh, his board got this beautiful Mayhem board.
Handle.
Yeah, last year Uncle Michael Ho was in a heat pumping through backdoor. That was radical, man. Tupac Shakur, absolute legend. I hope I age like that because he's amazing. Guy does it all. Guy won, talking about Duke Kahanamoku, he won the Legends division at the Duke Kahanamoku Ocean Festival.
That's beautiful.
Yep. He
Uncle
borrowed my
Michael
longboard.
Ho.
He went out with his killer team. It was one of our sponsors, Waya, KL Water. He borrowed my Tolhurst surfboard, and he just rips on the thing. The guy's got that. That's why I call him Tupac Shakur, man. He's unreal. Legacy. You know who also, talking about Duke Kahanamoku and the specialty event, Derek Ho, Legacy, his son, McCall Ho, made it into the longboard finals yesterday and did a hell of a good job.
My heart goes out to that family. Uncle Derek was a very special person in all of our lives, as well as Pipeline. But we're going to hit a short break, and we'll be back with more action from the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, thank you, Ulu, for being here with us. Mahalo, gang. See you soon.
Aloha.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu. Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha guys, welcome back to the beautiful North Shore of Hawaii here at Pipeline.
Majestic magic.
I'm Ulu Napiahi alongside me, my good brother.
Yeah, brother Ezra Rodriguez. How you, gang? Thank you for joining us back as we got North Shore's 96712. Eli Olsen, Ivan Florence, Jose Angel, Nate Florence, and replacing Koa Rockman is world champion John Florence.
How nice.
How nice, yeah?
Koa's got a stunt double.
Yep. That's Koa's stunt double if you guys never knew.
John Florence. He's not John anymore. He's just John Florence.
John.
Amazing.
John,
I mean,
the guy Florence.
This heat speaks for itself. They are the pack from the 96712 North Shore of Oahu. Eli Olsen, stuntman, black belt in jiu-jitsu, amazing MMA fighter, surfer, super disciplined.
On him. He's frothy.
Funny, super funny guy.
Yeah, charges.
Ivan Florence is Mr. Cool.
Oh, yeah. How's those handlebars?
Kinda...
He's one of my favorites. It's goofy. I love the way he surfs all kinds of waves, but he surfs pipeline amazing and backdoor.
Ivan's been getting a little nuts, though, with the competitive surfing. I heard in the other contests, him and his brothers had a thing for the Pipe Masters, and he put his head down and he's like, you guys better watch out for me.
Oh, man, he's coming.
Ivan's turning a page with that beard he's got.
I mean, I've been watching him turn on over the years. I mean, he's always talented, but, like, he's getting really noticed now. Like, he's a definite threat, but that's funny when you come out of the gate and just tell your brothers to get out of your way. That's classic.
Then we got John Florence, world champion, one of my favorite surfers, probably the best surfers, if not the best surfer in the entire world.
I agree.
You can't say more about the guy.
Yeah.
But he's doing some really cool stuff aside from surfing.
Yeah.
Running his company, traveling the world in the way that he wants to.
Seeing him designing some killer shoes that are just look like next level kind of stuff.
And they're all so close, so they're supporting each other through what they got going on, and they got a good team. And I'm sure Koa's on the beach.
Yeah.
Watching his friends surf.
Yeah, because, there's also in that North Shore Surf Shop boys, that's like part of their pack too, you know what I mean? So they had to split the talent up, and that's what you have. They should be calling Team Nave pretty soon. We got Bruno Santos, the Gouveia Legacy, the Oliverias, Silveria, and Johan Peter. They'll be coming up next. These are 30-minute heats. This is the second surf for 96712. Yesterday, they got pretty good waves, but I think John got the best out of the team exchange. There's like about 3 minutes left. Ulu, and he got that, like how you were talking about Makai's. I would compare it to Makai's. That traditional drop in, butt slide, shove the knee, adjust, and then just come spitting out, just perfection. I thought that was really well written. The judges definitely have their work cut out too, because all of these guys pull in so good with all kinds of technical style, contorting their body, doing what they feel comfortable with, but then they also have to judge upon the context, and the shape of the wave is important. You know what I mean? So that's
sure.
going to make a huge difference in the scoring potential of having a champion this year.
Every wave is different. Every wave hits the reef differently, and what stands out, obviously, is the height, your positioning, how critical the drop is, how deep you get. But speaking of that, we're going to go get real deep with the Moniz brothers down on the beach for this interview.
Oh, good stuff.
Hello, everybody. I'm Nalia Rothman, and today I'm here with the
Love
Moniz
it.
brothers.
The best.
How was it out there?
Hi, yeah, the waves are fun out there. It's definitely tricky today. Little victory out sea, big north swell, so it's definitely hard, but we managed to get a couple waves.
Yeah, it was fun. We got to just surf with our friends.
Josh
It's
was a
the
foot
best contest
taller.
ever, right? Yeah. What else?
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for interviewing us.
Thank you.
What else? You got anything else for us?
Good job.
I love that girl.
Yeah, who's that host down there? Good job, you guys.
Nalia.
You good job. You good job, honey. The Rothman legacy. If you come to the North Shore and you never heard about Rothman's, then shoot, man.
She's so
Educate
cool,
yourself.
and cute,
Yes.
and like she knows she can get away with it.
I watched her at some Menahuni contest. Yeah, Dad brought her.
She's kind of like the dad in a way. Really talented at everything she does. See, I even get to hype up my friends' kids.
No, I know. That's
on this
awesome.
thing.
Is she into music as well?
I'm sure she's gonna get
Look,
into
I'm
it.
sure she picks up the instruments and just starts going with Dad.
She
Wouldn't be
has to.
surprised.
That's what she's surrounded by. So
Yeah, she's raised definitely well, because I've always liked Makua's posts of him, telling you about your kapuna, going visit his grandma, bring her roses, and just, telling the public, come on, guys. Mad respect for that, Ohana, as these guys have been pushed out by the current you were talking about earlier, and now they're making their way back in as they were too far out. 96712, Ellie Olsen, Ivan Florence, John Florence, Jose Angel, and Nate Florence, Surfer of the Year, Surfer Paul. Stoked. We also had Hilton Elves on the beach. Did you get to see him? Are you familiar?
I'm not.
He painted a pipeline wave, and this is his artwork right here on the T-shirts. Don't forget,
did see him.
If they're tell the public, hey, if you guys are at home and you can't make and join us on the beach, and you're watching us live on channel 1020, or you guys are on Surfline, Brother Jeff guys from Surfline, aloha. What you guys can do is go on dahui.com. And we have all the merch over there, okay? We also have T-shirt sales down the beach. They're $25, $5 posters. You guys are going to want to get this iconic event. Yeah.
To the most exciting and entertaining person, we got Mason Ho down on the beach.
Oh, nice.
Hello, I'm Nalia Rothman, and I'm here with Mason Ho. Today, how was it out there, Uncle Mason?
The waves were big and scary, Nalia. I used to love to watch it when I was your age.
Yeah, it looked really big. How'd you feel when you got really wiped out?
I got wiped out. I was just trying to stay calm, and I kept looking at Hawaiian Water Patrol. Right when the wave would almost crash on me, I'd look at the Hawaiian Water Patrol, and I'd be like, don't panic, Mason. Everything's okay. They're right there. And then I'd come up, and there'd be another one. And then I was like, everything's not okay, Mason. But it was, because when I came up, they were right there. And they always keep us safe out there.
Well, thank you, Uncle Mason.
You're welcome, Nalia. Thank you.
We got to somehow get Mason up here because he's so good.
Yeah, and he's
at
a
entertaining.
past champion. Yeah, he is.
But Nalia is killing it down there.
You're killing it, Nalia. Good job, Nalia Rothman.
This is such a family fun event, aside from it being the most prestigious pipeline event, in my opinion.
Yep, that's my opinion, too.
I just love it,
Yep.
You got everybody's families, kids running around, surfers. The camaraderie of everyone getting together is beautiful. As we see the world champ, John Florence.
Replay during the interview.
That's like a throwaway for him. He's
Oh,
like,
big time.
I'm
I was
gonna
gonna say
I'm
that's
gonna just
not
take
John
this ride and just cruise. Anyone else would give a limb for that wave?
Oh, right.
Mr. John Florence.
Amazing stuff. Because they're not going to sit on each other, but we did have a laugh yesterday. Their heat was a little slow yesterday. So we all laughed because we feel as friends, they all have the same lineup. Out of all the packs in the zone drone footage, they were sitting around this one keyhole, and I thought it was funny. Watch them do it again. They're all friends. They all line up the same, like you said on that boil. So
They're playing king of the keyhole.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, and you know, this is a team format designed to elevate their surfing. Trust me, no matter how much these guys love each other, these guys are ready for battle.
They're the best. They're the best. All these guys are the best.
Yeah. They
Like-
put in their time. They got invited by the Hui Nalu. Are you kidding me? You know, there's so much past history. And, you know, that's why we honor not only why, but Duke Kahanamoku. It happened to him, you know, and then his contest after Duke was no longer with us. The Hawaiians couldn't even surf in his events. Like, that's massive. And that's why Uncle Eddie and his team designed this. It's like, tired of our local boys getting the short end of the stick. And it's not just for our Kama'aina. It's for people that surf pipe that are a part of this ohana right here down on the sand.
On any given day, you know, like if Pipeline's firing and they got like a really important event going on, if you were to throw any of these guys in the mix from any of these heats, they probably would have made a lot of upsets over the years
Big
of
time.
professional surfing here on the North Shore.
Yep. Big time.
Because a lot of them never had the opportunity to be a part of, even have a chance to be at a part of the event in their backyard.
How will you ever know? You know what I mean?
And, you know, Uncle Eddie's given generations of surfers the opportunity to showcase their talent and give them the opportunity to showcase their skills. And, you know, this gives them a name. And all these guys have been in that position. And that's the beauty of this event.
Yep.
I love to see all these brothers doing their thing. And now they're all, you know,
I love you joining us in the comment
well
booth,
established.
too, but I also want to see you in a team.
I would love to, you know, like you said, you honor the guys putting in their time. I've been away for 3 years now, and I haven't put in my time. So respectfully, I need to sit aside and watch, you know. But a part of me is like, wish I was out there with my friends. I've surfed a heat with Mason, Kalau, Grace, Ayala Stewart, myself, and I forget who else, but Makua. And some of the best times of my life. And what's up, guys?
Yeah, gang.
I always say it, I forget sessions. I forget waves. But I always remember who I surf with. It's the craziest thing.
It is crazy. As we got some waves approaching here. Gang, thanks for joining us. As you can see behind me in Ulu, the waves are going off 10 to 12 feet at 17 seconds. Thank you to Surfline, keeping us updated. Thank you to Zone Media. Thank you to Sinaloa, Monster Energy Drinks, Waiakea, Two Thumbs Tattoo, Aloha Salads. Thank you, Elon and the gang, our headline sponsors, Go Nuts Hawaii, and also Keiki Beach Bungalows. Just a couple clicks down the beach over here. Beautiful stay at that amazing resort.
Keiki Beach.
Hard to stay over there. It's so beautiful that the place is absolutely booked. So if you guys, Kama'aina and visitors, you guys are watching, and you guys are planning to come to the 7 Mile Miracle, that is an amazing place to stay, Keiki Beach Bungalows. And that was not too bad wave.
That was
not going to win the backdoor shootout, but that's how good everybody is.
I think where he was at the TP, like where it was hitting the reef, he was directly in the middle of it. And it's the backdoor shootout because you can either backdoor Pipeline or you can backdoor the backdoor.
Well said.
But it's always good to position yourself deeper in order to get that good line to drive through the barrel. Instead of take off at the very top, you'll have to airdrop. And it's really hard to like disengage your board and then get back down on the water and make that bottom turn. So Eli probably knew that he was just in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And it went under him.
I've seen him go on some stuff. Oh, don't! But he goes.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to the Coast Guard. What's up, gang? We also had a Wahine in the body surfing final yesterday. She was water rescue Coast Guard. Delori. So shout out to you. Thank you for body surfing with the men. Tom Sales was out there doing his thing. You know, one of the purest forms of catching a wave is with your body. You know what I mean? Whether you wear surf trunks, it's just you, your fins, or your Speedo. You know what I mean? And you are also familiar with Alaya. You Alaya a lot too. Yeah, that's another pure form of wave sliding.
I think growing up in Hawaii, you just kind of ride whatever there is.
Yep.
Whatever you can get your hands on. And I'm
your
sure
Big Island roots from where you come from down there. I've visited Pohiki a few times, Kaikakalama and all of them. I love that whole vibe down there. I'm not going to talk about the waves I love, but there is some amazing culture, surf culture down there. It's different.
The energy.
It's neat, the energy. Of
it's
that
very
island.
raw and rural.
Yeah.
And,
Lava rock. I've been to spots that are no longer there, but I can honestly tell you what an amazing place it is. But,
some of the best waves I've ever
surfed. To see. Yeah, I know. I know. I watched you as a little kid. I actually visited the Pohiki area, and I was watching you surf trees. And I watched you totally get barreled, and you were little, man.
Yeah, there was.
And I was like, oh, who's that? And then I started seeing you come over here, and I started seeing you put in your time with all your friends.
I remember when I first showed up here, and I was like, whoa, look at all this sand.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. And then you watch the wave break, and you're like, if I catch that wave, I'm actually going to go to sand. I'm not going to go to a cliff or rocks.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That Big Island vibe. And then, it's up to you if you want to wear a leash.
Yeah.
But, I watched you put in your time, and you are a household name over here, even though you said you've been taking, 3 years, We all do our things. I stopped surfing this place a long time ago. I just like to have fun. I can't sit in that long pecking order. But I just love it. I know about it. I love waves and discussing surfing.
Just being here.
Like to have fun,
being here and seeing all my friends and being with you guys and putting in the time. This is like family for me, like
big time.
And I don't care if I go out there and surf. I'm happy that these guys are doing their thing and killing it. I just like to see my friends.
And we discuss and exuberate what's going into this
and you cheer
event.
Everyone on and just be happy for these guys who are out here risking their lives.
Like
they put their lives on the line every day, and
this is only the first half. This is North Shore Boy, the 96712. This is their second surf, and this is a very dangerous team. And Koa Rothman, if you're watching, what's up, brother? I know you're just living and cruising and just take care of that injury, but we definitely miss you. That's one of the guys that come to mind all the time.
I'm super thankful that he's doing okay after the injury that he took. Talked to him yesterday, and I think he's making the right decision to kind of just step back, allow himself to heal. Because, brain injuries are one of those things, like you get a concussion and you don't properly heal it. You get a concussion again, and that's where it causes more damage to your brain. And it's a very serious thing. That's why a lot of these surfers wear helmets nowadays. And I think safety is a big thing about it. Yeah.
To check on himself. But how does Makua get injured and Dad lets him go surf the Eddie? I always trip out on that. But yeah, Koa, Godspeed on healing up super fast. We miss you over here, brother.
It's funny because Uncle Eddie used to make them wear helmets when they were kids.
Yeah.
They're trying to be as cool as they possibly could.
I remember that.
Well, for Koa, and he would never wear them, but I think he's considering it
McCullough
because of the
never
level that
wanted
he's
to his
taking
kids.
it. Yeah.
But we grew up around Jamie O'Brien on the same surf brand, and I watched Dad put McCullough in a helmet on certain occasions. Yeah.
Look
and
at this
I heard a
beautiful
couple guys
place.
discuss on the third floor of the scaffold saying, wow, a lot of people now are making the switch to the helmets and stuff.
I mean, it's a smart decision. That the level of surfing out here at Pipeline is so high on any given day. It's like they're pushing the limits so far that it's inevitable.
Yeah.
Like injuries are gonna happen.
Yeah.
They're pushing the sport. They're pushing the level at Pipeline. And this isn't like your everyday walk in a park, you go surfing, have fun kind of wave.
It's not.
You literally put everything you got on the line, and it's amazing to see these guys do what they do year after year. This is their backyard. They feel super comfortable. And I'm at awe of their surfing and their ability and everything that they're doing in the water as well as outside of the water.
Yep. In the kai, on the land. These guys are gentlemen.
They're making
they
a
got some
move
action,
for
huh?
something, yeah. I just got to look behind me.
And, talking about those helmets with you, Ulu, and stuff, it is funny how every surfer prepares. Some of us go, should I wear a leash? Should I not wear a leash? And then you got that helmet thing. Should I wear a helmet? Should I not wear a helmet? And then it comes down to what board are you going to ride? There's so much things in surfing that we can joke and laugh about because we do become a chore inside the mind sometimes.
Oh, sure.
And a few waves went by, but these guys are specialists and they didn't like what they see. They don't want no rubber ducky waves. They want to get straight up, get the apex, pipeline, and backdoor. And like you were discussing earlier, to a lot of our viewers that aren't into the surf culture, these guys are trying to sit deep on the apex, middle of the wave, to get as deep as they can for the direction they're going so they get that wave to barrel over their head like a curtain and disappear in front of our judging panel. And the technique and the elements that go into actually getting barreled and spat out at backdoor and pipeline are second to none. Amazing.
I think what we're seeing here happening within like the last 45 minutes to an hour is the swell's actually shifting a bit more north.
Gotcha. Good insight.
And that's why that current line is kind of running through exactly
it's running
where
right
they're
into
at.
our surfers there.
So it's going to be pretty interesting carrying on throughout the day. I want to see what unfolds and what the surfers say because at the end of every heat they have a call,
Funny you say that because our Uncle Eddie is picking it apart over there with the judges, and maybe after this heat we'll see. And then after his son coming in, Makua Kai, he knows the wave good. I watch Billy Kemper. Everybody just comes into this yard over here at the Volcom house, and you guys are the surfers. You know what I mean?
Look at these names in this heat. We got Eli Olsen, Ivan Florence, John Florence, Angel, and Nathan Florence. All these guys are the best pipeline surfers as well as anyone in these heats. And they're having a hard time finding
good insight, brother.
And
look at this.
Decent scores.
From the zone drone. Look at this. I haven't seen this. You're calling it. It is definitely changing into sloshy, burgery. There's a lot of chatter. Hopefully this thing pans out in 15 minutes because it looks like a lot of water moving, but it is 3:47 on the clock. I feel that 96712 is going to try again in their third round.
Yeah, for sure.
But, we'll let you guys know if we run the third round because after this heat, we have 3 more heats to go. Awesome day. We still got Nave, New Earth Project, and Team Japan.
We got some action ahead of us. These guys just dealing with this current.
Oh, man, they're just paddling in, yeah?
Ivan's like, I can let this one go. I got a couple of good waves under my belt from the other day.
He did get a couple, but the guy got a 12 one year too. So yeah. I wonder if he's being intense. We're gonna have to ask him.
I doubt it.
I love that though. That inside, because he's definitely stepped it up as the youngest brother, right?
Yeah. Ivan's always been his own person.
Yeah. Amazing. I mean, they're all amazing skateboarders, but Ivan really is, you'll see him across the street over here with Grayson Fletcher and stuff. Another amazing pipeline backdoor surfer was Nathan Fletcher. Brought us 2 boys to watch a few heats yesterday.
Yeah, that guy. He's telling me how he just got injured, and I'm like, man, your body.
Oh, he's injured. That's why. Okay, because he's been surfing amazing.
He got injured last summer, broke his elbow or something, but he's still surfing and stuff. I just was having a conversation with him, and it's funny. I was like, bro, you've been hurt so much, and he was like, oh yeah,
he's an animal though. I mean, he's been putting in the work from back in the day.
Yeah.
And, he's taught up people here about board design and stuff, like his stretch boards, turning on Bruce irons to that tech and stuff like that. We're super happy. Hey, Surf Crime family, thank you for tuning in. They're also, Nathan Fletcher will be also moving on to a fun soft top company called Surf Crime.
Check this out. The camera guys are getting pushed to where the surfers are.
Oh, right into them,
That's how nuts the current is.
We're going to hear the open mic, hey, get away from the surfers. And, they've all been warned, the people that have the privilege to go out with the pipe photographers that are hired. They just need to know their limit and identify danger. It's a massive thing. To not be that guy that Uncle Terry and his water patrol need to go and take a look at you, even though they're there for everyone. They're trying to watch the professional athletes out the back.
Oh, they're getting pushed far out the back.
That was a quick heat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And who are we going on a minute cliffhanger?
It looks like Ivan's got a good look. I don't think any of them do, actually. See that? That backwash is crazy. Imagine taking off on like an 8-foot wave and then you got a 4-foot backwash coming at you.
Oh, man. And some of the times those 4-foot backwash, that ain't no joke, man. That's some heavy water headed towards you. I've watched these guys ride over ruts bigger than cars, but then just boom, right into it. Amazing. 8s and 10s, some 9s, and this is the only contest they get scored from a 1 being a way below average score, 5 being an average score, and they can go all the way past the 10 to a 12. But we absolutely dissect it. All right, gang. So that ends this 96712 at Eli, Ivan, John, Jose, and Nate, and we'll be right back with Team Nave. This is Ezra Rodriguez and Uluboy signing out.
Aloha.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice, This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo maha.
Hello guys, welcome back to the beautiful pipeline on the North Shore of Hawaii. We got Team Nave out there, and I believe it's Bruno Santos, Guilherme, Johan Peter, Ian Gouveia, Kona Oliveira, and Lucas Silveira. And I was just informed that Nave is one of the fastest boats that are actually in the Mentawais. And they're operating down there in the Mentawais, and if you want to go and get to the surf breaks the fastest as you can, that's your guys, Nave. It's a boat business in the Mentawais. But aside from that, all of that, welcome back to Pipeline, where everything matters about the surfers and the waves, who gets the best waves, and this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Right now, I am running this thing solo, and I'm happy to be here because it's Pipeline. What's not to love? Just hopefully the ocean cooperates out here with us, because we've seen in that last heat for Eli Olsen, Ivan Florence, Koa Rothman, Jose Angel, and Nate Florence, they kind of got skunked. As you could see, John Florence walking up the beach or down the beach, he's probably tripping that he didn't have much opportunity, because in the past, shootout conditions are a lot different. And it's based on the surface, so I'm pretty sure going into the third round, we're going to have to make a call. And the man who makes the call is Uncle Eddie Rothman, alongside all the surfers who come together, because we want what's best for everyone, especially the event and every individual surfer. A little replay. Is that? I believe that's Ian Gouveia. And he's no stranger to barrels at Pipeline. That was just a nice little casual ride while we were on our break. And joining me here is the man himself, Rocky Cannon.
Yeah. Good boy.
What's up, my man?
Nice to see you, brother.
It's so good to see you. It's been a while since I sat next to you.
Yeah, it's really a nice pleasure to have you join us, bro.
Well, thanks for having me. You guys have been nothing but good to me for many of years, and I'm forever grateful for you guys.
So Team Nave out there right now, Team Brazil, just getting underway. This is Bruno Santos, Guilherme, Johan Peter, Ian Gouveia, Kona Oliveira, Lucas Silveira. And, they got a couple of nice rides yesterday. Ian Gouveia put down a couple nice pipe waves, had a nice backdoor attempt yesterday. So looking forward to see these guys get more opportunities.
Thanks for coming in and saying their names, because I would have butchered them. For sure. All respect to those guys. Kona Oliveira, good friend.
Yeah.
New father. Grew up on the North Shore.
That really baffles me and lets me know how old I am, because I remember him as a Grom.
Yeah.
And then when these Groms start growing up and having their own Groms, that definitely puts it all in perspective, as we'll say. And look, beautiful drone shot. As I was coming back to the site, there were tons of vehicles both sides of the road. It was definitely evident that pipe is on and the backdoor shootout in full effect. How's it been? I had to step away.
It's been
I got a little bit of other pots on the stove, if you will. Got things cooking, and went down to audition for a double part for a new show that's coming out here. I didn't get it. I didn't look enough like the guy. Looked just enough, but there's another guy who matched it better. So it was just a quick camera test.
Yeah.
Coming back and looking at the scene here, it has been just a great show.
I mean, no matter what, it's an amazing show. It's the Hui Backdoor Shootout. There hasn't been much opportunity for the surfers out there. It kind of went through this north current pulling through the lineup.
Got it.
Shindig, but the surfers are doing the best that they can do. They're navigating, some average scores, nothing in the excellent range that we're used to seeing, but we still have a long way to go, and things could spice up for these guys. And I hope it does.
Yeah, and we're in heat number 6, so we got 2 more heats to complete round 2, and then we'll see how the conditions develop over the next couple of heats. I know the surfers have a lot of say, a lot of control in what happens in the event and what we're going to progress through. So we'll see if it's going to be continuing in round 2 into round 3, or we have the ability to say, all right, we want the best conditions, and
that's so
we'll see.
Cool. I love that about this event.
Yeah, and you competed out here before.
Yeah, it's like as real as it gets.
What kind of vibe? I think we could take a wild guess, but it's so cool to hear from someone who has been in an actual heat, that on a team that's been out there. And you compete regularly.
Yeah.
You have in conventional elimination style events, but what has been some of the cool features of this event?
It definitely takes off the pressure of performing, and I think that allows a surfer to actually showcase his true ability and skill, and not being so pressured. You're surfing with your friends, you're having a good time, it's really relaxed, and you're just out there to surf. But then again, it is an event, and that's always on the back of your mind. But it's not so much pressure, because you're going to surf again. You're going to get another opportunity. And I think that's the difference, is because when you're surfing a regular conventional event, you're just going out there for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and you're looking for your 2 best scores. And having that stress going into the water kind of like takes the fun out of it, in a way. I still feel like here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, every heat that you surf, it's kind of like you're free surfing. We see this ride from Surfer. Just a quick in and out. I think he's kind of just trying to feel it out.
Yeah, and that is pretty common here, when you just kind of check into one, see what the conditions are like, and feel it out. A lot of times, that's Lucas Silvetta, a lot of times here at Pipe, you don't know what it's really going to do until you actually drop in and get your feet in the wax, get your feet on the board, and then see what the wave actually provides. There are times you can spot it, as you're paddling.
Yeah.
And know whether to go or not go. But there are times when you do need to drop in and really take a swing at it. That's what I like to say.
You never know until you go.
That's a good one right there, too. So tucks in, but you see all of that movement in the wave as it...
Well, Rocky, welcome
yes,
back.
Sir. All right, Isaiah.
Kalamai had to step out. Actually, today is our first day for BYU Hawaii, where I'm currently the academic vice president. We welcome our new students, and we had over 250 for this semester. Kind of cool. Got to say aloha and share a little bit of, give like a little speech for 20, 30 minutes. Right, it's kind of cool. One of the things I talked about in that speech, I thought I'd kind of bring up today too. You were talking about that concept of kuleana, we talked about before.
Yes.
The sense of stewardship and what do you put into, how do you contribute to your community? And but really cool. One of the ways I told that story was through mo'onui, or giant lizards. Look at this one.
Oh wow! What a great effort there. You can see the little sea breeze that is affecting, the hollowness just a tad. Pipe and backdoor, pretty resilient in being able to handle some of that little sea breeze and still be productive. But you could see that one right there, just a little chandelier that came down, and a difficult exit there.
Right. Still looks good though. I mean, it's pumping out there.
Yeah, size and energy.
David
for
Stan
sure.
was saying, so these are the professionals.
Yeah.
Some big conditions here out at Pipeline, and that's why we have the best out here in the water and the heaviest conditions. Yeah, so in Hawaiian folklore and mythology, before humans dominated the islands, they were ruled by these giant mo'onui. They're kind of like dragons.
Okay.
It's kind of cool and mountainous, like really large, like Godzilla. By the way, there was a new Godzilla movie that came out recently, and it's from Japan. And, you think, how many Godzilla movies can you make?
Right.
But this one was really good. I don't know if you have a chance to
I
see
have
it.
not seen that one yet.
Yeah, but anyway, Hawaii has the same sort of, stories of these giant, massive mo'o, call them mo'onui. And in where I teach at BYU Hawaii is in La'i, and La'i has a legend of a mountainous dragon named Lani Loa. And Lani Loa was initially was a good,
it's one of the street names
dragon.
over there too,
it
right?
Is too, yep. But eventually Lani Loa starts to eat all the people in the village, the humans, and it becomes not so friendly. And then there's this giant titan, another massive creature from the Big Island named Kana. And Kana walks through the deep water. He's such a massive figure. Walks to Laie and ends up having this epic battle.
Oh, wow.
With Laniloa, between Kana and Laniloa.
That's Hollywood movie material right there, bro.
I'm telling you, our Hawaiian stories are like ripe for like movie productions. But and after this battle, Kana ends up defeating Laniloa, chopping the mo'o into 5 different pieces, and throws the body parts into the ocean. And so, if you go to Laie, it's kind of unique actually. There's 5 little islands out in the bay, and each of those islands signifies a different body part of the giant lizard Laniloa.
Wow.
And I think, what kind of messages can we take from this? Here we go. We have Dragon Slayers of today. This is a Dragon Slayers of modern time. Jamie O'Brien out here battling these monstrous beasts of waves. Make it look so easy.
He's got his primary board and backup board. Carissa Moore right there getting set to join the New Earth Project. And there's the lineup for that team. Koa Smith, Shaden Picaro, Matahi Jole rounding out our next heat there. And checking in with Uncle Manny DeSoto, our beach marshal down on the sand.
Props to Carissa. There are not any other wahine or women who've surfed today. My understanding, this is some, like you see out there, outer reef waves breaking out there. This is not your typical friendly day at Backdoor or small pipeline. This is,
look at those waves,
challenging stuff, and
really breaking far out.
Carissa out there, props to her for sure. That's some mana wahine right there.
So we do have a few cool questions coming in at NSOG Hawaii at Gmail, as Lucas Silvera really sticking to that backdoor section, being regular foot, almost able to thread through that one. Super late drop. Good job of just getting in there, but quite turbulent once he was inside and unable to find the exit. We'll see how he does on the paddle back out. Always really dicey on that section there.
On the replay, takes off late. He actually traveled through. That's something cool about these bright colored helmets. You can see through the, through the barrel of the wave on their distance traveling through the barrel. So you can see way out there these waves coming in from way out on the outer reef. Now making their way to our competitors. We'll see if any of these have the right direction so it doesn't just shut down and close out. Woo! Now, most surfers, this is like your nightmare, right? You paddle over one wave, you look out the back, and it's already breaking.
Yeah, your heart starts racing, the butterflies start fluttering in your stomach, and you know that imminent destruction is on the way.
And our photographers trying to get that in the barrel shot, sit in a very precarious place where the waves detonate, and so when these big ones come in, boy, they often have to take the brunt of that wave right on the head. Hopefully they're all doing okay. But we have, of course, the Hawaiian Water Patrol always here with us at the Backdoor Shootout, making sure our competitors and our photographers are safe.
I know we did have some questions coming in about the opening ceremony. We did see quite a few clips of how that was conducted here on the beach. And maybe tell us a little bit of the reasoning for that, and the content of what's involved there.
So yeah, it's very customary to open a significant event with some sort of ceremony, and that's of course pretty universal. We see that in a lot of different cultures worldwide. You have some sort of protocol to opening an event of significance, and so at the Backdoor Shootout, they do an excellent job of utilizing Hawaiian protocols In Hawaiian, there's a word called pule. Pule is kind of a prayer. And you also have oli or chants. And a combination of all these. And then hula is usually mixed in with it as well. So hula is of course, a dance, but it's also a way of celebrating story. So most hula are accompanied by an oli or mele that tells a story, and the hula dancers express that story through their gestures and so forth. So protocol to opening usually is a combination of those things: oli, pule, and hula. And so we have seen, the Backdoor Shootout opening ceremonies evolve a bit over the years, and I think a lot of it has to do with just within the Hawaiian community. We have seen, the proliferation of more protocols being done, and a lot of that I think we can attribute to the Mauna Kea movement. So a few years back, there were some protests to protect Mauna Kea, which is the world's tallest mountain. If you account the fact that the mountain starts at the sea floor,
yes,
it's the tallest mountain in the world. From sea level, it's a little under 14,000 feet. But recently there were some proposals to develop a very large structure on the Mauna, and the Hawaiian community, many of them in the Hawaiian community, were not too happy about it, and so they for months there was thousands of people that gathered at Mauna Kea at the access road to voice their kapu aloha. Kapu aloha is a term that means it's kind of I think could be compared to satyagraha, which was Mohandas Gandhi's strategy for, it's called nonviolent resistance, right? So this taking a stand, but in a way that's pono. So kapu aloha is to stand for something, but with aloha. And with that, those months that there was all that activity of the Hawaiian community kind of galvanizing, there was a lot of protocol that would take place on the Mauna. And because there were so many thousands of people going there, that it really, I think, upped the standard for Hawaiian protocol, and also as an educational tool where a lot more people were able to learn some of these protocols. So Antipua case and others that were part of the Mauna Kea protocols have come to the Backdoor Shootout in several of the recent years to also perpetuate that component of Hawaiian culture. So yeah, at the Backdoor Shootout, you'll see a combination of these types of ceremony that involve, again, pule, which is prayer, hula, and also oli, a chants. What really cool is that surfing is so integral to Hawaiian society currently, but also, of course, in ancient times, Kawaka Hiko. So it's really cool that that we do have specific protocols in our Hawaiian history and culture dedicated to surfing. For example, there's one oli that involves a pohuehue vine, which is one of the vines that grows along the shorelines in Hawaii and on the North Shore. And there's a whole story of how you take the pohuehue, whip the water, and chant this kumai oli. Kumai. Kumai kanalu nui mai kahiki mai kumai alopoi pu. It's basically calling the waves to rise. And we're seeing these waves rising right now.
Trying to summon.
You're summoning the surge.
The ocean, the mana, the waves to please come.
And I don't know if my little oli there caused this surge.
Oh, man. Everybody is getting destroyed right now. You see all surfers bailing off their boards with 4 minutes remaining and just kind of getting a little bit caught inside. That's what happens when you have these long lulls and big spaces of time between the sets coming in. Start to lose your place in the lineup a little bit, or try to move in and see if there's something you can snag on the inside.
Woo.
But then next thing you know, the big ones come, and you are far too inside to even have a chance of paddling through, and it is what we call the leash test.
Well, e kalamaia'u to our competitors. If that Oli did summon that wave to break on their heads, my bad.
We're only trying to help, you know.
Yeah.
Their positioning is up to them, but we definitely want the waves to continue to move in towards shore. And that one was a beast.
Yeah, so there's a story of this chant that I just shared with you in Pele's sister Hi'iaka. So Pele is the goddess of fire, is the volcano, and there's all these epic stories of her and her sisters, and so she sends one of her sisters, Hi'iaka, to go and find this attractive Hawaiian man that Pele had interest in, named Lohiao. Anyway, so as Hi'iaka is going searching for this gentleman, she's coming through the island chain, and she comes onto Oahu and around the east side, the northeast side where I live at Kahana Bay. And when she enters Kahana, Hi'iaka gives a oli kahea, which is basically a permission to, when you come into somebody's space, you ask permission and just be polite.
Yep.
So she says this oli kahea to the chief of Kahana at that time, Palani, and his wife Ievale. But he was surfing at the time, and he gave a rude response. He basically was like, "Why are you chanting to me?"
He already had a wife too?
Yes.
That's classic.
No, but this wasn't the one that Pele was searching for.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Look at
Backdoor.
Silvetta.
Woo! Clean.
Nice attempt there. It is going to stretch out down the line, not give him a chance to come out, but quite the valiant effort. And another one that just not able to find that exit point. It is a lot of entries, but the key to the big scores is being able to make it out the other side.
I believe the swell is slowly tapering down today, so maybe
that's the forecast.
Yep.
Is to mellow out a little bit. We'll see what the wind does. We see a slight onshore sea breeze just starting to feather ever so slightly on the tops of the waves, but like we said, Pipe and Backdoor pretty resilient as being able to still provide barrels even with a slightly unfavorable wind. But Water Patrol going to check on this surfer there that was at Pipeline for Team Brazil, Team Nave.
So I have 50 seconds before this heat ends, so I hope to quickly finish this story. But so Hi'iaka enters this Kahana Bay, gives a chant or oli. The response is negative. She's offended because she's a goddess of sorts, and then so she responds by doing this oli where she summons these massive waves. These waves that come in after she does the oli are so big that they are like tidal wave sized and swamp both Palani and Ievale in the surf, drowning them essentially. And so this kind of mana of the ocean and these chants, definitely a part of Hawaiian tradition and culture. And so for sure, it's really cool. That's one of my favorite things about our histories in Hawaii is that they integrate surfing into their lived experience, just like this surfer's experience right now, trying to stay alive in that massive wave of whitewash.
So the heat has ended for Team Brazil, Team Nave. That is their round 2 that they have surfed. And New Earth Project will be up next. We're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more action from round 2 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We'll be right back.
periods while heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. Lead a 60-foot faces and exposed platform.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Aloha and welcome back. It's day number 2, 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker on the call for this New Earth project. Heat number 7 of the morning here, and all teams will be surfing their round 2. Also got Uluboy Napeahi, Cliff Botello, and Ezra Rodriguez on the broadcast team. And there you see the lineup. Carissa Moore, Jamie O'Brien, Cole Smith, Shada Picaro, and Matahi Jole. A good mix there of, Jamie O'Brien being the ultimate pipe specialist, Carissa, our Wahine, being 5-time world champ, and then local boy Shada Picaro, Tahitian Matahi Jole, and Koa Smith from Kauai, who's always a huge force at backdoor and pipeline, and a great talent. So this New Earth Project team had a couple of nice rides yesterday.
Yep.
They were getting everybody in the mix. I think Carissa was the only one that was kind of navigating the lineup, trying to find something to work with. We'll see how she does today. But Jamie had a couple nice ones. Koa Smith, Shaden and Matahi, kind of similar styles. There was a couple times yesterday. Was that Shaden? Was that Matahi? And looking comfortable at pipe.
Yeah, and their heat yesterday was, when it was still like building, and I think their heat kind of the swells started to pick up a little bit more, and so it was a little slower, but yeah, they all, like Jamie got some great waves. There was one that he did the no grab barrel ride. Interesting. I saw on his Instagram, he was talking about how he was like, Kelly Slater had, I don't know if you remember last year, Kelly had a similar no grab in the backdoor shootout, and since JOB replaced Kelly in this event, he was like, that was my homage to you, thanks for the spot. But yeah, so Jamie had some good ones, and I am excited to see Matahi and out here, because Matahi spends most of his time, and we got a lot of amazing clips of him in Tahiti at Chopo, where he's from. And, that's a heavy wave also. And so big pipeline, he should feel pretty comfortable, and it'll be exciting to watch when these mountainous waves come our way. Hopefully they get some sick barrels in and outs. We'll be on the edge of our seats hoping for it.
Yeah, and you can reach out to us at nsoghawaii@gmail. And speaking of, pipeline and Chopo, different places that offer these really incredible barrels, the Mexican pipeline over in Puerto Escondido. We've got Luis chiming in, and just curious if there are any direct historical Mexico and Hawaii ties. I'm not totally sure about that, historically speaking, but I know we've had so many surfers and water safety personnel come over to Hawaii, over to the North Shore from that particular area too, Puerto Escondido. It's nicknamed the Mexican Pipeline.
Right.
Albeit it's a sand bottom, but still a heavy wave, and has produced so many amazing clips, photos, and great moments over the years. Yeah,
Puerto is a heavy wave, and there are some historic connections. Most of the connections that I've studied are older.
Okay.
But I have a good friend that I went to graduate school with at UC Santa Barbara. His name is Rudy Guevara. His dad is from Mexico, and his mom is Filipino. So he talks about what it means to be Mexipino, but he also talks about the history of Mexicans in Hawaii. And one of the most prominent stories is, back in the 1800s when Kamehameha receives a gift in the early 1800s from George Vancouver, and that gift is cattle or cows. And they needed some help learning how to manage these cows, and so they brought these vaqueros from Mexico to come and to be some of the first to train Hawaiians how to be cowboys, and that's where we get paniolo. In fact, the word paniolo is a Hawaiianized version of the word Espanol, which is referring to the Mexicans who spoke Spanish. I think we have some interview down on the beach. Is that what I'm being told?
Yeah, we've got some live action on the beach, and we'll hear from one of our surfers from the previous heat. Take it away.
All right, we're here with Kona Oliveira, who is an MMA fighter, owns his own gym, and is a pro athlete and surfer. So how are you feeling after those waves today?
Conditions were tricky, but, anytime you get the surf pipe with 5 guys out, it's a blessing, so we're stoked. The whole team got a couple waves. Like I said, it was a little tricky, the conditions, but all in all, blessed to be out there and getting to surf with 5 guys out at pipe.
Yeah, so as an MMA fighter, how is the training leading up to such crazy waves like this today?
I think the training definitely helps, but here you're dealing with Mother Nature, and I like to tell everyone that, when you're fighting, it's there's a ref in the cage, so someone there to stop it. When you're getting pounded at pipe and back door, ain't no one there to stop it, so you kind of gotta hold your breath and pray for the best, and I think that's the biggest difference. They're both gnarly sports, but I definitely think surfing, big waves, the unpredictable conditions and everything make it a little bit gnarlier.
Yeah, especially today with it being a little messy out there.
Absolutely. Like I said, the conditions not being the greatest, but still offering a lot of potential for high scores and a couple waves. I think as the afternoon comes in, the swell is going to line up a little better, and I think we're going to see a lot of good waves, and a lot of scores are going to be swapped. I think there's going to be a big mix-up in scores very soon as these waves get going and get a little better.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Casey. And Kona just nailed it right there with his description of, how MMA and surfing big pipeline are both gnarly things to do. But in MMA, you do have a ref to step in and stop the pounding. At pipeline, when it's pounding you, there's nobody to step in and tell the waves to back off. So a spot-on description. I have never heard it described like that. And Kona, that was priceless and awesome job. And I think, also he's right about, the conditions as it tapers off a little bit could line up a little better. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. But right now we're seeing just monster lines of waves kind of stretching out all the way across, not offering those nice angles for the proper barrels. But
it's interesting, as I was talking earlier about how when watching this event, when the waves are big like this at Pipeline, there's not a lot of safe zones. And right. Carissa, during that interview, if you saw, she paddled way out over to what you would think would be the shoulder, while her competitors were staying in the spot to catch the waves. And that set came in and broke right on her head, even though she was way out there in a place that you would assume would be the safe zone. So she just made her way back to these guys who didn't get caught by that set and is joining them now. So it is a very volatile lineup. The lineup out here at Pipeline, it can swing to the west, to the north, and a whitewash can come from every which way and direction. So, man, these surfers are definitely brave and going out there and surfing these beautiful but challenging and big conditions.
For sure. I want to say thank you to Auntie Mar, Auntie Beth, tuning in, sending us a message on nsoghawaii@gmail, and liking the history that we are delivering, and you in particular, Isaiah. And, back a moment to the telescope project and Mauna Kea, and that was such a testy moment for so many in our community, especially our Hawaiian community. And just so everybody is aware, there are currently already telescopes and things up there. There have been for decades, and I appreciate the science and the discoveries that are available and attainable through some of those pieces of equipment. But I do know that there are some up there that are decommissioned, not working.
Right.
And my basic premise with this whole thing is, pick up your old rubbish first.
Pick up your old
before
bottle.
You add something else, and and so I'm hoping, there's some kind of balance we can find, because I could also the sense of, enough already. You're not going to do this. Here we go. Koa Smith, nice bottom turn, and then the wave really folds over together in that last section. He kind of did the best he could, checking in, checking out, seeing what it was going to provide. A lot of skill there, but the wave just a little bit uncooperative on that end section.
There was something that Koa did on that last wave that just really solidifies or is testament to his comfortability out here in dangerous surf at Pipeline. He had the wherewithal to take the GoPro out of his mouth and hold it and then jump off to make sure that he didn't lose his camera. Bottom turns, pulls up under the barrel. You can see him switch the hand, go,
and
save the camera.
Out, Very multitasking ability by Koa Smith in a situation that requires split-second decisions.
Right.
Just to wrap up on that Mauna Kea issue, I'm hoping there's a way that things can be worked out, and because being appreciative of, like I said, the education, the science, but also the respect of the culture, and that balance is, I think, what we're all trying to navigate. We've got a question coming in from Brother Kyle, and has a question about boards, and out here, you definitely want something with in Hawaii in general, I feel like there's so much more water moving. The juice and the movement of the currents always helps to have a little more foam for your paddling.
Yep.
You won't be riding the same kind of volume. I know they have been measuring with liters now.
Right.
And I'm not really up to date on how those get measured. I just I'm the more traditional, like, how wide, how thick. And when you're out here moving around the lineup, it does help to have a little more foam.
Right.
So that would be my first kind of bit of advice for anyone coming out to the North Shore to surf. And I've had so many friends travel from the mainland, doing competitions around different parts. You meet folks, and obviously it's nice to have them come out and experience our way of surfing. And I tell you, 9 times out of 10, the board size they would select to paddle out on, and they'd look at mine like, whoa, you know why? I'm like, you'll get to see. and we get so used to riding bigger boards around here that we can still maneuver them. They're all, concerned about how am I going to turn this and that. But it's like, how are you going to turn when you're not even catching waves?
Yeah.
So the volume, I think, is something you can kick it up a notch when you come to the North Shore, just to be able to catch more waves and move around the lineup a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, plus the waves in Hawaii have a lot more energy to them. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that it's, we're out in what's geologists call the Hawaiian hotspot, where there's a crack basically in the crust of the earth that's created these island chains that we call
There's
Hawaii.
A new one.
Right.
Lo'ihi
off the
currently,
big island.
and of course Kilauea is still producing.
Right, and so, but essentially what that means is we are surrounded by miles and miles of ocean and deep ocean. And we're located in a really special spot when it comes to the northern Pacific, where we get these storms that come across. You've seen Surfline tracking them for us. They generally come off the Aleutian Islands in Alaska and move towards, the west coast of the United States.
Yep.
And those are the ones that generate these massive storms. You can see these swells. Those swells that you see here on the camera right now are coming to us from a storm that's hundreds, if not thousands of miles away.
It's so unbelievable how those waves can travel that far and still contain and retain that amount of energy,
right? And
from where they've started.
And as they traverse the vast Moana Nui, or the ocean, as it's coming to us, it organizes. These swells organize. They start to have space between them.
Right.
So that's how we know the size of the waves is how many seconds are measured between each of these swells that are coming in. And so when the waves in Hawaii are stronger and faster than a lot of other breaks around the world because of our unique location in the middle of this Moana Nui. And also, so with board selection, that makes a difference too, because it's not just catching the wave, but it's also like if the wave has more mana or more energy and a lot more speed, then you need a board that can handle that. While we're talking about boards, you can see our Team Japan paddling out. You can see their boards. Most of them were riding pintail, so the shape of the board, the narrowness, the tail. One guy was on a swallowtail. That's a little less common at a pipeline, but we have amazing shapers here in Hawaii that specialize in shaping boards specific to Hawaii, and a lot of pro surfers will come to Hawaii, and instead of bringing their own boards, they'll trust the local shapers and order boards, from shapers like, Tokoro, Glenn Pang, Chuck Andres, so many others, Manami, and so many other shapers here in Hawaii on the North Shore, Paisel, Jeff Bushman, so many others that know these waves and how to shape boards accordingly.
Yeah, and they get the incredibly accurate, direct feedback from the surfers that are here year-round, and kind of help work with the shaper to refine, get that ultimate design for responsiveness, for speed, handling certain different waves, Sunset, Pipeline, different kinds of waves, Haleiwa, of course, Waimea. You're going huge, big gun for that. And Kyle, thanks for your questions, and also about other Polynesians. You'll have to watch the replay of day one, because we did discuss the different regions.
Kyle did have an intriguing question, like how did they sail to Hawaii and survive? Like how did they eat?
Yeah.
Like how do you eat when you're sailing for, weeks and
thousands of miles?
And look at this wave!
Oh, that was
lawnmower action.
Nice mowing by Pipeline right there. All surfers able to hang on to their boards, and some of these huge whitewaters are surprisingly duck diveable, but not that one.
Not that one.
So Koa Smith had the camera still in the mount, and then decided that duck diving that one was going to be fruitless. So he
looks like he broke a leash.
Decided to bail, and looks like he'll be looking for Hawaiian Water Patrol assistance. So Koa,
we're about to see an assist
not able to
here.
get that leash intact. But yeah, so I know at least on board one of the famous Hokulea voyaging canoe as Water Patrol.
I love that
textbook pickup there.
Yeah, do you see? Maybe you could explain. So
smooth.
The way they do that wasn't just some random give me your hand. This is training that they do. You see there's a guy on the sled, guy on the ski, reach out the left hand, pull the surfer around onto the sled where the person on the back is there to handle it.
Yeah, and those there's the replay of Koa's demise in the way of a broken leash. And thankfully he himself is okay, just the leash that was damaged, and he'll get a new leash possibly on that same board, but I believe that was Abe Lerner and Ha'aheo Foster Bloomfield, the team there. And the smooth transition, operating between the waves in the rough waters. Obviously the whitewash and the bubbles also affect the throttle ability of how much thrust you can get. And so it takes a lot of just on-the-dime feeling and thinking of where you're able to get and safely operate that jet ski to not only retrieve the patient that's in there, but also to take care of your grabber and yourself and the equipment and get yourself out of there safely. So really a lot going on that happens so quickly, and the training that takes place and just the feel is very important. Here we go, grabbing
Jamie
a
O'Brien.
wave there. Jamie O'Brien just didn't like what he saw. He bailed out early. And when you can get the penetration like that to the bottom of the wave, most times you'll just pop right out the back. But when
Not
you
all
have
the
the
time.
first wave of the set, you have to deal with all the subsequent waves thereafter.
Oh.
And Jamie right now is also doing a pretty thorough leash test.
Yes, he is.
But I know on board the Hokulea, there would be provisions brought on board, as you would with any long voyage that
Right.
you'd be heading out on, whether it's across desert, whether it's across ocean. And they're
here's
just checking on Jamie. He looks to be okay. He's also got his GoPro intact with the mouthpiece.
You know what?
But I would imagine, there were some fishing gear that was
Right.
brought on board too, to hopefully snag something on the way.
Yeah, so on these voyages,
Never have Uber Eats that as well.
What's even more impressive to think about is not only do they bring food to feed themselves on the journey, and usually this is where poi is basically it's taro, but it's processed where you pound it and add water to it, and poi can last a long time. In fact, if you come to Hawaii, there's different types of poi. You get like the fresh poi or the sour poi. Sour poi is essentially aged and semi-fermented, where there's
Right.
mold on the top of it.
But it's still safe to eat.
It is safe to
I
eat.
always enjoy informing folks that I teach about Hawaiian culture and the Ahupua'a system that taro has a long shelf life.
Actually, there's poi has a long shelf life.
Poi,
Taro
excuse
can go bad, but there's a process of pounding the taro and adding the water to it that changes, I guess, the chemistry of it.
Right.
And Hawaiians were some of the few Polynesians that would do that to taro. Most other Polynesians wouldn't, turn it into
They just
this.
cut it and eat it straight.
Yep. Kalopa'a is what we call it.
Yeah.
There's also pa'iai, which is like freshly pounded. But the poi is when you add water to it. Oh, Jamie O'Brien.
Oh, man. Well,
Just got poi pounded there.
Pipeline poi pounded. And to our point, we had been mentioning yesterday of Pipeline having the ability to make even the most amazingly experienced and seasoned veterans at this wave look absolutely vulnerable.
Oof.
And we all have those moments. It's not a matter of if when you're surfing here. It's totally about when. And Jamie, the last two waves, looking human, if you
Right.
will. There's so many things he does out at this break that are superhero status.
Right.
But there are moments where you give back to Pipeline.
And it also shows you, like, these athletes, they take their lickings out here. You usually would just see the good clips where he pulls in the barrel and comes out and everyone erupts and cheers. But
Right.
these guys put in the time out here and have a lot of waves that they don't make in order to get those ones that they do make.
Well, and also when I'm informing someone about surfing or about to, do something in the form of teaching, all of the photos you see of people learning how to surf in Hawaii, it's all standing on a board with a big smile. What you don't realize is surfing is 95%. It's not a perfect math equation, but 95% paddling and waiting.
Yep.
The moment of standing on the board is the very tiny percentage of the whole process.
Right.
But all you see, as you just said, are these, wonderful moments of elation.
Right.
But all the work and the kind of the less pretty side of what it takes to achieve that is what you find out when you really get out there and do it.
Right. So trying to wrap up the answer to Kyle's question about, how would you travel and feed yourself on a canoe? The double hull canoes did have a pretty large platform deck.
Yes.
So there is space there. Sometimes they have a hale, or like they build a little house shelter on the deck of the canoe. But when they brought foods like poi that could ferment, it could last a long time, and even if it's got mold on it, it's still healthy for you. They say it's a probiotic and very healthy for you. But to me, the more impressive thing is that when you had voyagers that were taking these voyages of settlement, right? So the first Hawaiians that came to Hawaii, the plants that lived in the islands before humans showed up, very few of them were edible.
Got it.
And so all of the things that we see, there's difference between endemic plants and native plants. The native plants were brought by the first humans. So coconuts, ulu, which is breadfruit, taro, kalo, all those are native plants, but they were brought.
The banana,
Yep, banana, sweet potato, so many other
because
delicious
the plants
ones.
that just grew here with bird seeds, or birds that, whatever, were like the ohia, different ferns maybe.
Right, a lot
they
of
have the light
ferns.
spores that can blow in the air. But just amazing.
I mean, there is
to
a
even
berry-
know how all of these things got here.
There is a ohelo berry that grows on the lava fields. It's kind of cool. I was this Thanksgiving went to back home to Moko Keawe, or a big island, and took my family walk through Hale Mau Mau crater and the Iki crater, the smaller one.
Yep.
And they had these berries, and they're edible.
Okay.
I ate some of them. They're not bad. But most of the foods that are native plants to Hawaii were brought hundreds of years ago by some of the first Polynesians who came here. And so, so they had to bring that with them on these canoes, so when they landed, they could plant it. They would also bring animals, pigs, dogs, chickens.
Yeah, and obviously you hope for a little bit of rain as you're traversing, catch some water, because even if you had to keep some of these plants alive,
right?
You cannot put ocean water, bro. You're going to mock it right there, going to die. So it was an amazing thing to process.
Yeah, the early Pacific Island voyagers were the astronauts of the ancient world.
That is
no one came close. I mean, we're talking about, we celebrate Christopher Columbus, who went the wrong way around the world to get to India, and even though he thought he was in India, never actually, of course, wasn't in India. But that was in 1492. These Polynesians were sailing a much vaster ocean. The Pacific is much larger than the Atlantic,
and much earlier.
And thousands of years earlier. So just amazing.
We've got just less than 20 seconds remaining here for New Earth Project. This is heat number 7, and we're going to get into the final heat of this second round, and then we're going to reshuffle the order of the heats, and it'll be Team Japan getting us started. We're just going to cycle right back through the order as Jamie O'Brien at backdoor as the heat ended. Just a quick ride on the right-hander. And we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with the final heat of round 2 here at the 2024 Hui Backdoor Shootout. We thank you for joining us. Stay tuned, because we'll be right back.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back. Beautiful conditions, beautiful day here at the day number 2 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And a nice pipeline positioning ride there for Team Japan. We've got Gai Sato, Jin Suzuki, Kenshin Matsunaga, Ryaru Ito, Sasuke Kawatani, all in this heat right here for Team Japan. And I'm Rocky Cannon along with Isaiah Walker. We are bringing you the live action. Thank you to Zone Media and Ocean Paddler TV, all the team that is putting together just a stellar broadcast. We had an epic day one yesterday, continuing with the flow, getting a lot of great feedback and comments from viewers from around the world. I want to say how's it to Monica in Chile, all the way down there in South America, and appreciating the mana'o, the mo'olelo, the stories, the ike, the knowledge that we're just conversing about, because at the Backdoor Shootout, these surfers aren't going for elimination or advancement into the next round. They're not scrambling to get a 2.5 before the horn blows to advance and stay alive in the contest. They know they have at least 4 or 5 rounds to get their best waves, the best format I believe that we could work with. But that means our surfers are going to be quite patient, and there'll be times where there might not be a wave ridden for a few minutes. So it is a perfect pontification time for us to
get the 2 local brothers on the microphone.
Yeah, and we're so blessed to have Isaiah with all of his knowledge to share. Which I did get a message. I'll show it to you. And this guy was wanting to get his certificate because you mentioned last year, hey, if you're sitting through this and you're taking notes, you might be able to get some kind of ending completion. Yeah. So
the Backdoor Shootout degree.
Yeah, the Backdoor Shootout degree. Oh my gosh, use that one at your next job interview. They'll be like, oh wow, what?
Well, in my role at the university right now, I do confer diplomas on students. So that is my job and authority there. But Shinpei, on this last one, trying to slow down on that inside, looks back to the barrel. Unfortunately, couldn't slow down enough. I think on the paddle back out there, he got exploded on the sandbar.
I think he was just happy to make it to the end of that wave. There was my first event announcing, professionally way back when in 2009. Shinpei got a double barrel at sunset.
Oh, wow.
And my comment was, holy Shinpei, Horiguchi. And Bertie Baker said he almost flew out of his chair because he thought I was going to say what follows holy. And that was a great break-in. We've got an interview down on the beach. Carissa Moore is standing by. So let's hear from the 5-time world champ down there.
All right, everybody knows Carissa Moore. She is an Olympian. She's a 5-time world champ, and she is the only female surfer that was out there that heat. How are you feeling after charging those really scary waves?
I don't know if I was charging today, but I was surviving. My goal was just to make it out, and so I paddled out, and it's pretty scary. I'm not gonna lie, but just to be out there with all the guys and feel the energy and stuff, I think it's good for me to kind of like push myself outside my comfort zone. And the women these days out here, like especially with Moana, who's also surfing the event, is really pushing the limits of what's possible. And so I'm really inspired and want to keep trying.
And how do you kind of hype yourself up to get out there when your body's saying, no, I don't want to go out there? How do you push through that?
I think just making realistic goals and expectations for myself. I knew I maybe wasn't going to get like the biggest wave out there, but I was like, okay, if I can like find a little way to feel successful out there, then I'll take it. And also just having a good team that is really supportive. And I think someone just got a sick one. They didn't make it out, but it was an insane drop and pull in. But yeah, no, having a really great team with a New Earth project. They're all really supportive, and Jamie was trying to give me some pointers out there and just trying to say, hey, calm down, breathe, you're good.
Awesome. And the best feeling is after, right? You get to go and relax now and kind of reward yourself after doing that.
I don't know about relaxing. I think we have another heat today. So maybe when it gets dark, I can finally relax. Yes.
Right, well, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
All right. Well, Carissa, always fun to catch up with. A great talent, but such a humble individual,
Right.
and very easygoing, which kind of lends to, I think, the island Hawaiian style culture that she comes from. And
Yeah,
she's a beast, but man, she's so sweet.
She's such a great ambassador for Hawaii and for the sport. And we're looking at this replay.
Yeah, we saw this surfer swimming after this. That was just a amazingly valiant effort. And, being inside that, there's so much turbulence, so much damage that can be done. And even as Kona Oliveira was saying earlier, because he's an avid MMA fighter as well and a pro surfer, so he's kind of living this dual lifestyle of these intense sports, especially at Pipeline. But when you're either on the ground or, even in I compare it to football and athletes, you're getting jostled around, but you're not having to hold your breath. You can breathe. You're in dry area. Oxygen is available.
Right.
When you're getting pounded at Pipeline under there, you are also having to hold your breath, which is the whole nother dynamic.
Because your natural instinct is to breathe for air.
Right.
But when you have to hold your breath, you have to remain calm.
Right.
Because your body, once it goes into panic mode, first thing it wants is more oxygen. Look at this one.
Oh, beautiful positioning.
Go.
Oh, man. It is dishing out some punishment right now on both ends, backdoor and pipe. We've seen a few waves that were makeable and that were, able to allow the surfers to get at least out, on the outskirts of the other side. But
right. And
that damage right there, that's going to be, putting some equipment through the test.
Right. And to your point earlier about holding your breath, these guys have to hold their breath, and while their bodies are still exerting a lot of energy trying to pull into this, and it's scary, and yet that's the time when you're supposed to remain calm so you can preserve your breath. And I think that's every surfer's challenge and goal and dilemma, is to try and figure out how to manage that balance of how do you stay calm in the midst of chaos.
So, there's so much about surfing that is physical, and a lot of sports. But what a lot of, coaches and mentors and folks that really get into the psychology of how you deal with it, man, between the ears, mentally, it's preparing yourself. The training that you do. I mean, these guys do a lot of cross training. It's a lot of swimming, a lot of breath holding exercises, under duress type of things. And, you physically, you can be the ultimate specimen. But like you said, man, if you panic or if you are somehow not able to keep it together in your head, you can totally take yourself out of it and then set yourself up in a situation where it's going to be very dangerous if your mind and your mental strength can't be executed to the right degree.
And so, Carissa, props to her. She, paddling out into some very treacherous surf today. And, I noticed one thing. First of all, Carissa's, as I mentioned earlier, she's an amazing ambassador. You go down to downtown Honolulu, there's a huge mural of her with Dukanamoku, which I think is very fitting, very appropriate, that Carissa has become sort of the ambassador of the Wahine of surfing in our modern time as an Olympian, as a gold medalist.
Yes.
And really cool. I mean, we revere and celebrate her accolades in Hawaii and throughout the world. And, what makes it even greater is just her demeanor is so professional and kind and humble. And she really reflects and emulates what we call the spirit of aloha. So I appreciate that from her. One thing I did think of a historical kind of artifact was she raised her arm to the shotgun. You could see a bunch of Hawaiian heirloom bracelets on her wrist.
Bruh.
And I did
where did that? I mean, that's how much millimeters is hautika? It's like it's a kind of status symbol.
Yeah, some of the Hawaiian versions look like Wonder Woman size.
Yeah,
bracelets,
bro, the She-Ra Wonder Woman, like full on ready for battle.
Interestingly, Hawaii, even though Hawaii, was annexed to the United States, in most of its history, as far as modern history in the 1800s, Hawaii was more closely aligned culturally and even politically with the British.
Right.
King Kamehameha.
I mean, it shows in our flag.
In our flag, yeah. King Kamehameha made Hawaii a protectorate of the British. We had treaties with the British, and we had relationships with them, and some of it maybe had to do with the fact that they were a monarchy. Hawaii was also a monarchy in the 1900s.
Okay.
In the 19th century, in the 1800s, and so there was this close relationship, and so a lot of Hawaiian ingenuity also is Hawaiian also had this really cool adaptability. So they would take something that was, something from outside of Hawaii and adapt it to become Hawaiian. And, most notably things like instruments. The ukulele, for example,
right,
was, everyone knows it as a Hawaiian instrument, but it developed.
It's a ukulele, please.
Not a uke.
Not a ukulele.
Yeah.
Just, or ukulele.
Yeah.
Please. Just a little PSA there.
Right.
But, it's a Portuguese instrument.
Originally it was Portuguese, but as the Hawaiians adapted it to their own flavor. Likewise, the guitar, Hawaiians have kilo ahu, which is a slack key. So they essentially changed the slack in the tuning of and created a whole different sound and a whole different music. So it's really cool, that kind of ingenuity that what comes with adapting to something. So the Hawaiian heirloom bracelet is a similar thing. In fact, David Kalakawa's wife Kapiolani and Kalakawa's sister, who later becomes the last queen of Hawaii, Liliuokalani, were invited to go to Queen Victoria's Royal Jubilee, which is big celebration of the Queen of England, and they were invited. And they show up, and if you go to the Iolani Palace, I highly recommend taking a tour of Iolani Palace. When you go downstairs in the basement, they have all this displays of the jewelry that the Hawaiians created and made that had a lot of influence from the British. And when they went and traveled around the world and went to places like Buckingham Palace as invited guests, as recognized as royals in Buckingham Palace, they brought with them a Hawaiian version of things that were seen as Western. And so jewelry, also the Hawaiian coat of arms. It's a very European tradition of creating these coat of arms. The Hawaiian kingdom created their own coat of arms. So there's so many types of things that Hawaiians adapted to their culture, and the Hawaiian heirloom bracelet is one of those that is borrowing from a very British style of jewelry, but adapting it to Hawaii by placing, if you look at most of the Hawaiian heirloom jewelry, they have Hawaiian flowers or plants or mailele that make it
they're etched
unique.
And carved in there,
right?
Yeah. And you see, like, why it's so fun to sit down with Isaiah, because, like, a little thing like that, we just saw a little bracelet, or something that Carissa was wearing, and there is a amazing expansion. Man, it is just a treat to be here, and we've had some really good messages come in, and Kyle also appreciating some of the answers we gave, and Mason Ho, yes, I would say he's been throwing it back and riding the big boards that his dad and those guys used to ride, the 80s. I feel like the boards have scaled down a bit for this new generation,
right?
But Mason definitely kind of holds the traditional sense of not scared to ride a bigger board, and has learned how to maneuver the bigger boards, which that's what we all grew up doing here. But definitely appreciate the comments at nsoghawaii@gmail, Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, and we're taking you through this final heat of round 2. Team Japan has had a couple of great, samurai warrior efforts,
right?
But Pipeline and Backdoor right now are a little bit unruly, and so it's kind of about finding the needle in the haystack, and then also the cat and mouse, where the big waves are the cat, the surfers are the mice,
right?
And you're just trying to, find that little slice of cheese somewhere in there and score something that'll help your team build up a good tally total.
Now, I don't mean to take us back to our story of jewelry, but there is a connection that I wanted to highlight with jewelry and the Hui Backdoor. After we watched this replay again of this charging going backdoor, almost coming out.
I think that one also broke his board.
Oh, that was the one. So the Hui Backdoor was founded in 1975, 1976 here on the North Shore, and we had some of the early founders. Some of those early founders were people like Imbert Soren, who was from Laie, and Imbert's younger brother Henry Soren was also part of the club. And Henry was a very accomplished artist, and particularly with jewelry. Made a lot of jewelry for the Hui back in the day. Here's another replay of the first wave of the heat with Shinpei trying to stall for that barrel. Kicks out of it.
Shinpei's been out here doing this for so long. He's one of the OGs from Japan. Came out kind of following that Takayuki Wakita, Shuji Kasuya initial kind of pioneering wave of Japanese surfers.
Yep.
And Shinpei right beneath them, and now has kind of paved the way for these other younger folks like Gai Sato, Jin Suzuki, and the younger crowd. And like we said, Keito Matsuoka a few years ago.
Yes, so many.
Historical wave. But the Japanese surfers definitely, they've got the talent and the skill for sure, but they just have a way about carrying themselves that is very respectable, and they speak with their actions.
Yeah, I remember when you and I were younger and we were in our competitive amateur years, that in Japan, I think they had their own tour. I remember I used to surf for Glenn Pang for Performance Hawaii Surfboards, and Glenn Matsumoto, Billa, I don't know if you know Glenn.
Yeah, Glenn also.
And
yes.
there was a whole crew of surfers that I got to know through Glenn Pang and surfing with those guys, and I didn't open my eyes to this whole group of surfers in Japan that go back. Here we go, live action. Woohoo!
Oh,
standing
that
tall.
Is going to factor in there.
Yes,
well done. So,
beautiful.
Speaking of the needle, there was a needle discovered in that haystack, and lots of spectators on the beach here on this Aloha Friday. But we'll get an ID there, but it was one of our regular foot Japanese surfers that, today the bigger waves aren't going to be the ones that stay open.
Wow.
It's these mid-range inside section on that first reef that will kind of peel off and give you that just enough angle to be able to squeeze out and put together a good score.
That was beautiful. I mean, not just the wave, but I mean, when you're picking a needle out of the haystack, and then you have, the ability to just stand it with full composed in the kind of soul arch stance that he took on that barrel. Just beautiful to show that kind of comfortability in the midst of that energy that's surrounding you in the barrel. Well-ridden wave, beautiful wave.
Yeah.
And success. It was fantastic to watch and witness.
That looked like Brandon Keolana Martin possibly on the ski right there for the pickup, and assistance around back to the pipe side. So we are having some of the surfers that, they get stuck at backdoor. We'll have Hawaiian Water Patrol do a nice gesture and give them a ride back around the other side. And so round 3, we're going to start with Japan, and we're going to just kind of go right in reverse of kind of the first order of yesterday's round 1.
Okay.
So that's how we're cycling through these rounds. So by day's end, we'll have 3 rounds completed and possibly, hopefully, have some updates on where the standings are, because these scores have been, a little few and far between for this round 2. But yesterday, man, there were some moments where there were flurries of great scores. And I'm sure that all the teams are monitoring those very closely, knowing, as we get to kind of the mid portion. So, we've done as many as 6 rounds in the past.
Yep.
And it all is really conditions pending, whether we can get through 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 5 rounds, 6 rounds, and typically, usually between 4 and 6 rounds at this backdoor shootout that we're able to complete with our waiting period and also the kinds of conditions that we get.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Yesterday we saw the swell slowly rising throughout the day, and I think hopefully we're going to see the swell slowly decreasing, in the sense that if the ocean does calm down a little bit more, we'll get a lot more rideable waves like we're watching right now. A split peak, our 2 Japanese surfer going left and one going right. This looks like Shinpei on the right, backdoor, pumping. Let's see it come out.
Oh, it just got a little pinchy on the end right there. So he had the right line. He had the speed. He's a pretty solid guy, too. He's going to handle any little chandeliers that get thrown his way. But there's only a certain amount of crouching you can do before it just compresses around you. And it's like you're trying to fit, in an air-conditioned duct and crawl through like Bruce Willis on Die Hard. But you're like just trying to squeeze it out, and then it finally compresses around you. You have to succumb to all that pressure.
Yeah. Now, Love, you were talking earlier about the kind of history of Japanese surfers. Here we go. This was the left backdoor we watched. This was a pipeline. Is he going to come out? That was so close.
Oh, my gosh.
Another replay of the wave at backdoor. Both surfers were just on the edge of completing both of those rides, but unfortunately clamped on them at the end.
Well, we've got the Florida Panhandle checking in, and Panama City. Brother Rhett, thank you for tuning in. It's been a lot of pleasure bringing you guys not only the surf action, but with Dr. Isaiah here giving some historical context and some great stories. And, Rhett asked about, how do you exist on the North Shore if you're not like some world famous pro surfer or some like huge surf company owner? Like, what's the blue collar life like? And or you're a tenured professor, so to speak. We've got the one hotel, Turtle Bay, that employs folks in different capacities. We've got several establishments up and down the coast. You may have to travel off the North Shore. A lot of folks have been doing, as we watch some live action of Backdoor, that one just had that backwash where it's almost like it's a beast inhaling and exhaling, and you're kind of in the stomach of it, and as it exhales, the backwash, it expands the wave, and then it contracts and comes back down on you, and you really do feel the air moving. Like it's like a living, breathing beast that you're inside. And that was one of our Japanese surfers just getting contracted and smashed in that backdoor wave. Not able to come out, but a really great effort for Team Japan. 350 remaining. They've got some pretty decent scores on the board. But a lot of folks also out here on the North Shore, to get back to that really quickly for Rhett, is being able to start businesses and work remotely. So we've seen a lot of that over the last few years where folks live out here, but they get up at East Coast time. You know, they're up at 3 a.m. getting whatever they need to get done for East Coast office hours or West Coast, wherever they might be. And, you know, there's you find a way, I feel like.
I try and keep it neutral in my perspective on camera. I don't want to promote negativity in any way, but this is a hard one for me. And you hear a lot of this term "priced out of paradise," and that's a real thing for people for especially native Hawaiians and local families. Back before the North Shore became the mecca for the outside world to come surfing, there were a lot of Hawaiian families that lived here on the North Shore. Very few now. It's just really hard. If you do, you have to live around the corner. My neck of the woods, Hauula, Kahuku, Laie, some families of and their solution to homelessness, well, you just close in your garage and sleep in it. Multi-generational families living in single family homes. It is a struggle for us, but we do love Hawaii. We're not houseless. Or we're not homeless, we're houseless, as Bulaia said. Sometimes people without a house. Hawaii is our home. So it is something to think about. Like people talk about, kind of romanticize, oh, I'd love to live there and work remotely, but you got to think the impact that you do have when coming in into our community.
And I believe there's kind of in a sense, kind of an unstoppable force in the way of just the way economics and modern day. And so, either getting creative or finding some alternative or it's definitely don't recommend just sitting back and complaining.
Yeah. I mean, Rocky, you remind me of, what was that, In Living Color, him have 3 jobs. I got 500 jobs.
Right.
Rocky's got multiple gigs he's got going on there.
You can find a way to pull it together. And great questions, good conversations. And it's awesome. Another message coming in from one of our folks about the Hawaiian steel guitar. Another, in our discussion about music and ukulele and guitar, and that is a really cool innovation. Wow, those surfers are really close together. Their boards and heads were in a very dangerous proximity, so I'm hoping everybody's okay. They've got 40 seconds here in the last heat of round 2, and they're going to stay out there for round 3. But you see them all kind of tightly packed and in a row right there, just miraculously nobody got any fins or sharp edges contacting them.
Which does happen. A good friend of mine, Tamayo Perry, was in a situation just like that, and the fin of another surfer's board hit him right in the head. Very dangerous.
Yeah, we've got a question coming in from Brother Shane about Team Australia. And, we've had Australian teams in the past, and it's just we've got room for 8 teams. And when they're able to join, it's great. But great questions, you guys. Keep them coming at SOGHawaii@gmail. And we're going to take a short break here between rounds 2 and 3, and we'll be right back with more 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, right after this. Stay tuned.
Aloha.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is Ezra Rodriguez along with Rocky Cannon. Welcome back to the 2024 Backdoor Shootout, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. How you guys doing? If you guys never stayed at the bungalows, it's a must when you come down to the 7 Mile Miracle, currently in the water, and this is now their third surf. Team Japan has agreed to stay in the water for 2 30-minute heats. I find that smart as a surfer. They're warmed up. They're in there. Here we go. Not a very scoreable wave, but he's going to get his feet in the wax as they've already surfed a 30-minute heat, okay? And we're down here. Hui o He'enalu, Inc. is a nonprofit organization that educates and coordinates, preserves, and provides the assistance to facilitate the advancement of Hawaii activities and cultures. And thank you. This is the only Hawaiian-run event in the world right here at our backyard, right here, Backdoor, and the infamous Bonsai Pipeline. And what a name, internationally known as Bonsai Pipeline, because we got Team Japan out there for you guys. So out there, Team Japan, you got Gai Sato, Jin Suzuki, Kenshin, Matsunaga, Ryaru, Ito, and Sasuke Kawatani. So these guys, man, I got to say, some of these athletes, Rock, they've been getting some brutal beatings. Did you see Jamie O'Brien in that last heat before Team Japan? That is more human than the human. He looked exhausted coming in, but that's J.O.B., freak show. He knows what he's up to.
That's pipe and backdoor. It has the ability to make even the most unreal, talented guys look vulnerable at any moment. And that's, I think that's what keeps a lot of the surfers coming back to Pipeline, because, you know, there's nothing like having like the most amazing moment in a barrel, coming out, crowd going wild. It's great. That part of it is addicting, you know, but it's also the humbling moments of, if you did that every time and you're like, oh, just killing it, it would kind of get boring.
Yeah.
It's good to get a good beating once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
That makes you feel alive.
Yeah, you
don't realize you don't feel alive until you almost die.
You don't see Jamie O'Brien take beatings, but to get the score at this girthy 17-second swell, he took a mean backdoor, and then he took about 5 or 6 waves on the head.
Yeah, and then those 2 waves at Pipe where he was kind of hung up at the top.
Huge.
Did the full, leaping from the second story. And but I think the beauty of this spot and the gusto of the surfers that steadily put their time in out here is that you never know what you're going to get. You could be having a wave of your life, or you could be fighting for your life.
Big time.
And that's part of the draw as well.
Yeah. And Team Japan, they know you never know what you're going to get, and these guys go, bro.
Yeah,
they're born with the no-hold-back reflex, for sure.
Definitely
what
the
you got coming in
warrior.
on your emails, brother?
So, got some love from the East Coast.
Nice. East Coast
the
in the house.
waters up there. And appreciating some of Dr. Isaiah's history,
Big time.
appreciating the fact that we have many moments where these surfers are just being patient for the right wave, and we can talk story about any kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We're not having to so and so needs a 3.7.
No,
that's
whatever.
what makes
it
is
different.
It's really a nice, casual, more independent, free atmosphere here.
And our friends from the East Coast had waves that looked like Pipeline and Backdoor.
Yeah,
Freezing
there's times
cold
when
weather.
they score, man.
They had those swells. I watched it.
Thank you, Dylan, for the comments. We appreciate it.
Yeah, Dylan.
And nsoghawaii@gmail if you'd like to send us a message directly here. And got folks that are tuning in from South America, from Chile. We had yesterday a couple of viewers in Great Britain.
Yeah.
And that
UK.
European region and
Australia,
Spain
Brazil.
as well. Yeah, it's been really good. And
thanks, gang.
Team Japan, so they're getting started here with round 3. So we kind of reverse the orders. So a new Earth project will be up next.
Yep.
So a quick turnaround for these last couple of heats.
Yeah, New Earth project. They just had one of the biggest heats in their second surf.
And you see the artwork, the easel down there from Hilton Alves has been just a tremendous addition to our community. Moved here a couple decades ago from Brazil and is now in our local community right there at Kahuku. And
look at that painting, where it came from.
Has been so instrumental in beautifying our community.
Yeah.
He takes these big walls or cement sides of buildings and things and will ask permission, whoever the owner is, and show him his artwork and what he's capable of, and puts up these just amazing murals that are much better to look at
big
than
time.
just some cement wall.
I rather
or
that
brick wall.
start going on the walls.
Right.
All those guys, he does it. Kamehameha. I mean,
Yeah.
let's go. Let's put artwork on our walls. We live in paradise.
We've got a lot of big canvases to
all
use.
of our, like mythology and folklore
That
from
too.
Professor Isaiah, that should be boom on our walls, canvas, because we all know what Weiland did, North Shore Weiland.
Right.
You still got his buildings, but I feel
even more also Ron Artis.
Yes, Ron Artis,
just a great artist, and rest in peace, Ron Artis. But his family, very instrumental in the music business and doing artwork as well. So the Artis family, you guys, we're thinking about you when we talk about community beautification. Team Japan kind of just waiting for the right moment to strike. They've been quite patient. They've taken a little bit of some poundings the last heat.
Oh yeah,
but
they always get waves.
There were some
guys.
great waves that came through and potentially put some meaningful scores on the board.
Yeah, Guy Sato came out of their second round, and now they're right back to back in their third round. Okay. So, Mr. Clifton Botello, I hear him calling up New Earth Project. We want our teams. If you're watching in your house, New Earth Project, you guys are getting ready to go.
Yeah, I saw Jamie walking down.
Yeah, Carissa
on camera,
Moore,
so.
J.O.B., Koa Smith, Shaden Picaro, and Matahi Drole. Awesome stuff. And got to catch up with Eddie Rockman up there in the tower, Uncle Eddie, to us. And he was talking about the Tahiti thing. And I'm stoked that Matahi, that you're letting everybody know about what's going on in Tahiti. So Uncle had a few things to say about that as well. So right on for keeping us educated. We are a surfers union. We got to communicate. Communication is key about all kinds of sorts of things, because if we don't communicate, oh man, can you imagine?
Yeah, and even had some surfers checking in from Virginia Beach over there on the East Coast. Yep.
They also had massive surf just the other week.
Speaking of massive, check out the top of your screen there on the horizon.
Huge.
Just a big, huge wave crashing in super deep water. That's when you know it is going to be a large one, because, that deep water, waves don't normally break out there unless they're a certain size, and the size is humongous.
Humongous, yeah. And like you East Coasters out there, you guys had some great surf, sandbar. I've seen the stills in the video, but no Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski assist. When these guys get flogged in the cold water, I watch them as brotherhood. The guy is freezing, draining out his nasal cavity, and they go paddle back out. I mean, you know, my hat's off to you, gang.
That's core, man.
That is waterman kind action.
Yeah, we appreciate all of our fellow brothers and sisters of surf around the globe, especially when, man, I don't do well in cold water. I'm warm-blooded, born and raised here on the North Shore. You know, it's tough for me to get motivated when the water is below 60 degrees or even below 70, and throwing on a wetsuit, that whole process. But I've had some really good fun in cold water, but it is a huge commitment. So we definitely give you guys
big time props, because when it gets
big props,
that's brain freeze.
Yeah.
Us Polynesians can't even. We can hold our breath long time, but when you add us into that element,
it's like sticking your head in a cooler.
No can focus after that.
Some big waves coming in now. Those ones we saw on the outside for Team Japan, and they're just gonna let these cruise through. Not really the proper angle to give them an opportunity for a nice in and out barrel, but we're just appreciating all that energy,
big time
the power
energy.
of the ocean. Just an amazing thing to witness. And you know, hopefully those of you watching online, you know, sometime you can make it down here live and really get to feel and see the power that Pipeline provides, because when you're sitting down on the beach, I mean, you can, right there, there's Hilton Alves right there.
All right.
Hanging out with the Groms. And, you know, he does a lot of good stuff, too, like teaching art and giving a lot of his time to spend with the youth. And
I watched that masterpiece come from just a backdrop to when me and Clifton just leaned over the railing. We couldn't believe it. We were talking. We had surfer Joey Johnson checking out the action. He couldn't believe where the painting came from. He just 3D. There he is, checking out the majestic bonsai pipeline with Team Japan out in the water.
Yeah, check out his things online. Hilton Alves.
You know, posters
Alves
and
is, Instagram. You can check him out.
Apparel went so quick. And he was signing posters yesterday, and that's how quick we're out of posters. But and we only have like an hour ago, there was 5 more shirts left. A couple double X's and triple X. But you can go on dahui.com if you're watching live right now, and dahui.com has what you need. We just need to get the merchandise down here tomorrow on our third day of competition. So radical stuff here at the Backdoor Shootout.
I know people are asking about the hats too, and I think the hats are like more limited edition. But
the hats go so quick.
I don't even know if they're even available. These are just like, you know, in-house kind of action. But we do have
Aloha J collection.
We got my Easy Bra hats too. On NSOG Designs.
Yes, tell me, because I want to support that. I remember when you created, and we're the Easy Bra posse. There's so much that you can iterate as a local boy. Like, you know, it's positive. It's just
it's, you know, it's a way that we say you're welcome. You know, like when you're like, oh, thanks for doing that thing. Oh, Easy Bra. Or it's also when you go to Waikiki Shell and you're with your friend and he sees his ex-girlfriend with her new boyfriend. You got to go, whoa, easy, bro.
That is awesome. No, I wanted you to explain that, because you're that business that, you know, you're a real popular surfer all around this island. So everybody, when they seen you with your Easy Bra, you had to make that into T-shirts and hats. Aloha, gang.
Yeah, that's NSOGdesigns.com.
Yes. Go check him out.
Ezra Rodriguez, Rocky Cannon. We are right here, second floor of the Volcom House. Mahalo to Team Volcom, providing the venue, and also for Dahui, providing everything else, and all of our great sponsors. You know, we got to say mahalo to Keiki Beach Bungalows, right down the street here. If you have a chance to come out and stay at one of those units, it is North Shore oceanfront.
Oh, it's
at
amazing.
Its finest. A really kind of an underground spot in the sense that you got to get almost like a bed and breakfast thing. You got to kind of look to find it. But we want to let you guys know Keiki Beach Bungalows is wide open for business. And
Majestic
go check them out.
Place,
and, a great crew that runs that whole operation there. and North Shore Beachfront, and then also to Go Nuts Hawaii. They've been around a long time, and staple here on the North Shore.
Yeah.
And also thank you to Sinaloa, the chips and the tortillas that we all purchase and eat all the time. Monster Energy.
We're fueled by it.
As, Athletic Brewing. Looking forward to some of those Athletic Brewing products later. Odom Hawaii, Waiakea Water with our hydration, Haleiwa Juice, and Two Thumbs Tattoo up in Mililani. If you are really, you want to get a souvenir, get a T-shirt. But if you want to get more nuts, go get a permanent souvenir of a tattoo.
You got that.
in Mililani and Two Thumbs Tattoo.
Why, you know more North Shore boys tattooed on you yet?
I do. I got it all over me. Yes.
Nice. All right.
Places that you cannot see.
Gotcha.
So we got so many great partners. Oahu Golf, too.
Oh, Tim, thank you. Making us look sharp
Oahu Golf is
all the time.
Some of the most comfortable, nice, kind shirts that, us local boys, we don't get dressed up too often.
No, but this thing, I'm telling you, because it's Aloha Friday Rock.
Yeah.
I know, Tim, I love wearing OGA. Good friends of Monster Energy,
Cool,
Kealo, Wohi. I wear this surfing. No joke. It's like a rash guard, UV blocker,
with
and
style.
then you look straight up, overdressed from the lineup, but you look sharp, brah. And I just love it because Aloha Friday, I love to go surfing in my OGA apparel.
Yeah.
It's not just for golf. OGA is for everything under the sun.
See that
Very
current, bro, just shredding through that inside section.
And it's all timing, but they're going to get out there. There's a lot of ruts now, Rocky, I noticed.
Team New Earth Project going out for their round 3 heat. Just about 12 minutes, 20 seconds for Team Japan right now. And we've had a little bit of
little slower
sets
than
coming
usual.
in, but then, the angles that have been a little too straight, when you don't get that nice bend for any opportunity, it gets a little bit tricky out there.
Shout out to Daiki Matsunaga, your brother. I believe that's his little brother in there. Because the last 2 years being in the booth with you, Daiki Matsunaga put on a hell of a show.
Yeah.
Pipe charger, not just pipeline. He had an amazing backdoor last year too. We could really tell who he was off his excellent posture in the pipe barrel and that yellow on his wetsuit.
Yeah, and you see the conditions today. The day itself is just gorgeous. No reason not to be outside today here in Hawaii and on the North Shore.
Come and join us. Wiggle off work a little early. I wiggled off work.
Wiggle off work. I like that.
11:18. But when you come here and if you wiggle off work and come over here to think that you're going to get a little surf wiggle, it's a'ole. No. The surf is massive all the way down the coast. As me and Rock can look off this balcony to the left, and it is like, what do you call that? Is that outer Rocky Point?
Yeah, it's like outer
How far?
Pupukea.
How far from the point of Rocky Point would you say?
400 or 500 yards.
Sheesh.
So it's bombing way out there. And see some of the lines coming in there. The horizon a little hazy. We've got some cloud activity way out there, but visibility all around really beautiful. Water clarity is pristine.
Look at how different all the ruts and everything look today. It's a whole different reef landing. Things have been adjusted overnight.
So low tide is still approaching. We had a high tide this morning, so that will just you see the numbers of tide, the difference. We don't really have big tide changes. A lot of questions regarding Hawaii and our tides get asked a lot by visitors and folks that surf here or that come to surf here. What's better, high tide or low tide? And, there are times when it'll be maybe a 2.5 foot difference from low to high tide, which is quite small relative to folks on the East Coast that can see a tide change.
A tidal bore.
30 to 40 feet.
Oh, man.
Low tide is so much different than high tide, even in California and other places like that. You're not going to see those big tide swings here in Hawaii. I think it's because just the water is so deep off of the shelf outside. So, you'll get a 0.1, 0.7, 0.2 type of thing. But at a place like Pipe, it can make a difference because it's already super shallow.
Yep.
And the less water you have on the reef, the more dangerous, obviously, but the hollower
The
wave
hollower
will
it
be.
gets, yeah. So I wanted to ask you at 3 p.m. as the tide goes down, for what you're seeing right now, Rock, and you being an amazing pipe surfer, is the tide going to make it better or a bit more dangerous?
I
Definitely
believe both.
hollower.
I believe both. As we watch
Shinpei
at backdoor. And just
he had a
getting-
beast of a wave in his second round heat.
But that tide going low at around 3, it's not a huge swing, so we may not see that much of an effect. The swell is tapering off as forecasted, so we kind of peaked yesterday afternoon. I think when we left here after the last heat, and I glanced out at what
You've
was
seen
happening.
what we see when
it
we
was bombing,
yeah.
and had that really nice westerly direction. But when it peaked overnight, and this morning had a little bit of a lump to it, but it's provided enough scores to keep us running today as we watch Shinpei. Nice slow-mo takeoff right there, and finds the barrel, finds a good line, but the wave just outrunning him on that little inside section, providing not enough room for Shinpei to get out of it.
You could tell by his body language on the bottom turn. He looked down the yardage way, and he knew that that thing was going to close, so he adjusted his body and got some travel time. Again, shout out to Trent Boahi. Thank you for all the Cow patrol over there, the Huio He'inalu. That was awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Always making us grinds, taking care, see if we need anything.
Got
Thank
a question coming in about how the pros decide what boards to ride, and there's been a really the thruster, obviously since its inception way back when by Simon Anderson in the early 80s, that thruster design has been pretty much the go-to.
Yeah.
But I saw Makua's board yesterday. He's
Quad.
opting for the quad fin.
Yep. A lot of quad.
And so, the theory. So we have Kyle chiming in with us and asking, how do you decide what to ride, or kind of what are the different dynamics of the.
That's a good question. It gives us every surfer anxiety.
Yeah. Yes.
What do I ride?
I've the pros. I think it's depending on their style, because we see still a pretty good even mix. I believe
even mix, but they all prepare different.
But the quad, will give you that kind of funneling effect of speed, and still has some sort of kind of twin fin maneuverability.
Yep.
The thruster, I think that's more of just a comfort thing.
Yeah, we all raised
been
on
around
thrusters.
so long.
Yeah.
We all, nowadays, all of us in this generation raised on thrusters.
Yep.
And you see the fin options there.
Yep.
I believe that's Jamie O'Brien's on the left right there.
Brett Matsumoto, Takaro.
So those particular boards going thruster and. That is just, I think, the comfort thing.
And quad can feel loose and tight to certain people.
Yeah, that is correct. So it kind of depends on the
Everybody.
spacing of the fins and all of that. And I think I'm more like, I'm not going back single fin, like keep it simple. And I've rode a single fin out here.
That's a different kind of line.
It's crazy,
but
man. I was so amazed at how it's so hard to hold the line. I was taking off on these perfect pipe waves on a single fin just to try it out and ride an old school board. That I borrowed from Rick Williams way back.
Oh, nice.
And I thought I was holding the perfect line, and I was sliding down the wave and then getting pummeled by the lip. And so
footing.
I was like, how are these guys, I need to spend more time on it.
It's even your body contortion, too.
It was it was like going back in time.
Gotcha.
It was pretty cool. But I always found the thruster, for me, worked the best, and it's that comfort level. And I felt like I was accomplishing what I had to accomplish, and if it wasn't broke, don't try to fix it.
Yeah.
And when the quads came out, it was like I tried one time, and it felt like I was going to take a whole nother bit of time to get used to that.
Oh, big time.
And I just I just want to surf already.
Yeah.
So I just went back to the thruster.
Plus, you got on the quad, you got the double foils in the back. Makes
Yeah.
a huge difference unless it's flat on the inside. You also got, a guy like Nathan Fletcher. I watched him years ago, 15, 20 years ago, sharing his boards with Bruce Irons and the quad and the understanding. I watched Koa Smith out there in his heat. He had an ASIM quad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wow.
awesome.
Yeah, the asymmetrical.
Yeah. You ever play with the ASIM kind of thing?
No,
My good friend Harley Ingleby plays with the ASIM. Keone Watson, a local boy over here, he loves ASIM. Yeah, it's definitely a talk. You see these guys get together, and it's really functional, But I'm not, like fin placement.
It's a cult, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
When I go surf, and it's funny that question because like we were talking about me and Ulu Boy, like how everybody prepares. It's like, do I wear a helmet? No. Should I wear a leash? I don't know. Should I ride this board? There's so many elements that fall into preparing to surf. So when you got a lot of boards, that's a really cool thing as a pro surfer, but then you got another problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of boards comes with a lot of love with each board.
I believe that's a good problem to have.
It's a great problem, but it makes you leave the house later. So if if you're married and you have kids, you only have a window, and you're still standing in your boardroom pondering what you're going to ride. And then it's like, do I wear a leash?
Dipping into your window.
Oh, God, it gets ridiculous how we prepare.
And then, that's why I've been kind of more of a traditional guy when it comes to glass-on fins versus
getting glass-ons, huh?
Versus like FCS or Future or the adjustable fins. If you're going to travel a lot, it makes sense to get the adjustable to remove them. But I want my board intact, and I'll just make it work. When you get to like getting a board of like, try this kind of fin setup, like 2 G4s and 1 G. I'm like, bro, this is like way too much like variation.
You get overwhelmed,
And so I like you just said, man, I like to just grab my board and go. And whatever I got under my feet, I'm just going to make it work for those conditions. And I'm going to find a way to have fun, and just do it that way. But I understand all of the variations and technology and all the options. So there's kind of to each their own. And that's what's so beautiful about our sport and about surfing is, your own style, your own preference. Yeah. And that is
what
how you
like,
make it work. And
how
you don't
want
really
to surf.
You don't really like look at another surfer like the grass is greener over there. You just hone in to what you got and make yourself happy.
And perform at your best and just pour your feelings into the wave. That's what I like to do. Let out your day.
Yeah.
Surfing is so, when you connect with the ocean and catch that wave, it's so pure.
Yeah, it's
and we got to remind ourselves with that too,
I want to say aloha to Brother Thomas, Tom, and Clark over in the UK.
All right.
Promises that he'll pronounce ukulele the right way from now on.
My good friends up there watching, Ben Skinner, world champion longboarder, he's also tuned in. Yeah, you guys. UK in the house.
And but I guess the way we pronounce Buckingham Palace is not, it's Buckingham. So we don't want to emphasize the ham on Buckingham.
Gotcha.
It's Buckingham.
We add too much ham, huh?
Yeah, we add a little too much ham.
Well, we eat plenty ham over here. It's called Kalua Pig.
Yeah, bro. And looks like Clark, his son, taking a trip to Cornwall, getting the 5mm suit and hood all ready.
That place is cold. They got places like the box over there.
Much respect to you guys, bro.
Molly's. Mad respect for the UK.
Well, just got a notification. Thanks, guys, for supporting NSOG Designs.
All right.
And my Easy Bra design. We've got hats and shirts and all the fun stuff. Here we go, up and riding in that blue helmet, the regular foot.
Guy Sato, perhaps?
Might be Kenshin Matsunaga, actually. He
got the
really
backdoor
good
wave in the beginning. Okay, that was Kenson.
Yeah.
Good job, Kenson.
Nice work there. And that is the end of our Heat 1 of Round 3. Getting ready for Heat number 2. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll bring back Dr. Isaiah. He'll be with Ezra, and they'll take it to Heat number 2. More Backdoor Shootout on the way. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Snap two, bring it back.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Hey, welcome back, gang. Check out this amazing scene from Zone Media. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and I'm back in the booth with Professor Isaiah Walker. How you doing, my brother?
Oh, doing good, Ezra. And it's been an exciting event. It's on day number 2. Yesterday we had some great surf. Today the waves are a bit bigger.
Oh.
And but we've also seen the swell. It looks like it's I don't want to say calming down, but maybe clearing up a bit. And we have the New Earth Project back again. We see Carissa Moore back in the water, Jamie O'Brien, Koa Smith, Shaden Picaro, and Matahi Drole from Tahiti.
Yeah.
And
they were just in the water an hour ago.
They were.
So we're going right back. This is their third surf. Like we've been telling you guys, you get more of your favorite surfers on big barrels. So these guys, this is their third surf. And, man, we're going to go right back up in reverse. So you guys stay tuned. We still got a massive swell. We're waiting for it to kind of subside and peak just a little bit so it starts grooming itself just a little bit more. But from what I've seen from Jamie O'Brien, you guys watch that.
Yep.
Jamie O'Brien worked so hard in that heat, and he's back out here after an hour. Regular humans wouldn't be able to handle that kind of abuse. He was in front of his house on dry rock.
And we have a replay here from while we're on the break. This looks like Koa Smith just getting up and out. Oh.
Yeah, Koa Smith up and out. But you know what he was riding? Did you notice he's riding a fishier-looking board, but it's an ASIM.
Matahi Drole.
Beautiful. Tahitian mana. Yorana, Tahiti. I know you guys are tuning in. We were talking about Tahiti on the live mic and the situation up there. Also with Rocky earlier, we're talking about fin design and all kinds of stuff. So,
yeah, for
when do in Hawaiian culture, when did they start changing their equipment and contours and concaves and a little harder edge? Because I know they were progressing their wave sliding back then.
Yep,
that was Matahi back to back.
No,
huh?
that was Shaden.
Okay,
Shado
yeah,
from Big Island.
Stoked you got in.
This is Jamie O'Brien doing the pig dog. Stays deep in the barrel, comes out clean.
Textbook freak J.O.B. doing his thing. Oh, look at the Grom psyching. He's psyching for Uncle James.
Wow,
man, Jamie
flurry.
doesn't even look that he got abused in his second heat. He just looks like he's ready to get barreled. Watch him do a backdoor on a hole, Bill.
Oh, Jamie lives right here, right next door to where we're at, and so he knows this wave. It's literally his backyard. Here is Shaden Picaro slowing down, getting covered. Quick one at backdoor and realizes, woo, I got to get out of this.
Shado P, he's got a beautiful backside. And Jamie O'Brien doing what he does best. He has put a lot of generations look up to him and, try to copycat him. He does have one of the best barrel rides. And don't forget, when the waves are medium, the guy just throws tail. He's got all the bag of tricks, mute grabs, you name it. And just lucky that these guys like Makua Kai Rothman, Jamie O'Brien's one of them, lucky they don't compete in the longboard. These guys can also ride anything at any time.
That is true, and I think that's a symptom, a positive symptom, I guess, of growing up
There he
in
is.
Hawaii.
Mhm.
I noticed I was actually surprised the first time, I was surfing outside of Hawaii in California. Just it seems like each discipline is so segregated. And a lot of beaches, in fact, in California, like you cannot, ride a surfboard in a black ball area.
Yeah.
Or bodyboards are separated.
I know, but the best part of the wave is over there by the black ball area.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you got one guy drowning in a Speedo. He's just getting wet.
But like when I grew up, and this is maybe common in Hawaii, that everybody caught waves of your bodyboard, surfboard, shortboard, longboard, and especially in Hawaiian communities like a Makaha, for example, they really celebrate the diversity of kind of wave riding crafts, and so you're right. Like guys like grew up here, Jamie O'Brien, and so forth. I remember watching, there's keiki contests that we have in Hawaii. The Menehune at Haleiwa, and also the at Rel Sun's competition at Makaha. These guys would enter all the divisions: bodyboard, longboard, shortboard, and we were mentioning yesterday. Bonga Perkins is a perfect example of many of these athletes.
And when I jumped off the shortboard and fell in love with longboarding, when Dwayne DeSoto showed me, and I started competing. All longboard, these guys showed up in my heat. Guys like Jason Shibata, J.O.B., even Rory Parker a couple times, and Makua Kai Rotman. And you know what? They're good.
They're good.
Another guy, and I was shouting out to him earlier, was Bruce Irons took my longboard at Oceanside, and I looked at my coach, and he's all, whew, look at this guy going. I was like, damn, he's pretty good. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, that's where, Jamie's pretty notorious for riding his 8-foot catch surf foam boards and doing it well.
Doing it well. Pig dogging
well.
barrels. You got it. Look at that outer Rockies. Rocky was saying that's like 500 yards out from Rocky Point, so that's pretty far out there.
Another all-around, watercraft expert would be Kai Lenny, who was slated to be in this heat. But he actually in the first day here at the Backdoor Shootout, he was in the stand-up division.
I watched that with you, but I didn't know he was
helmet.
hurt. I thought he just got called in because you're supposed to do one division this year.
But
so how's he doing?
I just saw he posted on Instagram that he had a concussion, and luckily he's wearing his helmet. You can see the helmet's cracked, big gap in it. But
Godspeed, Kai. That he's train okay. so much for those situations, and accidents happen that fast.
Especially here at Pipeline. You got somebody like Kai Lenny who, you watch his videos of surfing Nazare, massive Nazare, of course, Peahi.
Yeah.
And but here at Pipeline, just the mixture of the power and the bottom, like the contour of the bottom and the shallowness and the shape of it, just, it is the, most devastating,
You
deadly
watch all
wave.
these guys, huge waves, like you said, Nazare everywhere, but then you can even have small Pipeline at 4 feet, 6 feet. Well, 6 feet is not small Hawaiian by any means, but to what these athletes charge on, just shout out to Malik. I remember Malik, Oxbow days, the guy charged, and it wasn't a very big day at Pipe, and it can take your life that quick. But watching that guy at Chopo and everywhere else around the world, just animal kind waves, and that's how fast things happen. So,
we're grateful and to have the Hawaiian Water Patrol with us. They are the best of the best. Not only do they, take care of us here at the Backdoor Shootout, but other events worldwide. They're also they do watercraft safety for a lot of the movie sets that are here on island.
Yep, like Uncle Brian, they all collaborate. Stunts Unlimited,
and so it's a real art and a talent that these guys train for, and we're just so blessed to have them here, making sure our athletes are safe, and they do save lives. We've seen it almost every year.
They innovate the structure. After every water rescue, they want to see how they can do it better, faster, more sufficient, and that kind of care.
Right, and I was talking yesterday a bit about how Duka Hanamoku was also a pioneer in life-saving rescue, and he used the surfboard to rescue people, and because of his innovative use of the surfboard in rescue, the rest of the world adopted that. So before, like now, the modern version of life safety is with a watercraft like a jet ski with a sled attached to it. But before, for decades prior to that, the surfboard, a longboard with straps on it, you rescue people that way. And so Duke Kahanamoku was really the pioneer of that kind of safety.
Counterbalanced and did it for the first time, and he did it, and he was out there to do it, and then he started
teaching others to do it.
Teaching others, but after he did it, like talk about on the Waterman. All you guys starred in the Waterman movie. Oh,
here we go. Matahi Drole slowing down, getting that barrel, getting spit out. Beautiful wave.
Nice, getting on the scoreboard. This Tahitian, if you guys don't know him, hard charger.
Look at this.
Koa Smith. Beautiful backside pumps. He's going to go past this chandelier and eject button. This guy's been having an amazing winter. So in the Waterman, they talk about when he did all those rescues.
Right.
And he rescued how many people? I know you probably got the number. Yeah, that is amazing. Was that one of his first times rescuing? No. In the mainland, yes.
Yeah, so he was he trained other people how to be lifeguards. Red Cross hired him. Look at this. Jamie O'Brien, late drop, makes it, pulls up his rail over the foam ball, comes out with a
gosh,
spin.
Over the pipe rut, right out into the channel. Big round of applause. Look at that. Monster Energy drinks.
Jamie's just got this so dialed.
So dialed. He's looking so good. Last year, never really got on the board. And this guy, still to this day, this guy can win any event. J-O-B.
And wow, yeah, I mean, he was a standout yesterday. He had this one where he let go of the rail.
Yeah.
And kind of a little reminiscent. He even made mention to it that Kelly Slater had one similar last year at the shootout where he just let go of the rail and pumped standing up. And then just now, I mean, it's so classic J.O.B. the way that he falls into the pit under the lip of the wave, dragging his body to slow himself down and to regain composure and control on his surfboard. Amazing. J.O.B.'s definitely got the job done and wired.
And Carissa Moore is out there. Big round of applause, you guys, at home for Carissa Moore. One of the only two Wahines in the event, Moana Wong. That was beautiful from the water angle. He wasn't as deep as this kid can go. Koa Smith, amazing on his backhand. He's riding a quad ASIM there.
Oh, you can see that
J.O.B.
late
over the rut. Ollie's over the foam ball.
Yes.
Oh, you seen that? This brother from the days. Yeah, so I really admired that in the movie. After he did all the rescues, he went back out and grabbed all the dead bodies, Duke Kahanamoku, and then he paddled yards down the beach. He didn't want nothing to do with the news, no questions. He did what he did. That's amazing stuff.
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, because you're right. Like he had, he was just himself and on the surfboard, and he brought in as many as he could.
It's cold.
He brought in all of them, but unfortunately couldn't save all of them.
Everybody. So it must have worn on him as a person.
For sure. And as a lifeguard, anybody who's in, life-saving or in, our fire department and people that are in the business of helping and saving lives.
That point in
an emotional
his career
level to it that's taxing.
Yeah, that time in the movie, the documentary, that point in his career, was he already a lifeguard at that point?
Well, lifeguard is a little different. Lifeguarding as a career isn't something that, at least in Hawaii, wasn't really a
there
career.
Yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was really just the early
we honor
days
him as one being where we are now. Okay, roger that.
And actually, I mentioned this yesterday, but important note is that oftentimes we point to Duke Kahanamoku, of course, rightly so, as the father of modern-day surfing and of all these accolades and of life-saving and so forth. But he wasn't. He was a part of a generation, a group of Hawaiian watermen that I think sometimes Duke's popularity may eclipse some of these others. So a perfect example of this is George Freeth.
He didn't never want no limelight.
Right.
Yeah.
George
and people
Freeth
take advantage of that.
Was a little older than Duke. Grew up surfing also in Waikiki, and was an avid swimmer, a water polo player. I don't know if people realize this too, but Duke Kahanamoku was on the Olympic water polo team.
Wow. Okay.
And so they played water polo, but George Freeth was actually a forerunner to Duke in a lot of these types of things, particularly in life-saving rescue. George Freeth moved to California, started this Huntington Beach Surf Club, taught people how to surf, and was hired to ensure safety. Went around all these pools. There were these swimming pools that were becoming a thing in America at the turn of the 20th century and early 1920s and 30s. And George Freeth was right in the middle of that. Oh, speaking of the middle of that, these guys are right in the middle of this wave.
Over Duke Kahanamoku never played water polo.
No, Duke was. Yeah, he played on the Olympic team.
They didn't talk about it that much. Even in a lot of write-ups about him, they don't make a mention. And just wanted to shout out to your sister. You're talking about water polo, sunshine topping, and your nephew, P-Man.
P-Man, Pa'oa.
Yeah, I've been watching him. You talking about water polo.
Yeah, Pa'oa Kalani is actually Duke's name, too. It's interesting. My nephew shares the same name.
Yep.
Pa'oa is the Kahanamoku family's name on his mother's side.
Yep.
So Duke's mom was a Pa'oa, and a lot of his Hawaiian family and friends would call him Pa'oa.
Yeah.
Duke is, his birth-given name, which, by the way, Duke, that name comes from the Duke of Edinburgh, who was a British royal.
Yeah.
Who Bernice Pauahi Bishop, who was a Hawaiian ali'i, I guess supposedly named Duke's father after this Duke of Edinburgh, this prince of England. And I was mentioning earlier how the British Crown and the Hawaiian Kingdom had a lot of interesting relationships with each other. And so it's interesting that Duke gets that name from the royals of England.
I love it.
And so it's kind of
you talked about water polo. I love that sport. I've just been watching your nephew and my nephew, but your nephew, I call him P-Man. Awesome stuff.
Actually,
Topping Ohana, thanks for chiming in. Also, while I have you, it's very interesting. I was at the Volcom house behind the scaffold. I ran into the Roberson, Kaleo Roberson from Maui. I want to introduce you later on when we're not in the booth. Did you get to talk to him?
I met him downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a quick handshake.
He has something in his Maui yard that happened way back in the day. He wanted to talk to you and get some mana'o.
Beautiful.
Gave me chicken skin when he told me something about a Kamehameha King fell in his backyard, and he wants to talk to you about it because you might pick it up off the story. So that's one awesome thing. Every year we have Professor Isaiah Walker here. He's an amazing man. He's a family surfer. You guys, you're so educated about everything, but you also have to check out his book, Waves of Resistance. You're also working on another project in the middle of it, but I'm very excited.
Yeah, I have.
It ain't easy what you do.
Right. And, in academics, you publish books, but also there's a series of articles that I've written that you can find online as well. So it's been real kind of a cool thing to do is to take my passion of surfing and to make it into a career in a different sort of a way.
Yeah, but you went into surfing, and so much mythology and Hawaiian folklore is in there, and more of, stuff that people had no idea about.
Right. I thought Jamie was going to turn around and go on that one, but opts not to. And we have 4 competitors.
You can tell our surfers are fighting with the outpush. They're getting outpush, and then they're forced in. Sometimes you got to like that. You got to time it. You get rotated out without paddling, save energy, and then you got to realize you kind of got to hang on the inside before you get pushed out of that current line.
So very cool. We have
we got some when you hear those whistles, that means a significant catchable, maybe a 12-point ride might be on the horizon.
See Jamie making a move going deeper. See if he pulls the trigger on this one.
He looks like he's
going to look at it. Nope.
Oh, why you got to jinx me like that, Jamie? I was ready for takeoff with you.
Oh, beautiful. We had the drone footage. Showed the rainbow just from the mist of the wave there. mentioning earlier, the beach park here is known as Ehukai. Ehukai is this mist that you see generated from these waves. And so the air down here, when the surf is pumping and large, it creates a misty air to it. And Ehu is also a color, like a reddish hue. And often we get these beautiful sunsets here on the North Shore.
And that's where
it
goes through the spray. And that's where
the spray, the lighting.
There's so much deep in Olelo. There's
a lot of meaning.
More meaning, not just one meaning, and not just what you see.
Yeah, very poetic language.
Matahi taking a dig, trying to get over to the back door.
Oh, is Carissa going to pull the trigger?
Oh. Wow, you see that sand kick up right there? That's 1 foot of sand right there. And right underneath that sand is just straight sheer rock.
Right.
A lot of pounded dead coral, but as you move along the backdoor area, there is a colony, a lane, and over towards where you exit at Pipe, there's a couple healthy coral heads as well.
Yeah, so I do want to, reiterate that Duke was an incredible ambassador of Aloha for sport.
Mm-hmm.
However, there were also, like I said earlier, there was a generation of them that hung out together. In fact, Duke had a very large family. He had several brothers.
Mm-hmm.
He had another brother that was in the Olympics with him that also swam, and he also had brothers that surfed, and then he had a bunch of cousins, of course, that surfed. And
are you telling me one of his brothers would rip harder than him? Because there is that in our Hawaiian culture. One brother gets more limelight than the other.
Oh, looking at that one.
Who was that?
I think that was Shaden.
Shaden, yeah, with the green rail. Whoa.
That little wave, that wave barreled all the way across.
Yeah, but still tricky. Barrel riding is a very difficult thing to do. These guys make it look super easy, but it's super sensitive. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it to even catch a wave at this magnitude. And look at that beauty. I bet you Shado P was just beating himself in the brain because that is a great left. You know how Shado P surfs.
Shado charges. And
here he goes.
Matahi pumping, trying to make it through that next section, but unfortunately too fast.
I'm really rooting for this Tahitian. He hasn't really grabbed onto a wave that he really loves.
Like
and
Rocky was
more
saying,
donuts, but no problem. I've watched this kid at his Tahiti spots, and it's just breathtaking. It's like a fish. He just plays with it.
I almost feel guilty, watching from
he's okay. Yeah,
he's okay,
I love.
okay.
Yeah, there's Brandon Martin Kealana checking him up, and you guys seen the tap on the head. That means he's okay. If you can tap your head like that means you are A-okay.
Yeah, it's great with the water rescue and the training that we have. A lot of our surfers go through. They have sign language they do.
If he never tapped his head more than 3 times, Brandon would his grabber would rip him on that ski, and they take him straight to the beach. That's how quick they are. 5 minutes remaining. How's the back drag?
Yeah.
I always watch with all my brothers that I've grown up with. When you're duck diving next to each other, you know what I mean? It's almost like a little competitive thing, how fast you can shoot past and maybe get 5 more yards past them. But, when you get drugged back, that's something. That means you duck dive wrong, bro.
I mean, there is sort of a guilty pleasure here that we're experiencing. Like, we're in the drone watching him get annihilated.
I know.
We're, 10 feet above his head, and here he is trying to, survive, and we're just, watching. Hey,
and then,
how's it going?
Yeah, how's it going? And then you got to account when they finally get a sip of air, right? And I know you've done this. Sometimes when the waves are big, you got all this foam around your face, and you suck in a little foam, and then you're like,
then you can't breathe at all.
Then you see Hawaiian Water Patrol look at you, and then you're like, am I okay? Let the salt clear my throat. That's one of the scariest things there.
Yeah, when you swallow water.
It's hard to come back from. Because you don't get to take a significant breath for the next hold down.
Oof. Yeah, our surfers, you do have to be selective here at Pipeline. Like we said earlier, it's It is the deadliest wave in the surfing world. And so you got to be mindful which wave to catch and not to catch. Looks like we've got a rider here. Looks like Koa Smith in the barrel.
Beauty. Smart that he didn't get greedy and try to hang on to it. You know what I mean? He actually got in and out.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what it's about. Team format, putting as best scores as you can. This is New Earth Project's third surf of the heat with 3:17 remaining. Carissa Moore, Jamie O'Brien, Koa Smith, Shado P, Picaro, and Matahi Drole. Moana Drole must be still ripping, doing his thing. I noticed him on the jet ski, Manoa.
Oh, there's the replay of Koa Smith's last wave. Gets
Matia
under
David. All you guys turning in. Arson Ho.
Oh, wow.
Oh, amazing. Tahitian Ohana Abdel.
Here we go. Looks like J.O.B. is looking at a backdoor wave. He's eyeing it up. See if he can pull into this. Standing tall.
Such an expert.
Slows down. Comes out.
Beautiful timing of the hand drag. Likes what he's feeling because this guy has been doing some deep man work the last couple of heats. Checking out his board, his black rail and hot pink Tokoro surfboards.
A replay here where he's eyeing it up, making sure he makes the section at the same time wants to be deep. That's where he slows down right there. Comes out in the frothy foam, kicks out with a little wha.
Yeah, he's got rhythm of this wave, man, let me tell you. I don't know if I've never seen him dance, if he's got rhythm of the dance, but he must be because he's got so much rhythm on the waves. That's the name of the game. Get barreled today.
Jamie O'Brien on the New Earth Project, filling in for Mr. Kelly Slater, who I understand had some hip issues, but he's going to be back in the water soon, and apparently he's doing all right.
Kelly knows what's up.
Right.
His replacement is J.O.B. Yeah, so Kelly, hope you get a speedy recovery. I was wondering what happened to you. I haven't seen you playing like the Grom you are out here in the last few weeks. So, Kelly, heal up. I know you're joining us. So, one serious master.
Yeah, so New Earth Project, putting together a pretty star-studded team here. And only 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this heat. Hopefully be time for another one. Looks like Jamie's eyeing up another medium wave, as you would say, but decides not to pull the trigger on that one.
A lot of clouds, a lot of thick 4-foot lips clamping down on that 1 foot of dry rock and sand.
Love these drone shots. You get a view of the island here of Oahu. And right where we're looking now is the island of Kauai. You can't see it. But I tell you what, there was about 3 weeks ago, first time I've ever seen this in my life. Kauai. I was driving. You can see Kauai from. I went up and got a Christmas tree from Helemano Farms in Wahiawa. Beautiful tree, by the way.
I
highly recommend
Noble
it.
Fir or Douglas?
I forget the name of it, but it was a beautiful tree and 10 feet tall. And it was gorgeous. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't spend some ducats then.
10-foot
tall tree is woohoo.
But anyway, after going up there and driving down, and it was there was a storm that was coming over, so a pressure system was coming over us, and you could see Kauai as clear as I've ever seen it, and so that means incredible.
That was around the time that you could see all the islands, I believe. Yep. Well, that's it for New Earth Project, gang. We're going to get the next team coming up, the last team. So you guys, look at this. Right at the end of the heat, J.O.B. comes flying out. We'll be right back, gang. This is Ezra Rodriguez with Isaiah Walker. Come back and join us in a few minutes.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Aloha mai kako. Welcome to the 2024 Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're here at Bonsai Pipeline. A lot of families down on the beach here today checking out the action. We've got really big surf here at Pipeline. We have some amazing competitors, some professional surfing going on. In this heat, we have Team Nave, a group of surfers primarily from Brazil. We have Bruno Santos, Ian Gouveia, Kona Oliveira, Lucas Silveira, and Joey Johnson jumping on the crew on this round 3. So we're into round number 3. Each of these heats has 30 minutes, and surfers get the chance to catch as many waves as possible, preferably get a high-scoring wave. Our scale here at the Backdoor Shootout is a little unique, although we usually use a scale of a 1 to 10. If it's above excellent, then it can go up to the 12-point range, and we have seen over the years a couple of 12s handed out, but those are handed out sparingly.
Yeah, the super excellent.
Super excellent. You remember Kala Grace got a super excellent a couple years back. Keito Matsuoka got a 12-point ride.
Koa Rothman got one a few years ago, too.
So we reserve those for the extra special wave rides out here at Backdoor Shootout.
It's like when you get one, on Ono plate launch, and then everything is all good, but then, you just got to, Auntie, to bring the gravy.
Oh,
I like to throw them all over. So when you get the extra gravy, that's when you get the 12-point ride. Jamie O'Brien entertaining the fanfare. That's what the cool part about being here live on the beach for these surf fans is being able to interact, And, when you go to like a sporting event in other pro sports, we have an arena or a field or a court. It's not really, you got to have plenty of money for get the seats right there in the front.
Yep.
Over here, you just show up at the beach, walk down to the shoreline, and, it's pretty all access.
Right.
And these surfers, they're so gracious and generous with their time, appreciating what they get to do on a daily basis, and you can feel that, and you see it in those kinds of images there.
And Jamie's quite the surf celebrity. Not only in competitive surfing has he made a name for himself, but also very popular on social media and on YouTube. Runs his Stay Stoked channel and has quite a big following. So cool to have some of his fans come down and say hi and take some pictures with him. All right, so we do have some questions coming in to nsoghawaii@gmail.com. So if you have some questions you want to ask, we had a couple of questions coming in. One of them was actually in the last heat, and I wanted to go to that one right before we got separated. There was a question about the steel guitar.
Yeah, just kind of where that came from and how it evolved.
Yeah, really cool story. In fact, I think that question came in. We were on the topic of innovation, Hawaiian innovation, and we were talking about innovation in water rescue, Talked about Duke Hanamoku using the surfboard in his rescue. He talked about Brian Keolana, Mel Pu'u, and Brother Terry Hui Kalamai, inventing the sled on the ski. Well, we were also talking about music and culture, and it is pretty impressive if you think of, Hawaii, the population of Hawaii is pretty small in relation to other countries and nations, but the amount of innovative and popular things that have come out of Hawaii and the impact that it's had on the world is pretty impressive if you think about it.
Yeah, kind of a per capita thing.
Right.
Yeah, for being how small we are and the things that we've put out that really catch on a global scale.
Yep, surfing, and also, within athletics as well. You're a football fan, the Jaguars,
yes, sir,
team and stuff. But we actually, Hawaii does produce a lot of athletes, famous people, actors, from The Rock, who grew up here in Hawaii, to Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
It seems like there's just a lot of cool things that come from Hawaii that have proliferated out to the world, and the shaka is definitely one of those. We'll talk about that. Was another question.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a second. But music. So ukulele is an adapted instrument that is adapted from Portuguese instrument, but changed a little to have a Hawaii flair. We talked about the kiho alu, which is the steel, the slack key, but then the steel guitar is something that really innovates in Hawaii and then has a profound impact on the music world. So essentially, there's a story of a guy named Joseph Kekuku, who lived here on the North Shore from Laie and Kahuku side. And Joseph Kekuku was a musician, had a guitar in his house, and the story goes that somehow, I don't know exactly how it happened, but he had a metal comb, and that metal comb, whether he threw it across the room or bounced on it or something, but it made a sound as it slid across the steel strings of the guitar, made like a interesting sound.
Yeah.
And then he spent the rest of his life fine-tuning that sound and amplifying it and creating the electrified sound of a guitar, which really has origins in future development of the electric guitar. So the impact of the steel guitar coming from Hawaii, Joseph Kekuku, and here we go, Rider Up.
Oh, beautiful image, and that is Lucas Silveira. Just a golden shot from the jet ski camera, looking right in. Here we go. Oh, my gosh.
Obliterated.
Man.
Wow.
That was a massive drop. Just courageous effort.
He's alive.
Still alive and up and paddling. But, oh, man, I thought he was going to be able to sneak under that huge lip.
Wow. That's one thing about Pipeline. The wave pitches out so far that even when you straighten out and try and avoid it, here's a replay of this barrel, successful. Lucas Silveira comes out.
That was not easy navigating. There was a lot of movement.
Look at this, big. He tries to get away from it and blows up.
I think that was either Bruno Santos or Ian Govea.
A goofy footer.
Because the rest of the guys, Oli Kona, Lucas, and Joey, are regular foot. So, and we're going to take you down beachside right now. We've got J.O.B. standing by. So let's hear from the man himself.
All right, I am with J.O.B., the J.O.B. right here, and he just got some incredible waves. How are you feeling after those?
Actually, we had a heat a little earlier, and it was really hard to get a wave. Actually, didn't really get too much. Took a couple big wipeouts, and that heat kind of just changed everything around, and I just kind of got in a good rhythm. I stayed busy and made a couple waves. I made one wave I didn't think I was going to make, and that's when you know you get a good score at this contest, when you don't expect to come out and you're like, whoa!
Yeah, that's awesome. And you grew up here. You have it. This beach is your backyard, so you literally can surf this all the time. And you have your YouTube channel. You are a legend out here. How do you kind of keep up with doing all of it? I think he might be a robot.
Yeah, I just like to stay busy, you know. I mean, I never thought or dreamt that this would be a reality when I was younger. My dad saw the vision, you know, and you just kind of, you know, he just pressed play and everything kind of worked out. I'm blessed to be born and raised in Hawaii and have a bunch of great friends here on the North Shore and all around the world. Hi to everyone out there in the world, and my fiance watching this, and my dad's watching. Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible. The Hui Backdoor Shootout's a special event. It's put on by the Hawaiians and for the people, and there's nothing better than that. So thank you to the Hui and the New Earth Project for putting me in the event.
Yeah, and congratulations on your recent engagement as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, there's going to be so much more epic rides, so you guys stay tuned and enjoy the show.
Thank you.
All right. Well spoken by JOB. Thank you, Casey, getting all of the perspectives down there at the beach level. And
I loved he hit a little note for us there. We were talking about music, and he talked about coming out of the barrel. I was like, woo!
Yeah.
And definitely, I mean, Jamie O'Brien has made an awesome career out of surfing, and in some ways unconventionally, right?
Yeah.
Like we, as kids, you just felt like the only way you could do that was through, you know, getting sponsors and
getting
making
on the tour. Yep, and competition.
But to make a career out of, you know, his YouTube channel and having a lot of followers. And here we go, live action.
Ian Govea. And nice 2-for-1 special right there. So gets 2 barrels, 1 wave. And the conditions seem to be lining up a little bit better.
Yep.
Opening up a little bit. The waves and swell maybe tapering a little bit helps for pipe to organize itself a little better as we watch Ian just do that nice forehand stall and then comes right out of one immediately into another. A little bit chandelier-y on that exit of the second one, but nonetheless, a very strong performance there from Ian Govea.
Awesome job, Ian Govea. I loved how he really used 2 hands to slow down.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because you would think that you need to speed up when you're on a big wave, but in a competition where you want to get in the barrel, you're going so fast from the drop. The trick is to slow yourself down as you're racing down the face of the wave. We saw Jamie O'Brien, his technique, that many others who are regular-footed or their left foot is forward, they drag that front left foot in their elemu or their thigh or their backside and just to do everything to hit the brakes. Whereas Ian chose to stay really low and drag both hands. Awesome job.
Yeah, look at those sets on the outside. Ooh. Just horizon ticklers, I call them. Just right there below the horizon, so big that they almost look like clouds when they're having all that white water. Some of the spectators on shore looking on, and they're seeing those monster waves come in from the outside. There's Lucas Silvera catching up with him at backdoor on a smaller one further in, just trying to get some tube time in there. And, when you're in a heat like this, I could tell Lucas, he's a younger guy, kind of frothing, and not able to always surf pipeline with only a few guys out. He's going for his wave count, bro.
Yeah. It's like, I've got half an hour.
Yeah.
I've got to make the most of this.
Yeah. You could sit there and wait for the gem or stay busy like Lucas, and he seems to be frothing. Excited to be out there.
Awesome. Yep. There's that innovation we were talking about earlier, that sled that's on the back of the ski. Such a useful tool.
It's so important, and for Terry Hui, Brian Keolana, Melvin Pu'u, Dennis Govea, for them to see that necessity of, the speed and the power of the jet ski, definitely something that you could use and take advantage of, or at least maximize to create the best situation for saving a person. But needing some kind of a bridge or some kind of adaptation to be able to, have a platform to work off of on the back of the jet ski, it would definitely not have worked the same or be as effective with just a jet ski itself.
Right. And that innovation, I mean, that's our topic, I guess, we were talking about. Joseph Keikuku, back to his story, creates this Hawaiian steel guitar and that real distinct sound that you hear that, interestingly, a lot of younger, like my kids, they reference SpongeBob, the theme song for SpongeBob, which is a Hawaiian steel guitar and a beautiful sound, but definitely is a Hawaiian innovation that makes its mark into the music world. Country music eventually adopts it and improvises with it, and then the electric guitar sound also takes it to the next level. But really cool that comes from the North Shore here in Hawaii.
Yeah, even we were just going to talk story a little bit about the Shaka, the new documentary that's out. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, but we did have a specific question referring to it today that, even that is from this community.
Right.
So
Spread
we
throughout
talked
the
about
world.
Hawaii having things that have taken on worldwide.
Right.
Narrow it down even more, like this little North Shore for per capita has produced some pretty amazing worldwide phenomenons.
Very true. Yeah, so the Shaka, as you know, is something that a lot of surfers have been flying the Shaka for many, many decades, and does originate here in Hawaii and develops over the years, and so you have celebrities doing it. And there is a documentary coming out, and when that comes out, I highly recommend it. It's a great film that talks about how, it's more than just a hand gesture. It's spreading aloha. And in fact, I mean, not to give away too much from the film, but there's one of my favorites does a story on Brooke Lee, who was a Hawaiian woman who won Miss Universe.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Years ago, about 20 years ago, I believe. But after she won Miss Universe, she said her natural instinct was to throw the Shaka.
Yeah.
She said later the producers of the show were like, "Was that a gang sign you're doing?"
Oh, my gosh, that's hilarious.
Like, no, not at all. Oh, there's...
And Lucas staying busy, bro. He's like, hey, I got 11 minutes now. Got to get my wave count in. This is my last, round of surfing for today. So Ian Govea also trying to stay busy, do the double hand drag. He's got that move down.
He's got it down, as mentioned earlier. That drag the front hand and the back hand. And here we go, paddler.
Joey Johnston.
Joey.
Oh, good positioning right there.
Pulls in deep, comes out right before it shuts down. Joey Johnston's no stranger to the backdoor shootout. He's had some of the best rides out in this event for a few years now. Behind him, we have Stallings like Kona Oliveira. Gets up high, gets that inside rail over the falls.
Yeah, just got a little hung up there, and, it's so technical, your positioning. It's really a game of inches once you're in there. And you saw the two different backhand techniques and positionings. Joey, a little bit more clean line there, and then Kona carving it a little bit, got hung up, but looks like he's back up above water and okay.
Yep, taking that high line. Sometimes if you're too deep or the barrel's a little more almondy, you kind of have to take a higher line. I've always just been amazed with how some guys, like some of the best, John Florence, for example, will know when to go high. And at pipeline, sometimes at the end of the wave, it'll kind of pinch on the end. Here's one of these Lucas Rivera inside waves, just enjoying himself on a clean little barrel.
Yeah.
But knowing when to go high and when to stay low. Ian Govea, double hand drag, up and out. This is, again, Joey Johnston's way where he's stalling, grabbing rail, staying in that barrel, coming out. Then right behind him, we have Kona Oliveira. See that technique of dragging, but he dragged a little too much. It pushed him up. Maybe a little bit of that backwash helped to throw him up higher, too high on the lip. And ended up getting tossed.
Kaipo Guerrero chiming in, letting us know. Lucas Silveira, the 2015 Junior World Champ. Thank you for the info, my brother, and hope you're enjoying your first few days of a happy new year, 2024. He'll be joining the team here in a couple of weeks. Got pipe contest for the championship tour, then over at Sunset to kick off the 2024 season. But yeah, Lucas Silveira, junior world champ, and like we said, man, he's like staying busy. He's out there like, I got 8 minutes, 50 seconds now. I'm going to get a couple more waves and make the most of this pipe session with only 4 of my other friends out here in the lineup. That is just a really special thing about this event. And it's not like, there's other events where you have the elimination format and you're trying to advance. So there's that pressure. You're still out there with only a few guys, which is great, but you're out there with other guys that are trying to beat you and trying to paddle around you and jockey you for position. And, it's a full competition. This is still a competition, but you're out there with your fellow teammates that aren't applying that same kind of pressure.
Right.
So it is just a much more enjoyable environment, I believe, for these surfers to be in a heat like this where, okay, I'm out with only a few guys, kind of like I am at the other contests with only a few guys, but we're not trying to destroy each other.
Yeah.
We are out there to help each other get the best waves. So that kind of situation seems to be the ultimate in surfing pipe with a few guys and a few guys that are your friends and teammates.
Well, a lot of talent come out of Brazil. I mean, that's incredible. They often refer to the Brazilian Storm. Incredible surfing
Lucas
talent.
again, bro. I'm telling you, he's like, I'm going to take
busy.
full advantage, bro. We mentioned yesterday Ian Gouveia. We mentioned Fabio Gouveia, his dad, part of that kind of pioneering Brazilian contingency that came over here the early days with Flavio Patarats and those guys. I remember that Sunset Point kind of 4 to 6 foot day when he won the World Cup way back when. I believe it was
90 something
in the early 90s, and kind of became the first Brazilian to win on the North Shore, and definitely put Brazil on the map and forever etched himself into surfing history. So Ian Gouveia with that second generation pro surfing drive and really coming into his own for sure, especially here at Pipe. You see him with that technique. He's definitely, you could tell he's put in the hours, he's put in the time, and it looks very comfortable on these some of these gnarly waves.
And Brazil has come a long way since, and I mean, so many good surfers.
I believe that is Bruno Santos. And he got that one early bomb right at the beginning of the heat that didn't allow him in the barrel, but just to take off on a wave like that. And
the one that just obliterated him on that drop was insane. So some questions. Somebody mentioned the one-string bass. I think.
Yeah.
So
the Pukini bass.
You'll still see sometimes at the Kanikapila.
Yeah, the jam sessions.
Busted out. Kind of cool. I have actually my grandfather, his name Manuel Helikunihi, Duke. Their real name was Helikunihi, but they were traveling musicians. They lived in Seattle and California and toured the U.S. continent playing Hawaiian music, and kind of cool that he ended up playing Hawaiian music and adapting these instruments of Western and Hawaiian style. So when you go to a luau or to any kind of a hula show, you'll hear there's different types. There's the kahiko, which means the pre-Western, and awana, which means since Western contact.
Right.
And it doesn't mean awana is not traditional. It's just adapted traditional. So that's the one where you get the guitars playing, the hula attire, and the beautiful harmonious music that's sung along with the hula. And so I think that's an important point to remember. Like, there's a tradition can be something that is innovative, right?
I mean, we're looking at Hawaiian Water Patrol. And that innovation of ocean rescue is, of course, all these modern equipment and things that are used that aren't made from coconuts and koa wood, but it is a Hawaiian adaptation.
Right. Very good. And likewise, with surfboards as well, we oftentimes think of Duke Hanamoku and that era of riding wooden surfboards as the Hawaiian era.
Yeah.
And then somehow it, as it became innovative, it was no longer traditional. But I take an opposing view to that. You can be innovative and still perpetuate tradition, and especially when you're a part of that movement. Not too long ago, we lost Ben Aipa, who was a very innovative surfboard maker during the shortboard revolution,
right?
Inventing the Sting. In fact, right now my favorite surfboard is from his son, Akila Aipa. I ride the Flat Earth, and it has that same stinger kind of design in it. So innovation can still be tradition, even though we're in a modern era using modern equipment. And in surfing, Hawaiians have definitely been a part of that innovative process.
Definitely so. We do have an interview standing by on the beach. I believe we have the one and only Shinpei Horiguchi standing by. Let's talk to him.
All right, I am with Horiguchi, and he just got an amazing wave last heat. He lives here, and he also owns a shop here. How are you feeling after getting that wave?
So
I know you've been here 6 times. How does this event this time compare to the other times you've been here?
always they try to be biggest, hardest, the sickest wave. But today it's this. Yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
And is your family here supporting you on?
Yep. They all surf. So yeah, happy to be here. Hawaii, love it.
Awesome, great job.
All right, thank you, Shinpei. Thank you, Casey. And Shinpei now living on Oahu and been out here a long time. You can see his experience in the water and the way he conducts himself, and one of Japan's great surfers from the last couple of decades, and glad to know him. He's a very nice guy and very talented, smart individual. So, Shinpei, good job, and we wish you guys, Team Japan, all the best of luck.
Yep, and Team Japan has had a presence at the Backdoor Shootout for many years.
Yes.
And some people may, question, well, why Japan and not Australia, for example? We had a message earlier asking, well, how come Australia doesn't have a team? Well, we don't form the teams, and so we don't know exactly what goes all into it, but we do know that Japan has had a long relationship. Here we go, pulling into the barrel.
With a minute left, that's Joey Johnston. So trying to squeeze one out in the closing moments of the third round action for Team Nave. And just before we end this heat, got a message from Uncle Walter Snell, and wanted us to mention one of the 1983 Pipe Master competitors was Steve Beaver Mosfeller. And he just passed away this past November, so I want to remember him, and just some kind words from Walter about one of our former Pipe Master surfers. And, we've got a pretty ominous plaque and board, piece of wood over here by the pipeline right away that has all the names of the folks that have passed away surfing at Pipeline, and then some of the other legends that were amazing at Pipe but no longer with us, passing for different reasons. So definitely want to keep that alive as far as memories and things about our friends and family that have gone on to the next phase of this wonderful life we live. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll come back with our next heat. It will be Team 96712 when we return. Stay tuned for more Backdoor Shootout. We'll be right back.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
All right, check out that drone shot through the coconut trees. The field goal is good. We made them, and we are live back at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Day number 2, live from Pipeline, the North Shore of Oahu. No better place to be during the wintertime than right here. And we got the Flow Bros, Ivan, John, and Nate, joining Eli Olsen and Jose Angel Morales for Team 96712. That is the postal zip code of all of us that live and breathe and cruise them on the North Shore.
Home sweet home.
It's a good day to be out and about. Aloha Friday. I'm Rocky Cannon. Joining me now is Cliff Botello. And Brother Cliff, you've been doing some beach announcing. You've been here in the booth earlier today. What's the vibe on the beach down there as we watch this sick replay?
Sick replay right here. Going down is a little bit of the action you see at Pipe. It is kind of closing out, so it's hard to find those nuggets. But
yeah,
you got the Florence boys out there. You got Eli and Jose. You figure these guys are seasoned out here at Pipe. So
yeah, Jose Angel Morales from Puerto Rico getting kind of the last-minute call-up. You know, from the practice squad.
Put me in, coach.
Oh, yeah, onto the first string. So a great opportunity for Jose Angel Morales. And I know he's got some family that's in Puerto Rico watching live. So hola and how's it to all of you as we watch Nate Florence.
Backdoor. Oh,
nice
man.
technique.
You see a lot of that going down at the back door as well. It's hit or miss. You got
Yeah.
some that clamp them and some that'll stay open, and it's one of those days.
Yeah, you saw that one getting a lot smaller on the end section. And, you know, Nate's a tall guy. So for him to be able to crouch down and squeeze out of that one was going to be kind of difficult. He got compressed and not able to make it out. But that is a great effort from Nate Florence. We're going to be doing...
thankfully, we got a jet ski assist going on for Hawaiian Water Patrol here for anybody that does go to the back door. Gives them the opportunity to make it back around the section a little quicker. And here we get a little replay going on with Nate's backdoor attempt. And just doesn't quite make it out of that. But, yeah, Hawaiian Water Patrol taking him back around a little quicker. Get him back into the lineup so he'll have more opportunity to hopefully find a diamond in the rough. As you see that wave breaking outside. Third reef action.
Oh, yeah, bro. That's way, way out there. So that wave is huge. I call it the horizon tickler.
Yeah, that's definitely a tickler, all right. And hopefully it doesn't tickle them too much there in the lineup. Team 96712.
Yeah, they had some pretty good scores yesterday. And I know... Eli had a few. John and Ivan and Nate were putting together some decent rides. Here we go.
Oh, his foot came off on that one a little.
Yeah.
Okole ride.
He was sitting with one leg off the board, not the ideal position, and everybody else getting pounded right now.
That's the tickling you're talking about right there.
Yeah, that's definitely a
Not
little
very
bit more jostling.
Yeah, Water Patrol keeping an eye on those guys. It's a bit tricky in this situation. There's a lot of water moving, a lot of sand still there. And with the sets, it just adds a real degree of difficulty in order to come and pick these guys up. It's super tricky. And job well done by the Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, so we've got 22 minutes, 40 seconds for this third round for Team 96712. We're going to go to Team Snapped 5 after this. The North Shore boys will come up in Heat 6. Heat 7 will be the Groovin' Peruvians.
The Peruvians.
Tubos Peru. And then finally we'll end this day number 2 with Team Volcom. So that'll be the lineup from here on out. And then after this, I got a jam over to Turtle Bay Resort. I'm hosting a talk story.
Oh, nice.
About 5 o'clock if you guys are around and in the area, want to come check out a fun interview. I'll be talking with Brent Bielman.
Oh, there you go.
Krista Funk.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned her and her skills out in the water, shooting photos. And Brown Cannon, who's also been doing some great photo work here on the North Shore. So, no relation.
Yeah,
he spells his name with.
I
He spells his name with. I am a Brown Cannon also. I have some pigment, melanin content, and my last name is Cannon. But I spell my last name with the one N, kind of like the camera Canon. I'm not relation to the brand either. But Mr. Brown Cannon spells his name with the 2 N's, Cannon. So no relation, but looking forward to catching up with those great, talented photographers at Turtle Bay Resort. This evening around 5 o'clock, I'm going to jam out of here and head over there. So if you guys are in the area.
By the pool?
It'll be, I believe, up by the surf house, up by the lobby.
Oh, okay, nice.
And we'll enjoy some great scenery, some good conversation, and mahalo for the opportunity to go host some stuff over there. But
definitely some very talented photographers, those 3. So that should be a pretty interesting event there, Rocky. Congratulations, some talk story action.
Check this out. Look at these sets approaching for Team 96712. We'll see who's in the spot. The Flow Bros.
The Flow Bros.
Out there with Eli Olsen and Jose Angel Morales. And when I seen this Jose Angel, I was like
that was
having some
question I had.
flashbacks.
Yeah, exactly.
But
here we go. Turning and burning. Eli Olsen. Stalling for that barrel, the infamous pipeline. Just tries to doggy door it, but just...
He no lie, Eli.
Yeah, just got clipped
He always tell the truth. Oh, man.
There is definitely some action. Swell kind of seems to be getting a little bit better. I know there was some difficulty earlier with this replay to show you how the pipe is actually trying to come alive, and he just got
had a nice little bit of a roll in. The drop was quite smooth, but then it was that last corner, that end section, that really was tricky about that one, and couldn't quite punch through. He had the right idea. Was, usually we think of doggy doors being small.
Yeah,
that was a very large doggy door he was trying to
the Great Dane door
bust through. Yeah, that was a big one, and had the right idea, just couldn't quite get out in front of it. So Eli will head back out for more with 19 minutes.
Here. Who's this on this? Oh, no, decides not to go. Really tricky to find that diamond in the rough, like we talked about earlier. The conditions here today, some of them are just closing out too big. There's a lot of sand still. And these guys, if anybody can find a diamond in the rough, they will. Just got to keep our eyes peeled here, just under 19 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen a few gems pop up a little bit more frequent in the last couple of heats. There was about that, right before midday time where the wind looked like it was going to turn with that sea breeze, a little onshore, ruffling up the face of the wave a little bit, but the trade winds have kind of repositioned and, not blowing super hard right now as I'm looking at our local style island weather indicators in the form of coconut trees, and they're just lightly fluttering.
That's a good
so not really a strong wind right now, but at least it has turned back from the right direction, the correct direction.
You are very correct in that. And earlier today, I know we were getting kind of worried up in the judges' booth. It started to get pretty breezy. We were thinking it's going to turn on shore, and then it kind of lucked out for us for sure. Yeah,
I want to say thank you to Keiki Beach Bungalows as you see the Rothman brothers. Checking out the conditions, and hopefully Koa's feeling okay. I know he had a injury and had a pretty good bonk off the reef, and seems to be okay now, but no, permanent scarring on that very boyish looking face
still
of
handsome.
his. Still handsome yet, but
you see, who was that? Just got sucked back over the
man,
falls.
Teetering on the top. Drone shot, got all the action, nowhere to hide.
Oh, man.
And has to stay off the board, bailing under some treacherous white water. You see the surfer now able to come up. There's Ivan Florence.
Ivan getting barreled. Sending it on a little suicide mission out the back.
Yeah, the Superman kick out. And I just heard the crowd, whoa!
Yeah.
It just never fails.
Yeah.
Those flyaway kickouts get the crowd going. I mean, it's like I said yesterday, it's as guaranteed as a Japanese person is going to throw a peace sign when they're getting their picture taken. That's the guarantee.
To the replay we go. Right there, the Superman.
Yeah. That's so much
difficulty.
fun. Catching air like that.
Yeah.
Even when it's just a kick out. Definitely the closest feeling, without jumping out of a plane or bungee jumping, the closest feeling to flying.
Yeah, in between sets here, it gets nice and clean. And then it just starts to hit or miss on the size. And if it's a cleanup on aisle 3 or if they'll be able to turn and burn on one of these nuggets, but one of the more exciting heats here, I believe, for the day of these guys. Japanese were charging too. The Japan heat.
Yeah, there was some decent rides. That's when it just started to kind of get a little cleaner. As we see
the,
I think that was Jose Angel Morales, and
absolutely sucked over the falls.
Tried desperately not to get too sucked over the falls.
Not to check for lobsters in the bottom of the ocean.
Looking for the head down there.
He's back out there. Shake that one off and hopefully find that gem.
It's definitely a good vibe on the beach, as it is in the lineup, as we said, with the team surfing. You got all your friends out there. But, this is a pretty good crowd we got assembled on the beach.
Yeah,
when I was passing along Kamehameha Highway, it was, jam-packed with cars on both sides. You could definitely tell something's happening at Pipeline.
Yeah, definitely. And very, very comfortable seatage here. The banks of the sand.
Yeah.
Make it for very comfortable. You get different levels for
almost
viewership.
like, kind of stadium seating.
Like stadium seating, but a little more comfortable. The sun's out, and you know what they say.
Yeah.
And so it's a nice day down here at Ehukai.
Yeah, when the sun's out, everybody is enjoying themselves.
Exactly. To say the least. And so 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, it's on. And the footage, I just can't compliment enough. The clarity and everything. I mean, all the different angles, the drones, the replay. I mean, it's awesome watching it.
Yeah, when you get those beautiful angles from the jet ski looking inside the barrel, that to me is just, and the way we've been able to really make use of the technology, improve the technology, to be able to, because we've seen so many recorded images, like they're shooting the video and, they'll record it and play it later, or you see a still photo from the side as you look at Team Snapped 5. You see Mason Ho. We got Logan, Chucky Dooley, and team captain heading up the boys. And then Seth and Josh. Less ankles, more knees.
Less ankles, more knees is a classic one. Rocky the one-liner. Cannon.
But Seth, yesterday, his 2 backdoor back-to-back beautiful barrels really set the tone for Team Snapped 5, and we'll see more of those guys coming up. See the clock there, just about 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining for 96712. I like the team names that have kind of attributed the North Shore.
Yeah.
North Shore Boys, NSB. You've heard NSB for life many times before in the past.
Many times.
And then 96712, our postal zip code. So
and
definitely
then, the
representing.
Team, Team Volcom as well, because the Volcom House, we've spent some moments here.
Yeah.
Watching and whatnot. Surf. At this spot
spent a lot of days here. Evenings, mornings, you name it. It has been a hub of really great surfing, good camaraderie, and all kinds of good fun. As you look at that set.
As we see the third reefer just peeling across there. Definitely a lot of energy still. Saw sand on the road this morning, so the swell's been pulsing since late yesterday. We were able to cruise at the beach park yesterday after we got the skis up and everything, and we got to watch the sunset, beautiful sunset, and it kind of gave an idea of what Ehukai, why this place is named that. You know, it's not just a sea spray, but it's that color, that sea spray you see when the sun is kind of going down.
It's got a little bit of a reddish.
Yeah, kind of like a reddish
hue.
Little Ehu sea spray. And so that was pretty awesome watching it yesterday. You could kind of see the waves start to turn on in the late afternoon.
Yeah, I think it kind of peaked yesterday afternoon into the evening and was pretty bombing. When I left here and I looked off the balcony, it was looking prime time. And then I'm sure with that afternoon sunlight, those silhouettes must have been very aesthetically pleasing.
Very hard to leave.
Yeah. Well, tightly packed is Team 96712. And
talking shop.
Trying to decide who's going to get the next right, the next left, backdoor, pipe, who's going where.
There is some energy on its way towards them. Those third reefers are starting to make their way to pipe. And we'll see what it brings our surfers here. So it's kind of a hit or miss, you know. A little bit too much sand still in the area, I think, for it to set up. And the swell direction has a lot to do with it.
The mix of the swell right now. There's a lot of waves that are coming just kind of straight in, breaking all the way across. So not giving that, either backdoor or pipe angle where you can find that entry and the exit. It's definitely tricky to pick those right ones. Wave selection, we've been saying, is so important. Not only for your good score and to get a good opportunity, but to stay safe.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
not pick the wrong one and get slammed.
Rule number one, right, is set yourself up for success.
Yeah.
And so wave selection is probably the top priority for that. You don't want to get one that's going to put you in a situation where you got to pull the eject button or something like that, and then you got to deal with that shallow bottom there on the inside, and definitely not very friendly.
We'll see who's in position for this one that's approaching. And looks like all surfers are going to
opted out of that.
Pass that one up. I want to say thank you to Keiki Beach Bungalows, providing sponsorship here again. They have been involved with the Hui Backdoor Shootout the last couple of years, and what a great place to be able to hang out and stay beachfront here on the North Shore, because unless you are like with Team Volcom, or one of these other surf teams, you're gonna there's not too much other areas or other homes that are readily available just to rent. We do keep a tight noose around our vacation rental abilities here, which we all think is probably healthy for the community. In the last couple of years, it was getting out of hand maybe a decade ago.
Definitely.
But we've got a wrangle on it, so there's not many other options to stay oceanfront right here in the Golden Stretch.
Yeah, this
so
is
Keiki
definitely
Beach Bungalows is just a perfectly situated zone to get you oceanfront here on the North Shore. So Keiki Beach Bungalows, check them out at their website. It's very easy to find. And then Go Nuts Hawaii. Yeah, they've been around a couple decades now.
Definitely been around. And also the Hui,
And-
which is the namesake.
Yeah.
And Hui Ohe'enalu. Been around for a while as well. And putting this event together is definitely not an easy task watching all the work they're doing. Here we got...
There's Ivan.
Ivan taking off on this pipe barrel. Locked and loaded. Oh.
Got a little bit too casual, kind of super casual, fragilistic espialidocious. Coming out of that barrel, you saw him with that really calm, collected type of stance, but the wave got just a little bit of his head and his shoulder and
beard.
Yeah, maybe caught some of his beard too, right?
Yeah, it's just
and couldn't quite hold on for the full exit, but we've got a little bit of different completion criteria here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, so he'll definitely still get quite a bit of potential filled for that score, even though he didn't necessarily finish the wave standing, but a good job making it from beginning to end.
Exactly. And it's a little bit tricky, too, today out there. So finding those ones, these guys are the pros at it. These surfers here in this event pretty much spend a lot of their time here at Pipe. There are a lot of other spots to surf along the North Shore.
Yeah.
But this is the proving grounds here. And so these guys are definitely veterans, as well as Rocky for some time there. Was able to compete here at Pipe. Front side for you, right?
Yeah, the time and attention it takes to get familiar with this wave, it's definitely it's very consuming.
Yeah, to say the least, right?
It's like you can't just have a regular day job and try to come out here, for a half hour after work or hit it on the weekends. Yeah. It's a full, sometimes 8-hour dedication, sun up to sundown, and especially when you're first learning it. In my late teens, early 20s, I had made the decision I want to be considered to surf in all of these events, and there's no other way to get that. You cannot just fill out an application and pay some money and you get in. It's a building of your resume that starts by putting yourself in some gnarly positions out there and respect, try not to get in the way of the elders. So navigating through the crowd is a huge part of it. You've got the crowd, the wave itself, all of the attention and media focus. You see the beach crowd on any given day here at Pipe. It's all systems go.
Yeah, a lot of elements to deal with for sure.
All those variables, all those dynamics, and then you got to have access to boards. Because if you're charging out here on a daily basis, you're going to mow through some boards.
Yeah, and there's a strong possibility.
Yeah, you're going to spend some time on the sideline, too. Oh, my gosh, look at Pipeline right there grabbing the rail.
Oh. That was amazing. So, Flow Bros, like you called them.
Yeah. It looked like that was John on the left.
Didn't quite catch it right, but is that Nate?
And then Nathan was at backdoor, so it was Flow Bro, John and Nate, pipe and backdoor, split of the peak.
Two-piece combo, is that how we roll here, Rocky?
Yeah. The Flow Bro two-piece combo.
That was a pretty sick pipe wave. I'm sure we're going to get backdoor replay or strong possibility if you're watching.
2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, and
here we go. Oh, he straightened out. So
Nathan wasn't able to
it.
get in there.
Okay.
Just bombed. And then John
just got absolutely
the drone
barreled
shot. That was just textbook.
with a little air attempt.
That's the ultimate, pipe or backdoor combo is the burial.
Burial.
Get barreled and then come out and land an aerial. I coined that one a few years ago, but when you can pull off the burial, that's when you've got this wave mastered.
Oh.
And, of course, when you're
issues we got
operating
here.
jet skis in these rough conditions, that kind of situation is virtually inevitable.
Yeah, it's definitely not an if, it's when it happens. And
Yeah. And you've been underneath that jet ski before. I've been upside down before. And
It's like riding a
the
bull.
jet ski itself is super resilient. And, of course, our personnel are prepared and ready for these types of situations.
I believe somebody's on it. I don't know who's
Yep,
trying to
yep,
operate
holding
it.
on.
Is that Brandon?
Holding on, yep, and
Yeah,
coming
Brandon
right
Martin.
back on.
He's an
And
absolute bull.
The crowd does the applause, which is
Absolute bull. This
still
guy.
going, and that's like trying to ride a 2,000-pound bull.
Yes, definitely.
In the ocean.
And if anybody can ride a bull that size, it would be Brandon Martin here. One of the best watermen from Makaha here working with us at Hawaiian Water Patrol. And so things will go wrong. It's not how it happens. It's how you recover from it. And awesome job there by Brandon.
Look at that wave in the foreground there. We've got some messages coming in. Mahalo, Frankie, for tuning in. And, surfing. We got Kona Oliveira. He was out for Team Brazil as we watch Eli Olsen just on a quick one with 20 seconds. But we had the comparison of surfing in MMA and surfing pipe. And Kona said it so well, like, if you're getting pounded at MMA, there's a ref there to stop
Stops it.
But
Yeah.
when you're getting pounded at pipe, there's nobody in there to step in. Maybe Water Patrol can help you when they can, but it's like the wave is going to do what it's going to do. But surfing pipe, kind of like boxing, Pipe is the ring, surfer's the boxer, board is the gloves, waves are the punches, and you just try not to get knocked out.
That's a great analogy. And,
but we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with our next heat, which will be Team Snapped 5 guarantee high-level entertainment at the 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay tuned, because we'll be right back.
Snap 2, bringing it back.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right, aloha and welcome back to the 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're back again here. My name is Cliff Botello. I'm here with Isaiah Walker, Dr. Isaiah Walker to be exact. And we're here covering the event on day 2. This is round 1, I believe.
Round 3.
Round 3 of
Heat
6.
Yep.
North Shore. Oh, no. Snapped 5.
Snapped 5.
Heat 5.
There we go. You look on the screen. We got Benji Brand, last year's champ at the Backdoor Hui Shootout. Josh Moniz, Mason Ho, Parker Coffin, Seth Moniz. And Seth Moniz yesterday had 2 back-to-back backdoor waves. I think they were in the high 8s or something like that, but they were amazing. Some of the best waves ridden yesterday. We saw in this group the Snap 5 team always have a good showing. Last year did really solid. Like I said, Benji Brand coming out on top. We're always looking forward to, Mason Ho is always, top runner here at Pipeline, especially at the Backdoor Shootout. And Parker Coffin also, some amazing, technique here at Pipeline. We're looking at the waves looks like they're organizing up a bit more. Like we saw in that last heat, they're it was a little more organized and manageable. And so we're looking forward to see Team Snap 5 out here working the magic as we look at these sets roll in.
Yeah, we don't have any takers on these, but like you said, the swell looks like it's starting to fill in nicely. I mean, it did fill in through the evening, but now it seems like it's kind of settling in a bit better here later in the day and giving the competitors a lot more opportunity to find those diamonds in the rough like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, no, during the break, and I was watching, saw there was some little bit drama with the ski, and looks like they got it back in action. That's good. Yeah. And I know that, Cliff, you've been driving the ski for a long time. What are some of the obstacles you got to look out for? I'm guessing this sandbar and all this whitewash in here makes it a little challenging.
It's very challenging. With the sandbar and stuff of that nature. And then the ski itself, it is man-made. It's a machine, so a lot of times you can have mechanical error. You never know what is really going on, and things happen in split seconds and stuff like that. So it's all reactionary. You see all that bubbles in the white water and things like that. It causes a lot of cavitation. A lot of times the current can actually flip the ski over, and then you'll be in that situation. So I'm not too sure what happened with that. But Brandon Martin, being the awesome waterman, he's been there a time or two. He was able to correct it. And it's basically how you recover is what we look at.
Right.
And he did a great job.
Yeah, mahalo to you guys and to Hawaiian Water Patrol, keeping the competitors safe and showing everybody how to do it best in the business for sure. I think we're going to take a look at that ski flipping that we were talking about just now.
There you go. So you see all that white water, and you see Brandon just riding the bull right now. He's actually holding onto the handlebars. Thankfully, nobody's hurt, but in those situations, a lot of times our pride is mostly hurt, but recovered well, was able to get it started, and that's why they're the best. Here awesome. We have Mason just a little up and out.
It's always exciting to watch what board Mason's going to ride. It could be a 5.2, it could be a 10.0, but he rips on all kinds of riding vehicles.
And I notice he does tend to choose a little bit longer board. And I remember, I've been doing water patrol for a while now, and we'd be out there, and his dad and Uncle Derek guys, when it'd be better sized pipe, they would have, bigger boards.
Yep.
And he kind of has the same mana'o or same belief, I think, and works well for him. He's able to surf it.
For sure. I think keeping that tradition alive of being able to pull in on these bigger boards. I think also, he also, as you can see him right now, paddles out, sits a little further out, and that bigger board allows him to get in a little earlier than if you're riding a shorter board. So maybe that's part of the strategy as well.
Yeah, Team Snap 5, they've been having a pretty good showing during their heats. They're trying, and this pretty killer how this format is set up. You know, they get to just keep surfing. Like today, they get to surf a total of an hour. So 2 30-minute heats, these guys all get to surf. And not like any other contest here. You know, you're usually in and you're either eliminated or you advance. And so it's a pretty cool format these guys got set up here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, for sure. It's a, you know, we've talked a lot about it's a different format. We have somebody paddling for this one. It's a deep one.
Oh, he made that drop.
Goofy footer must be Parker Coffin.
Coffin, little head tuck.
Oh, disappears.
Into the curtains. Wow.
Yeah, that was an interesting one because the wave was split into 2 different waves. There's kind of a rib that divided the wave in the middle. So he was able to pull into the... Oh, that was Benji.
Benji Brand.
Yeah, so we have 2 goofy footers in this heat. Parker Coffin, Benji Brand, Josh Moniz, Seth Moniz, Mason Ho. Regular foot, meaning they surf the left foot forward. See this late drop.
And then gets barreled a little bit there, and then just sandbar. Lots of sand still here on that reef, and so...
So what are we looking for to move that sand? Is that just a lot more like a big west swell to push it away?
A big west will move it, but there looks like there's still a lot of north, actually, not a little, but... And that's just kind of, it's like a tug of war going on here at Pipe with the sand.
It's amazing from this drone view. You can see kind of the way that the swell bends around. You can see the different angles as it hits the reef here. Well, that last heat was a awesome heat with the John Florence and his brothers. And we have actually, I think, John Florence waiting down on the beach, ready to talk to us. We'll throw it down to them now.
All right, we're here with John, a legend out here, and I just wanted to ask you, so when you're paddling out with your brothers, how do you kind of decide who gets priority?
We don't decide on priority, actually. We just kind of go out there and we kind of just like, everyone kind of finds their spot in the lineup, and I feel like whoever's kind of in the spot for that first set goes, and then we kind of start our priority from there.
All right, how are you feeling with these waves right now? They're a little messy. They're huge. How are you feeling with them?
Yeah, it's big. It's messy. It's got a little bit of a north swell in it, so it makes it super challenging, but it's really fun because when you find they're really good, the conditions are amazing. It's just the swell is a little bit tricky, and there's a lot of water moving, so it makes it challenging when you fall.
Definitely. I'm sure you're really tired.
Tired. Yeah.
All right, well, get some rest, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Last heat, and it's nice to hear from John Florence there on the beach. Had a great opportunity to surf Pipeline with just him, his 2 brothers, and his friends at the Backdoor Shootout. As he explained, that the swell seems to have a bit more north than if there's a lot more west, then it's not closing out as much. And so, he did explain that there are some good ones out there, but pretty tricky to find the right ones. And but nonetheless, some diamonds out there. We've seen some gems today. The surfers just have to be a bit more selective.
Yeah, definitely more selective. And we just saw Mason try and go for that. You just talked about being able to get into a wave a little earlier, and you could see him paddling for that one with a bigger board. Not a bad idea to go out there with a little bit bigger board. It is kind of good size today, and so get in a little early. Maybe you can get the speed needed to get shacked and pop out of there.
Well, 19 minutes left in this heat out of 30. And they're looking to get some waves. In the shootout, we're running 2 rounds today. So we're in round number 3. On day number 1, we ran round number 1. We also run the Duke specialty event where we had the longboard, the stand-up division, and even body surf. So today we're going to finish out the day with running round 3 of the shortboard division. And over the waiting period, each time the surfers surf, they'll accrue their top wave scores, and it depends on the conditions. It could be the top 3 waves, top 4. We've seen even 5 sometimes, but and then at the end of the event, they add up those top scores to come up with who's who's going to come out on top at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. I mean, did you have any highlights or favorites from watching the event so far, Cliff?
Man, they've been all charging. No, so far I know the Japanese team had some good ones, but the Moniz boys been pretty much ripping it up as well, and the Florence brothers. I mean, so much talent here. It's just hard to pick my favorite.
Yeah.
But you got a little split peak action going on right here. Oh, just Mason going pipe and getting barreled, making it look so easy with his exit, just so surfing that right out the tube.
Yeah, and we were talking about how having that extra foam and that length on the board can help Mason to get in earlier. And we see just that because we had two paddlers look like they were going to split the peak. That was one of the Moniz brothers. But that extra foam that he had gave Mason the shot to get into that barrel. You see him slowing down, dragging his front leg, dragging his hands, trying to get deep in as possible in that barrel, and he comes out with a successful ride.
And he is definitely one of my favorite surfers. I like how he holds himself. He's super happy, always positive, smiling, you know, and always charging. And I like his I guess style.
Yep.
Let's say. Really,
yeah,
really
he's got
classic soul surfing kind of a style. That's probably one of my favorite surfers.
Oh, it is cool. I mean, we were talking about how there's families out here, right? We got the Moniz family, the whole family, so many different families that we have here in the lineup in the Backdoor Shootout, and it's really cool because Derek Ho, as you're saying, Derek Ho is his uncle, Michael Ho is his dad. He has Kala Grace, a fellow competitor who's his first cousin, and then we have he has several cousins in this event. His sister. Coco has been a long-time accomplished professional surfer, so it's really amazing to see how in families you get this talent that takes place, and I liked what you're saying, Cliff, about how Mason, in some ways, is honoring his family heritage and lineage with his style, you know, embracing some style from his father's generation, his choice of boards, even choice of music. Some of my favorite. You watch his surf videos, which are incredible that he puts out. Apparently, he edits them himself. The selection of music is, he picks a lot of music from his dad's time and generation, and I think that's part of also what makes him so exciting as a surfer.
Yeah, definitely. I would have to agree with you 100% on that. Definitely ahead of his time.
Yeah, and he's also known for just, riding like weird and somewhat dangerous
the graphics.
waves.
Well, yeah, I thought you were gonna go with the surfboards because his graphics on his boards as well, like the colors are classic.
Yeah, but I don't know if you had the chance to see the movie that came out recently about Sheldon Paishan and Mason Ho.
I did watch
Through
that,
the Doggy Door.
Yeah, we did get to. I did get to watch that at home, and a really incredible story, actually.
Right.
If you haven't been able to check it out, I do recommend it. It's a pretty killer story, and it's a lot of it is not just with Sheldon and Mason, but with a lot of folks here in Hawaii. It's true.
Right.
I won't give it away, but definitely check it out.
Yeah, I think you can watch that on Snap. They're streaming it there. And so that's a really cool movie. Through the Doggy Door follows Sheldon Paishan, but also with Mason Ho, and it's a great film. Check it out. Up next, as you can see, the team North Shore Boys. They're getting ready to paddle back out.
Makuakai Rothman looked like he was getting ready to paddle out there, wearing that helmet, which is definitely a very good idea out here. I saw a picture of Kai Lenny's helmet, and that just is an exact reason why it's so important to have that on, because if he didn't have that on, you saw the damage it did to that helmet. Can you imagine your po'o would not have been a good thing.
Yeah, that helmet itself, you can see, and I saw the picture earlier today too, where it's like cracked in half,
just
literally cracked. And so that's where you'll see a lot of our competitors. I think it's a really smart idea to wear the helmet to protect you from hitting the bottom. Would you say that's pretty much the formula for getting drowning out here is hit your head
and you're out.
Knock out.
100%. That's and it like we talked about it earlier. It doesn't necessarily have to be the wave, right? You can kick out or you can get pounded out the back, whatever, come up, and the next wave or two is what does the damage. And so, yeah, definitely set yourself up for success. The helmet is a great idea, especially nowadays. You know, you can get sponsorships and stickers you put on there and all that good stuff. But either way, your life is worth it for sure, and it has saved a lot of lives.
Well, there you heard it from an accomplished rescue lifeguard, fireman too.
Fireman now, yes.
And so, don't worry if you look cool or not. Take the safe route and make sure that you're going
first.
Prepared.
And especially like with Kala Grace and Kalani Chapman was another one, and it was kind of cool. Not cool to see, but thankful to see after their incidences. You know, they made 100% recovery. Kalani went ahead, ended up having a keiki. You know, he's got a child now. And then I believe Kala.
Yep.
So, you get a second chance.
Yep.
And that's the most important thing. And so.
Yep, we're talking about families here, and you want to be around for that next generation.
Yeah,
so maybe
definitely.
the helmet can extend your life that much more surfing out here at Pipeline. And Snapped 5 is getting some wash-through sets on the head. Haven't had too much opportunity for some scoring waves just yet, but they still have 11 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that's some pretty good time.
You know, and if anyone's capable, it's these guys, of course. Benji Brand, like I mentioned, was our champion last year. Josh and Seth Moniz have they've had a lot of success at Pipeline, both at Backdoor and at Pipe in various events over the years here. And of course, Mason Ho is a standout always, and Parker Coffin as well. So these guys know how to surf this wave and are itching to get a good one. Just have to be a little patient today with the direction of the swell.
Yeah, they have that eye for it, like seeing which one is the diamond. Normally they've been out here for so much times and got so many reps that they know which ones are the ones you kind of want to stay away from, and the ones that might turn into that one diamond. And so it'd be exciting to watch these guys and see how they finish up with just over 10 minutes remaining in their heat.
There we have Ayala Stewart.
Ayala Stewart, here we go.
His brother, Kaniela Stewart, on the longboard tour, has done really well, winning many events. Last year he was in this event, his brother in the longboard division, but Ayala Stewart has been, even though he was originally from town, came out here and lived out on the North Shore and made a name for himself at Pipeline. He's an incredible Pipeline surfer. It's awesome to see him here today.
Yeah, the time on the water, in any sport you're going to do, you got to spend time in your craft. And, these guys want to be anything of a charger here at Pipe. You got to spend time out there, and you actually got to take some lickings too, which is, part of the pay-to-play program here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout and at the Bonsai Pipeline.
Well, you can see our tides on your screen there. At 3 o'clock p.m., low tide at 0.1 feet. That's not a real big difference in tide. In fact, one thing unique about Hawaii is that our tides, in comparison to other places, especially places like California or on the west coast in northern parts of the Pacific Northwest, or even down south in New Zealand and elsewhere, if closer you get to the poles, the more extreme the tides get. So in Hawaii here, our tides aren't that extreme, but look at this one, Mason Ho.
Mason punted on that one. And those are the ones we got to keep an eye on, but, he's seasoned, he's up. That's the main thing. Knowing him, he's got a big smile on his face.
I'm always surprised how he seems to go unscathed with a lot of these waves. You watch his, his YouTube and his social media accounts, and a lot of the films that he's in. He rides like these very, shallow, reefy waves where he's literally riding over dry rocks. and seemingly going unscathed. I remember once I was talking to him, I was like, "How is it that you don't get hurt on these rocks?" And he goes, "No, I do."
Yeah, he's just pay to play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that one we were talking about earlier, doggy door, and they throw their shoes on. Oh man, did you see them eject? They throw their shoes on to walk up and down the rocks, right? This is classic.
And so what he was doing there was actually a preventative move they call it the pencil dive, right?
Oh, yeah.
So trying to get your feet and penetrate that water so you don't get thrown back into the whitewash.
With the potential, if you do get thrown back into the whitewash, you're potentially going to go back over.
Right.
And that's where a lot of the damage happens too, like we talked about earlier. You make the ejection, but then and he's taking a moment there, collect himself, checking on him with the ski, making sure he's okay. These waves, they're definitely not something to play lightly with, and so somebody like Mason potentially got rattled. He's taking a little break, thanking the elements for allowing him to catch another wave, most likely.
Yep.
He's going to make his way back out there.
Looks like one of the Monizes looks like Seth, the end of his wave. Now that decision, Seth here is at the back door. You can see the sets coming in.
And you see him spin around and paddle back in. He's been there before.
It's like,
yeah, I'm going to go in. And we actually do have a watercraft or jet ski assist. And so with 6:30 remaining, the jet ski can zip into the backdoor area, grab him, because that area is super shallow, a lot of rocks, not a fun place to be. And it does take a moment to paddle back around, but the jet ski can come in, grab you, and zip you back out to the channel.
Yep. See a replay here. That's Mason
that's the
hitting
pencil dive you're talking about.
Yep. Hitting the eject button. This is a Seth Moniz, that last one he caught. Looked like it didn't work out for him. Decides to go around. Smart choice, especially with these sets coming in. There really isn't a channel, especially out at backdoor.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of pull the trigger. Like, okay, yes or no.
Channel. The only channel at backdoor is when you get blown all the way to the shoreline and dragged back out the rip. Is the channel.
Yeah. Now, I mean, when you're on the ski and you're doing rescue and people are going backdoor, I mean, is there something that you watch out for? Because I know it's really shallow in there when you're riding the skis. Or, how do you approach backdoor when you're going for a rescue on the ski?
Well, so what we try to do is we don't want to wake the surfers. So you want to watch the lineups. So you don't wake them out, the guys that could potentially be catching a wave next. And so we try to go in on the back of the wave in front of it. Okay. And so you let what we call a carpet. The carpet goes in. It'll add some water to the area so that your watercraft can go in there. And then you know where that big tabletop is in front of where Jamie O'Brien grew up, that house right there.
Yep.
Used to be there. I don't know if it's a Red Bull house still, but right in front of there's a big tabletop you want to stay away from. But if you go inside, you grab their rider and go inside of that, you can actually use the carpet that comes in and ride that along the shoreline, come right back out the channel to pipe. And so that's kind of like the highway we use.
Okay.
Just got to be mindful there are rocks here and there, but if you let the wave come in and put some water there on that area, then you should be good to go.
Now, I'm also, when you're riding through this foam, does that sometimes clog up the ski, or how do you guys manage that?
Not necessarily clog it, but you know how it's pockets of air?
Right.
And so the ski will cavitate sometimes, and so you got to watch for that too, and sometimes the more you throttle it, the more air gets sucked in, so you got to kind of what we call pencil on and off the throttle, and that'll kind of allow more water in. As we see
rider here, looks like one of the Moniz brothers
boys going at pipe there. Is that Josh?
Looks like Josh. All right, nice. Josh gets a successful ride in and out of the barrel.
Textbook pipeline riding right there.
See the replays.
Grabs his rail, sits on it.
Just a quick in and out, but on the outside, rolling in.
Is this Connor Coffin?
Does look
Or
like Parker Coffin comes out.
Parker Coffin, yeah.
Yeah, Parker, brother Connor Coffin has been on the tour for many years.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about families and surfing, and so Parker's part of that as well. Him and his brother spend a lot of time surfing together. Wonder too, and I think there's truth to this. When you have brothers that surf, they end up pushing each other.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
kind of like your own in-house competition, right?
There's a replay where he's looking to fade, taking his time to wait to win the
Sets his
pull-up.
line nicely.
Stays high at the end, comes out, and then just trips on that exit. But
that chop right there at the end.
We'll count it.
I mean, he's stoked on that for sure.
Yep. All right, 2 minutes and 30 seconds in round 3, and this is Team Snap 5. And if you're not familiar with that, that's surf film, the Snap series, and Snap 5 is the number of the film. And each of those Snap movies are really high quality, amazing surfing. You want to check out amazing surf movies, please go and check out the Snap series, Snap 5. Have all of these individuals in this heat here are some of the performers in the Snap 5 series. So some definitely worth watching.
Yeah, check them out. The quality is there, you know. Technology is getting it to where it just almost like better than being there almost.
Here we go, rider up, goofy footer.
Benji Brown getting a nice pipe
Oh,
barrel
come on.
pumping.
There
and
you
coming out
go.
Nice. And now that's an example of the type of waves you can get here and shows you his pipe knowledge and why he did get the W last year at this event.
Yeah, that was incredible. And sometimes you'll see that at Pipeline where the wave starts off 10 feet and then it ends up tapering down to smaller.
Yeah,
but he still managed to get out of that smaller barrel at the end.
Yoga.
We
got some sets rolling through here.
Props to our camera guys over there, too. When you're with the Water Patrol, you got to keep an eye out on our photographers as well.
Yes, sir. Everybody that's part of this competition, Hawaiian Water Patrol is responsible for the safety of. And it's just a matter of, it's also a matter of kind of like an unsaid rule. Like if you're out there in the water, whether you're part of the competition or not, we're gonna play, or I should say, err on the side of safety. If you need help, we're there. We've also had moments where, ocean safety will flag us down. We already have a ski out there. We'll zip down and help them with a rescue or whatnot. But primarily, we're here for the competition for sure. Hats off to Ocean Safety, City County of Honolulu as well. Those guys and gals of Ocean Safety do an amazing job protecting our beaches. But yeah,
awesome.
Kind of like anybody needing help, we're there.
Yeah,
for sure.
Awesome. Well, that's the end of this heat for Team Snap 5. We'll be back soon. We're going to go for a quick break. And we come back, we'll see the North Shore boys having that at Pipeline. Stay with us. The 2024 Backdoor Shootout. We'll be right back.
Aloha.
Hey, the shirt's making your eyes pop.
Oh, yeah? Perfect. You can get some talent. You can get some talent.
Snap two. Bring it back.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Divide Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha. Welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2024. You're here with Ezra and Isaiah. We're bringing it to you live at Pipeline. And we've got the North Shore boys out in the lineup. We just finished Team Snap 5. We're into round 3. We just have 3 more heats in this round, and then we'll call it a day. As you can see on the screen here, the North Shore boys team, Ayala Stewart, Kala Grace, Legend Chandler, Makayan McNamara, and Makuakai Rothman.
Ooh, what a team that is. And in their second round, the ocean was slow. So these guys are frothing at the bit. North Shore Surf Shop, Ayala Stewart, Kala Grace, man, these guys are ready to get on the board. They do have a few scores, like Makua's first surf in this heat was amazing.
This was during the break. We had a rider up, bottom turning. Holy smokes, look at that sandbar.
Oh, that looked like Legend
Oh,
Chandler.
my goodness.
Whoa, that sandbar was about 4 foot thick. The
Holy
lip
smokes.
was 4 foot thick.
Yeah, wise choice by young Legend Chandler to kick out of that one, because that had all the makings of a very bad situation.
Big time. And, these guys being their third surf, if you guys were joining us for their second time surfing earlier, about an hour or two ago, man, Makai McNamara got an amazing thread the needle, just a beautiful one. As I was talking with Ulu Boy, he said nothing could have went more perfect. It wasn't giant, but out of the team, Makuakai and Makai McNamara have some of the better waves as a team right now.
Yep, and we've seen Kala Grace in this event for a few years now. A couple years back, he got a 12-point ride, stole the day with a bomb, and they're saying those 12-point waves are pretty rare. They hand them out sparingly.
Yeah.
We usually get them once every other year, but it's not something that is handed out very often. But, it's like the extra factor, the extra X factor. So if you can get a 10-point ride, and that's amazing, but there's that extra room for if there's a wave that's just incredible that deserves more than a 10, it can go up to 12.
And it is. It's the rumble on the beach. Absolutely every house, every visitor, every kama'aina, you can hear it on the beach, and everybody's felt it watching it together.
All right, now we did see in that last heat some good waves. That last wave of Benji Brand where he pulled in for a long time, traveled, came out. I think we've got our folks down on the beach who are ready to talk to Benji and see what he has to say about that last heat.
Good job, Benji.
All right, we're here with Benji Brand. He won last year, and he just got a great wave. How are you feeling out there, Benji?
It was pretty chaotic out there. I don't know. I was just trying to pick and use and like make all these micro decisions and like a pretty crazy lineup, like a lot of stimulus, and I don't know, if you just find one tube out there, it's pretty much a win. And I don't know, just like we're all safe, so that's a win.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blur, I'm sure, getting in those waves and then coming back on land. It's kind of probably a little confusing. So I saw that amazing wave. It was about to crash down on you, and you pumped and you got right out. How did that feel?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like when I was paddling into that wave, I was a little bit on the shoulder, actually, and I was like, oh, I got to really like delay my bottom turn, and then I felt like I delayed it a bit too much, and then I might have looked ugly like pulling up under it, because I was like, oh, I gotta pull up, and then I was like, oh, maybe it kind of looks like a closeout, but maybe I'll just keep traveling and see what happens, and it just let me squeak out right at the end. So that was a fun wave.
Yeah. And do you think it'll be enough for Snap 5 to win again, maybe 3 times in a row?
I don't know. I hope so. I mean, it's just kind of luck of the draw with what waves each team gets in their window, and yeah, I think we've had a couple windows. Seth's had some crazy waves, so Seth's holding it down for us. I haven't been doing too good, and then got one wave just now, so hopefully it's enough.
All right, great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Benji Brand did a good job in that last heat, and it's interesting to say, that it is a little tricky out there. You have to pick the right ones, and there's a lot of stimulus, so there's a lot of energy swirling around. Looks like a paddle here. Looks like Kala Grace.
Oh, hits the eject button as that thing just straight out, bottoms out to a foot deep of water. Underneath that sand is just straight up dead coral reef and rock with some coral reef too. Kala Grace, man. He definitely wants to get on the board. The guy has tasted a 12 in other years. Hard charging Kala. Give him a round of applause. This kid always slows down in the barrel. Related to Uncle Derrico. Rest in love, brother. And what a great negotiation. He's seen that chandelier. He would have ran over it, and there would have been a wipeout for Kala Grace. So that was a smart
smart decision making.
Yeah. Yep, he navigated that at the last second and decided this is a no-go eject.
Yeah, Kala Grace has been, a standout here at the Backdoor Shootout. We also, recall last year some pretty tragic wipeout and where he was knocked unconscious.
Yeah.
And Nolan Keolana and the water safety crew went to his aid quickly, and fortunately things went well. He was revived and spent some time in the hospital.
Yeah.
And he's with us at the event again this year. So these guys, again, are warriors who love their sport and put their lives on the line.
Yep. Just like Mr. Koa Rothman. This is living. I just seen him downstairs coming to the booth to come meet you guys, and he looks good. He's healing up, but he's making a smart decision, sitting out from his team. And, his stunt double is John Florence, so that's awesome. I mean, what a replacement, Koa Rothman, Godspeed on healing. I know it's hard to sit out, man, being a Rothman. And, North Shore Surf Shop out in the water. You got the McNamara legacy. We're talking about Liam McNamara earlier. North Shore Surf Shop always doing good things for their athletes. North Shore Surf Shop has also sponsored a few of our events in town with Uncle Scotty Namuo. And that's awesome. Do the law enforcement event, team event, and North Shore Surf Shop. Island-wide support. Mahalo.
Yeah, Liam McNamara, when I was a kid, he was the standout out here. He's in all the surf mags, and he was always wearing a lot of colorful surfboards.
He was intense, too.
He was intense. But one thing that's cool is that he was one of the only guys back there that wore a helmet every time.
Yeah.
So kind of cool that we're seeing more. Oh, my goodness, legend.
I watched him all my childhood career on TV and then got to meet him at Big Bull. You know what I mean? You get to see that kind of guys in real life coming to, your home spot. Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
So these guys are definitely not in a rush, but their second surf was slow, Isaiah.
Right.
So this third surf is pretty meaningful for them.
Well, just a little under 19 minutes left in this heat. Legend Chandler, we saw his brother Mananalu in the longboard division doing really well. Not sure what happened here. He picked his line like he couldn't decide to kick out or to straighten out, and then just slips. Fins disengage.
That was an invisible chop. He was actually kind of high up as the thing curved over and pitched him, but dangerous wipeout. That kind of wipeouts don't happen all the time. That's when you need to get away from your surfboard.
Yep, he's getting the assist, jet ski assist here from the Hawaiian Water Patrol, getting him back out to the lineup safely. It's been really cool having Cliff Botello here with us to give us some kind of insight, personal insight into what it's like, manning the skis and being a part of the Hawaiian Water, Patrol. And these guys are the best of the best. They train all the other crews around the world of how to do it properly, and we're just so blessed to have them with us here at the Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, so they're just dropping off.
His fin broke off?
Oh, no.
I don't know. Maybe.
This guy surfed so many. Oh, he's right back like, shoots, man. And that's one of his favorite boards. Let's see if he can make an adjustment. I know Cliff Botello, we're all rotating through the open mic on the beach, and he's over there right now, so he should be alerting Kellogg Race's board caddy.
Maybe that's what happened right here. We can see the fin pop off. Taking that high line. Bing.
Excuse me, Legend Chandler. What a wipeout. His fin just came right out.
I mean,
it broke the tabs. We'll see.
So those of you unfamiliar with surfing and surfboards, you have, these days you have fins on the bottom of the board that keep you from sliding out. You can see that one of his bottom
uncharacteristic, too. It must have just buckled loose right out of the back. Oh, Dad, Moku. Ohana Shop, Kauai bloodline, Oahu bloodline. Love to see these guys. He's raising legacy in his backyard.
It's an old trick I haven't seen for a while, using the sand to scrape the wax on your board.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was just Beach Boy style, but whole North Shore sand, nice and grip. It's not like rubbing kitty litter on your board in town, but this stuff is deep, beautiful sand.
Oh, look at it.
That's the way. You can scratch them, or you can just,
Use the nails. I just use my fingernail.
Yeah. Well, guys nowadays, they like scratch their deck of their board.
Okay.
And that's just vain. But, wax them up, man. Don't worry about your deck. It's your bottom surface you need to worry about.
Deck's usually got an extra layer of glass on it.
I used to watch athletes like Joel Parkinson is one. He will sit down on the beach and rub around his fins and stuff like that. And ever since I was watching him do that, because the bottom of your surfboard is the planing.
Huh.
And I know you've seen people buy $1,000 boards, put them on a rock wall, start rubbing the wax on. I mean, to me, I won't go that far. The bottom surface of your board is very important. That's where you plane and ride on your edge.
Right.
Yeah.
And in old times in Kawakahiko, they didn't use fins on their surfboards. These skegs that give you that extra grab and grip. You'd instead just use the rail of your board and engage that rail. It's so cool over the last 10 years or more. Seems sort of a renaissance of riding these old school style boards that are made out of wood.
Yeah.
And you got some guys that are really accomplished at it. Sheldon Paishan is one of the best.
Yeah.
Makaha, that guy surfs it like a normal shortboard.
Jed's Mocktown just won the last Makaha event, and he's Goofy Foot. And it's hard to go backside, so that is the guy to beat coming up at Buffalo's Big Board Classic. There's amazing guys.
Who's also one of my favorites is he was in here with the booth with us earlier, is Ulu Boy Napiahi.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ulu Aloha Napiahi.
I asked him if he did that. I knew he did.
Yeah. And he rides a lot of Brandon Ahuna surfboards from Big Island. Shout out to the Hilo boys over there.
Hilo boys. Aloha. He also got Dakayan Curtis Miyashiro, his son. Came out and played and was doing step-offs off the canoe. He's got some action.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. Chris Miyashiro, artist.
Do you know
surfer.
Glenn Miyashiro?
Huh?
Exciting Glenn Miyashiro? We have a history of comedians here in Hawaii that love to make fun of ourselves, and so this.
Oh yeah, we're a mixed plate. All the culture. I mean, if you get your feelings hurt, man, come on.
But right.
Tubos, huh?
Tubos getting the good luck kiss from the girlfriend or wifey.
Yeah. No worry, you're going to see this guy again.
Yeah.
These guys are hard charging. It's also the ocean also went off on them. They had a busy heat, but I'm talking about waves of girth and sloping across the reef of a degree where you couldn't really catch them. So there was a lot of waves in their heat, but they were uncatchable waves, what I meant.
Yeah. I mean, back to, I guess I could talk about this topic of comedy in Hawaii. We have a lot of comedians that come out of Hawaii, and it's a tradition that goes back even, I think, to plantation times, because Hawaii, a lot of our culture, our blending of a variety of different nationalities comes from our history of this plantation labor that's been in Hawaii.
Are you talking about this story? Are we getting to that?
The shaka
or did you guys talk about that already?
A little bit about that.
Okay, because, I missed that sit-down with you guys because I heard that it happened at Pineapple Plantation from a certain guy that used to work over there.
Yeah. Hamana Kalili from Laie on the sugarcane plantations there. But Hawaii has a lot of diversity of culture and food and language, and a lot of that stems from this history of sugarcane plantation in Hawaii. So you had a lot of Chinese that came in first, and then Japanese that came to Hawaii in the plantation. A lot of Japanese, some of them came from Okinawa and some of the prefectures that weren't in the cities, kind of the outskirts in Japan. And then, of course, we have Filipinos, Portuguese, Puerto Rican, and a variety of different ethnicities that come to Hawaii in the mid and early 1900s to work on the sugarcane plantation. And that really kind of contributes to the richness of, Hawaii, I would argue, has some of the best food in the world. And a lot of that comes from just blending of different cuisines, right? And so Hawaii has a very long history of mixing. Even our language, Hawaiian or Lelo Hawaii was the language of old Hawaii and still is today. It's an official state language. But we also have Pidgin. Hawaiian Creole Pidgin. My linguistics friends remind me that it is a real language. It's not, unfortunately, when I was younger, you get a lot of people be like, "Oh, no talk like that." You sound
but you
stupid.
can hear real Pidgin. There's Pidgin, then there's that real old Pidgin. It's like the Tahitians have that native tongue. Yep.
And so on the plantations, in order to communicate with each other, they would use a kind of a Creole Pidgin English as a way of communicating. It was a mix of a lot of Hawaiian words with English, of course, and then some other words thrown in from different languages to make this medley of language called Hawaiian Creole Pidgin English. And so the humor actually is a product of this too. I was referring to Frank DeLima's joke when he mentioned Glenn Miyashiro has this song.
Yeah,
Glenn Miyashiro.
Very popular.
And one thing that we do is we have a tradition of kind of laughing with each other and at each other. But most prominently in these jokes was kind of making fun of the Portuguese, or as in Hawaii we call them the Portuguese. So a lot of these Portuguese jokes that we hear in Hawaii. And it's interesting, though, because it has the reason why, I don't think even our local people may not realize the reason why the Portuguese become the brunt of a lot of these plantation jokes is because Portuguese were also laborers in the field, but they were like the labor bosses. They were the ones on the back of the horses. They were the ones demanding the work. Sometimes in old days with the whip,
you get the most jokes out of them.
Right
now,
you had to make fun of them because they were not always your friend. And so it's kind of interesting how the Portuguese jokes have a tradition here. Here we have Eala Dalla Stewart.
Eala Mane. Well, this guy, I love watching him surf. He's been having a good pre-winter just to himself, surfing for fun. Everybody capturing that kind of stuff. We get to see Eala in full form. North Shore Surf Shop doing their thing. Beautiful drop. Too much, so he just uses that curtain perfectly and just absolutely juicing as barreled as he can get out of that last wave.
So also we see on the plantation that these Portuguese jokes is a reflection of that. But another thing that's really interesting is that, and we have our Portuguese surfers coming on the next heat. Maybe I should have saved it for that. But in Hawaii, when people say what their ethnicity is, right? Say, oh, I'm Hawaiian, Chinese, Portuguese, haole.
Yeah.
So what's interesting, though, is Portugal is in Western Europe. And haole people are from Western Europe.
Yeah.
But in Hawaii, Portuguese, or Portuguese as we call it, have a distinction separate from haole. You ever think of that?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about it now, doctor.
But it is interesting. People say, like, oh, I'm haole, I'm Portuguese, as if Portuguese is not a European area.
Oh, yeah,
and it is, right? And so the reason for this is because when the Portuguese that came to work on the plantations, they weren't in with the haole crowd that was running the plantations. So you had the plantation owners, most of them were from the United States, and to them the Portuguese were sort of a lesser white race.
Well put, I'm seeing the dynamic now, yeah.
And so in some ways the Portuguese occupy this liminal space between the white boss owners and below is the field workers.
And they were second in command over the field workers.
Yeah, so it's interesting that they were seen as sort of bosses in the field, but not seen as that important compared to in the haole counterparts that were owners of the plantation. They still were laborers. So it's an interesting place that Portuguese occupy in Hawaii's history. A lot of that goes to the plantation times, and we got a lot of Portuguese. In fact, most of us here in Hawaii have some Portuguese blood in us, and here we have a rider up. Looks like Kala Grace. Oh, sorry. Yes, I think that was Kala Grace.
Wow. He went up again. That reverb foam ball really grabbed onto his board, but he was speeding through it. So
hopefully he's
let's see,
okay.
Kala. There he is, dipping.
Good sign.
How's the Hanaho dip right after you get licking? It's like when you get under it like that, everything's okay. It's not fun when the thing clamps again and you have no time.
Replay here, you can see it's got some chatter on it from some of that current.
You see that thing wasn't even going to let him out. That was just straight.
He sure went for it, though.
Yep, love it. He knows how to slow down and speed up effortlessly adjustments within his body. So Kala Grace out there with Iala got a nice one. Legend Chandler broke a fin looking to redeem himself on that last one. Mackay McNamara in his second surf got a throaty one, but he is sitting patiently in this heat. We got Makua Kai Rothman, another surfer, sitting a long time. He sat a long time in his other heat. And like we're talking about, they're so experts. They're looking for something. They're not going to catch no rubber ducky waves. They want all of these guys are looking for that certain wave. They know what's gold out here. It's just taking a little bit of time for them to make a call.
Like some lines coming in. Hopefully it's the right direction, the right angle. So the camera now we're looking is a little toward the west. Right now you see that's toward Kauai. This is more west, which is a little more ideal for a pipeline. And it comes from that direction, so it's not just closing out where we see this sandbar.
It opens up the wall.
But today there is a lot of north in the swell, so hence we get this to the right of the screen here. You get that close-out section that comes in. Although when there is north in the swell, it usually makes for good backdoor waves. But because of the size of the waves today, it's a little more tricky to get a good backdoor waves because a lot of them are just shutting down.
Yeah. I feel they're going to get a set wave soon, only because on this second floor balcony of the Volcom house, I in my peripheral see Rocky Point 500 yards out from us. So hopefully that thing starts to come in over here by our surfers. Because we all know these athletes in North Shore Surf Shop, they're hungry for big macking barrels, whether it be backdoor or pipeline. They're all game.
Right.
And they're all here to win, not just as a team, but individually title too.
You know, we were speaking about comedians in Hawaii and so forth. There's a long list of them. Rep Replinger was one of my favorites when I was a kid.
Love that guy.
And Bulaia. And some more.
Bulaia.
Oh, we got the towel going.
Oh, there he goes.
Liam McNamara giving his boy the direction of where to go. But, you know, that kind of performance element is a big part of our history in Hawaii, too. We're talking about Duke Hanamoku at this event quite a bit. And he was a part of a group of surfers that were entertainers that were known as the Waikiki Beach Boys, part of what was called the Hui Nalu Club. And they were just known as these guys that had a lot of showmanship about them. You watch any old videos or read any books about it, they really brought the showmanship into surfing. And as you know, the early days of tourism were burgeoning and blossoming, that Beach Boy crowd really started to take the spotlight.
Yeah.
And that's where, you know, I think Duke also gravitated toward Hollywood. He was in several Hollywood movies, just kind of cameos. He was hoping to get, you know, more important roles. But nonetheless, that showmanship component of the surfers in Waikiki and the Beach Boys definitely played out into the Hawaii experience. Later, of course, we get a lot of other, you know, showmen that are in Honolulu, especially in, you know, the mid 1900s. Don Ho becomes very famous, who, by the way, is like a relative of our surfers, the Ho family.
Yeah, the Ho family, that's right. And would you say Don Ho got in the water himself and shredded a wave and just threw some tiny bubbles off into the sky?
I'm not sure, but we grew up in Hawaii. And
that goes into Hawaiian entertainment, and I'm sure I've never seen Don Ho cut a joke or anything, but I'm sure he was raw.
Well, you know, there was also
in that atmosphere.
There was also a local businessman named Kimo McVeigh, and Kimo McVeigh opened up these nightclubs and these bars and stuff that would host Don Ho, and one of those was named after Duke Hanamoku. So Kimo McVeigh, you know, when Duke was older in his life, you know, promoted Duke for his popularity, and they came up with like Aloha shirt wear, surfboards, and also nightclubs.
I wonder what kind of percentage he was making off of that. That's always an old Hawaiian story. You know?
All right. It sounds like...
Hey, Duke, we're going to give you something, bro. We're going to give you something, bro.
Check
you are
this
the
out.
man.
We did get a GoPro taker.
Oh, yeah. Our second live GoPro shot. We're still waiting to hope. These guys are all frothing at the bit to put scores on. And I did talk to Ulu Boy about having a GoPro in the mouth. There is a different element, but Jamie has been picking to use it. But, Kala.
Oh, straightened out.
Smart man. Yeah, my boy.
Ooh.
I want you to get hurt again. There's waves of consequence, Isaiah. Oh, look at the back one. Oh, let him up.
There he
is. Here he is. Good stuff. Awesome. Zone Media bringing it to us live. Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports. They do all of that. They're joining us this year. They got cameramen everywhere. Big production crew. We love it. Excellent job, gang. Yeah. Shout out to Jance Oz and Eli Visions downstairs, too. The Hui Boys always making a mean production, too. Very talented. This beach is packed. Wow, and that's it for them, huh?
That's
that was
the
too
end of
quick.
the heat. That seemed quick, but, you know, trying to pick that needle in the haystack. But exciting day. We only have 2 heats left. Stay with us, Super Tubos Peru team, and then final off with the Volcom team. We're going to go and take a quick break. Stick with us for the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024. We'll see you soon.
Tubos Peru up next.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu. Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Aloha, welcome back to our day number 2, 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. There's Kala Grace coming in, talking to Mom, getting a little synopsis of how it was out there.
Yeah.
It looked super heavy.
Heavy.
You know, the swell was forecasted to taper off and ease up a little bit. It does not look like that's happening.
He MacGyvered out of some heavy situations, and I'm really stoked for Kala because that was smart surfing. Instead of being gun-ho, he just – I'm not saying he shied away from it, but it just wasn't something to pull into. And those last-minute split decisions, he had some work to do. So, hey, my hat's off to you, Kala Grace, always performing at a high level.
Yeah, you know, coming back from that crazy, horrific injury last year, that's, you know, not only physically, but to mentally re-prepare yourself and come back from something like that. That's really commendable.
You seen Legends wave too. Was wondering what happened, but it looked like he broke his fin right off and then just did a rock and roll tail drop out of the sky. So I'm glad you're okay, Legend. You're watching Tubos Peru.
We're in heat number 7 of our day number 2. This is round 3. Tubos Peru, the Groovin Peruvians.
Oh, big time.
Alonso Correa, Sebastian Correa, and Gabriel Villaran, Cristobal de Cole, and the Paia Pitbull, Billy Kemper.
Oh, Billy Kemper.
We saw him get some good ones yesterday, and Cristobal looked pretty smooth.
Oh, super
on
smooth.
The waves he had.
Yeah.
We just got some information, too. We want to let you guys know that on January 20th, we're going to have a march over in Lahaina, organized by Archie Kalepa.
Uncle Archie, another amazing waterman.
And if you can make it over there on January 20th, it'll be a very special event and commemorating Lahaina and all of our it's a Ho'olu gathering, and that's on January 20th. So it's Saturday later on this month. If you can make it over there, please try to make it to Lahaina and over to Maui and see Uncle Archie and the crew over there. And we wish all the best to...
It's to honor Hawaii's rich genealogy for Ohana, protecting the land, the ocean, resources, and building healthy communities, beginning with Lahaina.
And we're going to take you guys down on the beach to talk with the man we just saw on camera. That'll be Kala Grace. Let's hear it, bro.
Kala.
Had a life-threatening injury. This year, he's back at it. His mom's here to support him. How are you feeling after those waves? I know it was a little rough, but you got some out there.
Yeah, I feel great. Just I didn't really get too many good waves, like you said, but just being able to still walk down this beach like in 100% health and able to still compete in this event means the world to me. So I honestly feel like I won the event already, but even though I didn't get a good wave, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, what does this event mean to you? Is it a dream of yours to be part of this event?
Yeah, this event is like it's like winning a world title for a local boy. If you win this contest is huge for a local like me who just gets to compete at home, especially right here at Pipeline. It's like the biggest stage for somebody like me.
And how does it feel to have your mom cheering you on right there?
It's the best support in the world. My mom and I get to surf with my friends and my family, and coming to my mom, yeah, it feels really good.
Amazing. Great job.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Year and coming back from that, so good to see him back in the water, full recovery. Even he said it's just a victory to be able to walk down this beach again.
Trains hard with Billy.
The year before that, he had a perfect 12. So he's been on the very top, Cloud 9, just performing the best, and then has had the experience of being clinging to life. So Kala, good job out there, and right now the groovin' Peruvian still waiting to get their round number 3 started. No waves have come in yet that have been of any good choice for them, so they're being patient. A lot of energy still in the swell. You see that wave peeling off in the foreground. And
a couple triple ups, Rock.
A lot of backwash, that tide really bottoming out, so it is affecting the shape of the wave.
Some of the waves are so obtuse, it's like a triple up, and the whole thing just regurges onto the sand. So I really hope these things just materialize for the guys, because there's just been a bunch of run-over sets. And Billy Kemper's out there, 3-time big wave world champion. He no scared him, go get him, but he's a very smart surfer. And in these conditions, when these guys aren't going like they're usually going, that means there's something.
You see the graphic right there. Right now we're pretty much bottoming out at low tide at 0.01
like talked about earlier,
a foot. So it's prime time right now for
triple
Team
ups on the
Peru.
sand.
And, even Billy last year got an injury.
Yes,
we had a few, and Makokai Rothman had a knee
that was
injury.
a big one, yeah.
Billy, I think, was his hip that was a little tweaked. Thankfully, it wasn't, something that kept him out for a really long time. But he's been, in and out with different kinds of things. So I know he's
They did an Eddie in a week. They did the Eddie right after that. I mean, that was some heavy decision-making there.
Yeah,
Makua's knee was basically hanging off.
He had his, super thick knee brace. I could tell it was like, this is it, and then I'm going to go on the shelf for a little while. So he wanted to get that opportunity to compete at the Eddie. But
hey, let's give a good omen, and because me and you grew up with this amazing kid when we were kids, is Little E, Eric Diaz, Billy Kemper's brother. Let's send your brother and Team Peru some amazing waves, and we're just giving you a shout out. Rest in love. That guy was an amazing surfer.
Brother Eric, definitely.
Paul Sheplick, all those gangs. Just, we got to keep people remembering, and, through our voices, you get to remember
even,
iconic people like that.
Most recently, McCullough Jones.
Oh, McCullough. And thank you for introducing me to the daughter.
Yeah.
We were talking story about pearls, jewelry. Uncle Eddie was talking about the Rottweilers, and it was just amazing. And then you told me, and I just got the most chicken skin. Got to give her a hug and a kiss. Thank you, Rock, for that. I had no idea.
Rory Parker, Jason Bogle, a lot of guys
Rory.
that we've said aloha to along the way. And I know we've got a lot, and hard
really
to fit them
Rory
all
Parker.
in there. So you guys know, and we'll be thinking of you for sure. So 19 minutes, 40 seconds for Team Peru. See that little whitewater bubble line going through there. Some of the current has been pushing back out through the lineup, which is not super typical for pipe. That's when you know there's a lot of water moving, and holding your position can be quite tricky when you've got that current that's not only on the shoreline, but then it kind of U-turns and then comes through the lineup. And right now it looks like it is just backing off a little bit so the boys can ease up, relax.
I like that because you can see that from the drone footage, and you can see that it's just finally rested. I just hope they don't get any more run-over bombs. I mean, I love the bombs, but I want the bombs to come to the reef and create an A-frame teepee so that these guys can get straight, lidded, slotted, throated, whatever word you want to use. This is the Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. And Alon, the owner, sent us a special video. I think you guys talked about it. 1952, his parents brought the property and sent a video on YouTube that you guys can watch and see this place come to life since 1952. Thank you for the share, brother.
Yeah, it is quite an iconic location right there. And we were talking earlier about, unless you're a team rider for one of these companies that have houses on the beach right here, or you score something down the way. But other than that, bro, that's the, slim pickings for beachfront hanging out on the North Shore. Look at this in the barrel. I believe that is either Alonzo Correa or Cristobal de Cole.
Yeah, Cristobal de Cole, or you call him clairvoyant and stuff, all those years getting totally barreled. I don't recall him wearing a helmet in his second round, but he does at times, right?
Most of these guys will be kind of day-to-day conditions based on whether or not they're going to use the head protection. There's obviously guys that are fully committed to it every session, but I know Gabriel Villaron and Billy Kemper, regular footers, so we're just trying to ID these surfers as they are without the colored jerseys as in a normal event. Trying to recognize the style a little bit. That's just a beautiful glassy bowl.
That's Alonzo.
Zoko.
And look at all these lines still, but it has calmed down, Rock, right after that. But, talking about the tide, I thought it was going to be a little bit more not slowing down on the radicalness, but I like that it subsided just a bit. Hopefully these waves materialize for our surfers, because the third round has been rough for some heats.
Yeah, it's been consistent, lots of waves. But as far as, the waves that'll give you the scoring potential or that, nice angle to really get something meaningful, those have been a little bit few and far between. And we've mentioned the, the cliches of, diamond in the rough, the needle in the haystack, a little bit of cat and mouse, dodging those big sets. It's been, a difficult third round, but very entertaining and exciting.
Oh, big time.
And, the crowd on the beach has been loving all of the different thrills and spills that they've been watching. And hopefully you're enjoying it wherever you may be, at home or at the office, as we see a nice drop in there, little roll in. That's Cristobal, I believe.
Oh, but beautiful check fade. He might have wanted to take that rewind and check fade, not do that check fade. Maybe just straight drop into it at an angle. But
a lot of backwash on that one. So that was hitting that lip, expanding it. And we talked about earlier how far the lip throws out here at Pipe. And this little backwash right there, just enough to throw his rail off a little bit and have him decide kind of last minute not to pull in.
Oh, there's the back of the house going forward. Zone Media, bringing it to you live. Thank you for joining us on Spectrum 1020. And mahalo to Jeff and the boys at Surfline. Have you gotten to do any Surfline magnitude? Swell never did.
We did something about Tahiti way back in April.
Oh, I seen that.
Which was cool. But yeah, definitely appreciate all the forecasting and the broadcasting that Surfline has been doing for all the events here in Hawaii. And
I love my Surfline app.
Yeah, it's so good. I use it,
but as a
very religiously, and it helps a lot.
As a surfer, I would really like to, I should just go to the beach, but then I could slide 45 minutes of footage. I mean, you really get to know what you're dealing with before you go surf or after work, weather conditions. As a local boy, I like to just look at the cameras, and you can tell by the glare or anything, you're an islander. You can just kind of tell the way a palm tree on the camera is. You can tell what a spot is down the road. You know, some of our secret spots that aren't allowed.
And it's fun to look at other spots around the world, too.
I love it.
You know, and check out different regions that, you know, are experiencing some good swell. So that's been a great addition to being able to just stay immersed in surfing.
Big time.
You know, we had to, like, back in the day, we had to, like, wait till, like, 2 a.m. to, like, try to record something with a VHS of, like, some Huntington event that was on, like, you know,
I love
ESPN
the OP Pro
3 or whatever.
I would record that.
You know, having to press record when it starts and then pause for the commercials, and then you forget. You're like, oh, got to get back and press record. It's much more available these days.
You know, it's funny. I've been a Surfline member for years now, and I just found the Velziland camera and the Ehukai camera.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, what an amateur I am on that. I mean, there's things that I discover, and I love looking at all the mainland international spots that we've got to travel to. It's amazing.
Beautiful afternoon here at Ehukai Beach, also known as Pipeline. And that is the scene there with the big Volcom house kind of prominently on display. Hawaiian Water Patrol's got a few jet skis in the water. They've been getting some amazing camera angles and assisting our surfers with some really gnarly conditions. When those sets come in, it is just really turbulent. Here's a backdoor opportunity that looks like it could be Gabriel Villaran, possibly.
Oh, Sebastian.
Oh, the Sebastian. Sebastian Correa.
Yeah, white helmet, Sebastian. Gabriel Villarin out there with crystal ball decal, and Mr. Billy Kemper. Definitely shopping for waves. These guys are going to want to get a wave under their belt.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago. They had just a heat for the ages.
2022 and 2023. 2022 and 2021 massive heats that I shared watching.
Yeah,
with you.
And they were experiencing this like pipeline switch that just turned on and provided double-digit scores for about 20 minutes straight, one after the other. And all the surfers on the team got amazing scores within that time, and we were just baffled at how consistent and the quality that kept coming in. I mean, usually in a set of whatever 6 or 8 waves, there'll be 1 or 2 that's like those are the gems, and it was like every wave was a gem. As we check out the GoPro camera from our water cameraman, so he's got double duty with the camera in his hands right there, and then he's got
take a dip,
a GoPro on the helmet.
Swim up to the cameraman
getting
and
some
scare
shots.
him a little bit right from behind. That's what I would do if I was on the jet ski. Alex, send me out there, mate.
Do a little ankle pull.
See, maybe I'm getting sent out there.
All
I shouldn't
right,
have said anything. I'm going to be on the ski, hanging on to my friend Nolan. Kelowna. Good stuff, you guys. And, man, I really hope these waves materialize for these guys.
Yeah, it has quieted down for this Peruvian heat. And, you know, when we talk about the heat they had with all of those great waves, you know, you're bound to get something coming your way that's going to be requiring you to have a little more patience, you know.
Here's Makana checking out the scenery, focusing for his next heat. Love this jerseyless contest. You're all natural out there, going out there with your teammates, the brand you ride for, or it's just, you know, like the 96712, just a band of brothers, but they're also divided because they got all kinds of guys in Snap 5 too. But what a great generation, those guys.
Well, here
and
comes
here we
some
go, Rock.
Potential opportunities. We'll see how these roll into the lineup.
Wow.
See them start to move around a little bit. This one's going to be too far in.
Yeah. It's just kind of dragging. There's no scoop on it or anything. It picks up way too far on the inside sandbar.
Back to our GoPro water cam, looking from the Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski, what it looks like out there in the channel on the side of Pipeline. So just about 9 minutes remaining in this Peruvian heat. A little bit wave-starved with only a couple of waves being taken so far.
Yeah, uncharacteristic of Tubos Peru and Billy Kemper. Billy Kemper was on fire yesterday on his second surf. So, was that his first surf? Yeah, his first surf yesterday. Big backdoor and a traditional mean side of pipe, spit out. He's stoked with it, but if you know Billy Kemper and how focused of an animal athlete he is, it is not enough, Rock.
Yeah, he'd love to dazzle the crowd with something up in the double digits. You know, we talked about our scoring scale going, beyond 10 points up to the 12-point maximum.
Yeah.
And that's, gives it the proper recognition for a wave that, we've seen 10-point rides all over the place, and
not easy
here
to
at
get.
Pipe. It's very elusive. But when you see something that's better than a 10, that's when you got to have that, little extra on top.
I've seen that with you about 3 times. It's rare, but it's awesome to watch, and I'll never forget about it. But, talking about that massive year, I believe Bethany Hamilton was involved that year. Do you remember that wave? We watched her on the balcony at the other Volcom house. My jaw was dropped. I don't even know how she survived a wipeout like that. And, Bethany, if you're watching, they had the all-girl. WSL all-girl.
The Wahine team.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, that was great.
Shout out to you, Wahines.
Well, speaking of, we've got Moana Jones Wong coming up next in the heat for Team Volcom. So she'll be representing and looking for one of these gems.
She going.
The Peruvians are a little far in for that one, but it was one that held open.
You know what? That's what we seen, Rock, on that last view, the GoPro view. That was Moana already sitting out there, I believe. Just watching it, feeling the ocean, feeling what it's doing. And, Gabriel Villarin, he's had a good wave in his first heat. Sebastian was very busy in his second surf. Crystal Ball Decal yesterday on his first surf. Killing it, second to the last heat of the day. And Alonso Correa got a couple waves just now. And Billy Kemper has about 2 or 3 highlight scores on the reel at the end of the day. But Billy Kemper is definitely not going to let his third surf. I feel him right now. Send him a wave, little E.
I liked Crystal Ball's approach yesterday.
I did too.
Just
is it because you're goofy foot,
so
Rock?
Smooth and just has that style that fits perfectly in the curves of Pipeline. And, obviously it comes with spending a lot of time out here and, putting in the work. But, when you can make it look that easy.
Yeah, he got the 2-for-1.
It's really a cool thing to watch for sure.
As you can see, Billy Kemper in between the two guys. You can tell the way his posture is, sitting, adjusting on his board. He's getting a little bit impatient. But, hey, these guys get to surf again. But a lot of these guys that have been involved in the Hui Backdoor Shootout before, they know how many times they get to surf, and they want to perform at the highest level in every heat. But now it just makes it more interesting. They go home and they renegotiate in their mind. They opt to what to do, but it always comes down to Mother Ocean too.
Yeah, and having the different time that you surf will affect what kind of conditions you're going to get. And so we've kind of mixed up the surfing order pretty well.
Yeah, I think so.
And moving up and down the draw, it's been picking numbers to start and then just going kind of in reverse with the order up and down these rosters here. So we're in round 3, the last couple of heats, and going to be interesting to see where all these chips fall after the third round. We're going to try to get as many rounds as we can in for these guys. We've seen it go up to, I believe, like 6 rounds before in different years. Really depends, like you said, on Mother Ocean and what kinds of conditions we're going to get.
But it balances out the luck, performance. There's a bunch of significant things that happen with that. Man.
Yeah,
come
trying
on,
to make
gang.
it fair for everybody.
Yeah.
And spread the love around.
Like at the ceremony, everybody picked heats out of a coal bowl so that you don't deal with, how come I'm not surfing today? Hey, you picked it out of the bowl. Cooley.
Yeah, that was your draw right there.
The beach is loading up. Surf Potty Cruise. Time in a little bit as we're going on to the second. We're on the second to the last heat of the day. The surfers' third surf of the event. And tomorrow might be number 4, round 4.
Yeah, we'll wake up in the morning and see what the waves are doing bright and early. And it could be round number 4 that is underway. We'll keep you posted for sure. Here we go, up and riding.
Sebastian.
That is Sebastian Correa. And my Lord.
What, he ollied over the rib, huh?
He just got sucked up the face and
it ejected him right off.
At that point, you're just, no control, succumbing to the power of that kind of wave.
Look at him kicking back out. No problem.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
So glad that he's okay.
Yeah.
That was a tough position to be in. Anytime you're going over, with the crashing lip, that is either you're going to be, as we watch him grab the rail, looks good right there, and then the wave bottoms out. That's the low tide.
Oh, man, look how thick that is.
And it was like that last step really just kind of, the floor fell out from underneath him.
Oh, good footage. These guys are super athletes. Every single guy in this thing, even though they don't look like a huge giant, these guys, what they do, you know what I mean? It's just so stoked to be a surfer. The elements that these guys deal with, I mean, the heavy water that they're negotiating.
No, that's a great point because you see some of these guys, doing things on these waves that are, superhuman. And then they come to the beach and you meet them and they're like, maybe like these little guys or just like, you see them in Foodland and like, oh, that's so-and-so.
There's
like,
a guy
really?
5 foot
like,
tall.
he's so unassuming and, does these incredible things in the ocean. But that's a great point of, being an athlete of this caliber in this sport. It's not about, the bulk and the muscle and all of the,
I tripped, though. Some guys make $35 million in other sports.
But these guys, they're not like the biggest, craziest looking guys. But, man, they really put in a lot of time. And
they train hard.
It's a hard regimen of training and cardio. But seeing them out of the water, they're quite unassuming.
Yep. But the way they navigate in the ocean is something to be proud of. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's where they do all of their action.
There's so much stuff that goes into surfing, not just the physical, but, when any other super athlete from any other sport touches down on our ocean, they're like, holy schmoly.
Right.
I said, where's our 80 to 45 million up in here?
Yeah. Yeah, LeBron. Let's see you paddle out to pipe and what you can
10
do.
yards, you probably give me $5,000.
Oh, my gosh, grabbing the rail. I think that's the Paia Pitbull, Billy Kemper. That's the one he was looking for.
He was looking for that one. We're going to clap in the booth. Oh, brother. Yes.
The technique.
Oh, he's feeling it.
The positioning. Everything working right there for Billy Kemper. And the wave was just a beautiful glassy bowl. Disappeared from view. Check out those smiles right there on the replay from the water. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay, Rock, that was one of the gems of the day, buddy.
Right at the buzzer, too. A beautiful backflip dismount.
Oh, yeah.
So Team Peru, a little bit wave-starved in the beginning of their heat, but they get one that really counts well for them by Billy Kemper. We'll take a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with the final heat of day number 2 here at the 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay tuned.
Gang.
We'll be right back.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right, we are back live here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 edition, right into the brand new year, and Team Volcom has hit the water. They are underway as we speak. Balaram Stack, Makana Pang, Moana Jones-Wong, Mike Kai Burdine, and Noah Dean rounding out this round 3 for Team Volcom. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. And we just saw Team Peru end their heat with quite a bang. It was a little bit slow to start, but Billy, he found the gem.
Yeah, the Hanide Peruvian, Billy Kemper. I had the chance to take a break this last heat, and I was sitting down watching it right off the sand, and wow, that was amazing because he went through that sandbar section, which looked like was normally most of the waves that they were closing out. Somehow he made it all the way through that sandbar section.
Yeah, on the wave right before, it was, I think, Sebastian Correa. Similar looking entry, and then the bottom just dropped out, and he got totally tossed. For Billy's wave, it looked like that little section right there was more forgiving. It didn't drop down, and he was able to just hold his line, do what Billy does, and get a meaningful score. And so we're going to catch up with the action that was taking place during our break. And there's Moana Jones, the queen of pipeline, has to dismount right there.
Yeah, this.
I believe that
Mike
is
Kai or Jake. Oh,
one of those guys. That's Makana Pang.
Beautiful.
You know, and that's the way it goes sometimes when you're doing these surfing productions with Mother Ocean. You know, we cut to commercial, and then all these waves come. And, you know, it's not like the wave pool events where you know exactly or you know when exactly the next wave is going to be there. But thankfully, our crew, Zone Media and Ocean Paddler TV, all of our gang, doing a really amazing job capturing all these waves. And we're able to catch up and see those replays. And Moana Jones, been a little quiet, you know, the first couple of rounds.
Yep.
You know, maybe just being a little patient there, but she got one, but not too much happening for her. And we'll catch up with our surfer on the beach that had the wave of the heat. He is down there. Let's hear from Billy Kemper.
All right, we're here with Billy Kemper, and he just got one of the best waves of today. So he just got one of the diamond in the rough waves. How do you feel after catching that amazing wave?
I feel really good. You know, I'm able to share this event with, this year I'm surfing with Team Peru, it's an honor. I grew up surfing with Cristobal. My first Jaws win ever. Gabriel Villaron was in the final. So it's not like these people are new to me. They're all brothers of mine. I got my kids, my wife, everyone here. You know, this is what this event's about. As you can see, it's a real culture and community-based contest. It's about actual surfers, not about views, not about this and that. Like, we're here. Uncle Eddie, Huyo He'enalu, they put this event on for the surfers. You know, it's in memory of Duke Hanamoku. The name says it all. You know, I'm so grateful, and thank you to Uncle Eddie and Auntie Mahina for giving me the honor to compete in this event. I'm very privileged and honored and just blessed. I got my boys, got a good wave. I'm stoked.
Yeah, and how does it feel to have your kids there watching you?
It's great. You know, last year was a little, you know, unfortunately I took a really bad fall. I was knocked out unconscious, and for them to see Dad on a stretcher was, it was scary for me, and I didn't like that. And
I said, hey, you guys are coming to every event with me because that it does happen, and that's part of my job. At the same time, like, I train so hard for this, and these kids, if anyone knows it, they see how much time I put into the gym and my food, my nutrition, my mindset, everything, and they know that I'm prepared for anything. And then it's having them. I tell everyone, like, what motivates you, what inspires you so much. It's my kids. I got 4 kids to feed. Of course, I want to throw a party for everyone, but at the end of the day, I got kids to feed. I'm just super grateful and honored to surf in this event, and hopefully get some more good waves tomorrow.
Yeah, and your sons have a great role model to look up to.
Oh, thank you. Have a good one. And, once again, thank you for everyone tuning in and watching this event. Massive thanks to the Hui Backdoor Club. Oh, my gosh, Balaram stack. It's turning on, you guys. Enough looking at me. Let's look at the lineup and enjoy the show. Mahalo.
All right, Billy. Well said, my friend. It is turning on right now. And Balaram stack with a beautiful pipe wave. It's kind of hitting that golden hour, Isaiah.
Yep. Yeah, it was incredible to see the conditions just clean up, and it was nice to see. Earlier I was talking to Moana Jones-Wong, and she actually opted not to go out in the earlier rounds. But now we're seeing this beautiful drop from Balaram stock, comes out of that barrel flying out, gets in a turn before the sandbar closes out on him, and great ride.
Yeah, he's a guy that is not going to waste any part of the wave. Once he's on it, he wants to milk every little bit out of every ride here at Pipe. And you can just kind of feel that,
One more
that gratitude.
After this. Maybe not. Sometimes they don't do it at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so a lot of action. This is the last heat of the day with 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Team Volcom, Balaram Stack, Makana Pang, Moana Jones-Wong, Maikai Burdine, and Noah Dean. Noah Dean has been, pretty active throughout, even in the earlier heats and rounds when it was a little more challenging. He was really hunting out a lot of backdoor waves. So, and yesterday he got some great backdoor waves toward the end of the day. And so here we are again at the end of the day with the conditions looking really nice. And, the next 21 minutes, hope to get a few more nice waves come through for these guys.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a nice flurry to start this last heat. In the first third of Team Volcom's heat, Balaram has got a good one. Makana Pang got a pretty decent one. And that was either Jake Maki or Maikai Burdine that also had one. And that golden hour that we're talking about, the sun setting over towards Kaena Point, little offshore breeze, those trade winds grooming it just nicely, and then you get those beautiful silhouette shots. And I like when Billy said, like, enough looking at me, bro. Look out there. It's turning on right now.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. Yeah, Billy's done really good. I mean, last night, Billy, it's interesting because it's about the same time of the day, the same, like, at the end of the heat. So last night, Billy caught one of the better waves of the day. If you go back and look at that wave, and I've been trying to study it since last night. My sister actually texted me, and so did my friend Keone, who's the president of BYU Hawaii, Keone Kaue Aloha. But both of them sent me a picture of that last wave. Maybe to our viewers, go back and watch the highlights from yesterday. We can't tell if there's a shark or a person, but there's definitely something large in the face of that wave, that backdoor wave that he had last night. But again, today, he gets this smoker of a wave toward the back end of the heat, latter part of the day. And so Billy's doing an amazing job here this afternoon. Golden hours.
Yeah, he's kind of on a bit of a roll when it comes to finding a wave right in the final moments. And, when you sent me that picture, it was a little eerie of, like, seeing that shadow in the wave. And you guys can check it out and see what you think it could be. But could possibly be the mystery remaining a mystery.
Do we ever get cameramen at backdoor in this event?
I'm not sure if there were a few going over there yesterday. I thought I saw guys moving around. Makana Pang, just a beautiful drop, and just handles that load of spit that unleashes like a pressure washer machine. Makana Pang, another guy that I really enjoy watch surfing pipe because he just looks so comfortable. Right there, big drop, comes underneath it, stalls perfectly. There he knows he's getting barreled and needs to hunker down a little for that exit.
Of that fancy footwork as the kick out, and that's the footwork claim that he's got going on there.
It's a little like chicken scratch, like ready for action.
Yeah, Makana's been surfing out here since he was a little Grom and very comfortable in these conditions, so it's great to see him still competing in the backdoor shootout. Looks like we got a paddle here.
Looking at backdoor.
That's Maikai. Gets clamped onto the end of that backdoor wave. Good effort. Just kind of shut down on him on the end there.
Yeah, that one didn't have that really nice hollow section that throws out far. It kind of, the lip crashed maybe like halfway down the face. And, once you're in there like that, there's not really anywhere else to go. You're committed and just get ready to absorb the impact. And you see him right there in it, nice and clean. And then it just slams right mid-face right there and shuts down the rest of the wave. But a good effort from Maikai Burdine.
Yeah, you can see how the wave kind of bent around, and as it was bending like that, the wave clamped, the crest of the wave clamping down on him because of that bend. Again, our Hawaiian Water Patrol. See Foster Bloomfield on the back there of the ski. Can't remember if it was you or Ezra who made a reference to Marvin Foster earlier, but Marvin Foster, relative of Foster and the Foster Ohana.
Yeah, we were, I think we were naming, talking about maybe some Waimea left riders and, some outstanding legends here at Pipe. The Foster Ohana, very prominent in North Shore surfing, especially the Haleiwa Menehune Surfing Championship down there every October. So great to have that event still going. I think year number 47, I want to say.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was a kid, Marvin Foster was somebody definitely that we looked up to. I remember one year we had a lot of pros come, which was very rare for Hilo. There was a H-Pack series, these professional, pro-am series that they'd have, and they came to Honolulu one year, our home break, and the waves were pumping. And Marvin Foster was out there. Interesting, a lot of surfers who passed on were there at that event. Brock Little, we had Mark Fu, and several, Derek Ho, and several others that came to surf our little Rivermouth home wave. And, it's funny, all the boys still reminisce of that day when all those boys came and surfed Maki in Honolulu with us. So it's a real cool experience. And so we do miss all these warriors. But Marvin Foster was definitely one of the best out here at Pipe. And at Backdoor, he really kind of taught us how to surf barrels backside, grabbing rail. So awesome inspiration.
Yeah, and it's so cool that you remember a day like that, even though it was that long ago. And
I tell you what was also cool. It was the same day that Mike Tyson lost his fight.
Oh, wow.
I think it was Riddick Bowe.
That's a stat for the ages right there.
Oh, look at this backdoor wave.
Oh, my goodness.
No can do.
Oh, he thought about it. Probably a good idea not to go on that one. It was a beast. It had that really long, stretched out wall that was going to be near impossible. And this low tide, man, it is really jacking right on that first reef. Pipe is hard enough to surf any tide, any size, but when it's this big and that tide starts bottoming out, you're talking, beyond vertical, almost impossible.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that because, I lived at Honolulu. My mom was renting a house right above the break there, and so we had a we're one of the first houses to the break, and we're watching the Mike Tyson fight, and I turn around, and all these guys are in my living room. And it was just such an honor to be like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Look who's in our house.
I know. Like, never mind watching the TV. Like, look who just walked in, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got a little bit spoiled with that here on the North Shore,
For sure.
Being from Haleiwa, during the first event of the Triple Crown, you would see everybody coming out to practice. And that's what's so cool about surfing, especially when you've got, the best surfers around coming into your home break. And, it's like a famous golfer coming to your home course, or,
Right.
Having Michael Jordan come shoot around at the basketball court with you. That's just not going to happen usually in those kinds of sports. And we have, that access that we talked about. I'd be surfing Haleiwa, and I knew all the guys would be out there. So I wanted to go out there and mix it up and say, how's it? And, it's fun to have them say, like, oh, that was a nice turn. You're like, oh, my God, did you just hear that? Barton Lynch said I did a nice turn. Barton, one of our judges, was one of the more memorable guys that would be, generous with his time and his words when we were kids out at Haleiwa.
And it's cool how that, as a young kid, that stuff stays with you. I had a very similar experience with Barton Lynch, as he was, representing Instinct, the clothing brand.
Oh, yeah.
And I was also sponsored by them at the same time, and so I got a chance to surf with him when I was really young, 15 or something like that. And just that impact that it had on me as a kid is just something I'll never forget. Although it's interesting in surfing, I think one difference, like if Michael Jordan was to come to your neighborhood and play basketball on your court, you just like sit there and watch in awe.
Yeah.
But for some reason with surfing, you get some pro surfers at your break. There's a little bit of like, all right, well, I'm not going to give you this wave though. Like,
yeah, I want to show you something a little bit.
Kind of, that's an interesting thing about the lineup that we have. That there's some good and bad about kind of the culture of the lineup in surfing, but definitely there is a kind of competitiveness about who's going to catch the next wave and limited resource and so forth. So even though sometimes we get starstruck, you still want to make sure you get a wave.
All right, that looks like Mr. Ballstack just had to bail off right there. That drop was one of those really heavy ones that was super steep, and then had to try to set the rail to get around it, but couldn't quite get that done. It was all about focusing on that drop, handling the task at hand. You see it it's really jacking up right there, holding the surfers at the top and then lets you in. But by the time you get to the bottom,
he really tried to avoid that. That was the scary part of the wave that he saw coming, that bending around, wedging, sandbar,
and
monster.
It's just really sucking up off that low tide. Well, big waves coming in now, just getting everybody some breath-holding practice.
One thing that is nice about North Shore sand, especially here at Ehukai Beach Park, is because the grains of sand are larger than normal, and I think what that does, it makes for a little bit of a softer landing, whereas in a lot of places where the sand is finer grained, becomes almost like cement, and it's like a harder landing. Whereas over here at Ehukai and the sand out here, because it's so large grain that you can actually kind of sink into it without like breaking your ankles.
There is a bit of a cushion for sure. And you go to places like the East Coast where you say like that really fine sand. I mean, these guys, you can ride your bike on the beach in some of those places. It's so solid. And so when you fall and you hit that sand, you get definite, strawberries and some, road rash a little bit. And the sand at Ehukai, much softer. Balaram gets a ride back out to the channel right there from Hawaiian Water Patrol.
I mean, any other guys when you were younger, first surfing pipeline that you looked up to, Rocky?
We saw one of them earlier today, Larry Rios was here. I was always a bit tall and lanky for my age, so I did have, lean towards the Ronnie Burns types.
Yeah.
Larry Rios, Ronnie Burns in Billabong videos was just like thing that you would rewind over and over again.
Him in Indonesia.
Just getting G-Land just on fire.
Actually, Ronnie Burns came to Honolulu too at that contest.
Yeah, what a great talent, great guy.
That's so cool. I mean, Larry Rios too. When I was younger, and we fly up here on the breaks and stuff, and surfing all of Moana bowls. Larry was one of those guys that just owned that wave and just ripped it to shreds, and it was cool to see. And it's also interesting you mentioned about your height, because when I was younger, we were younger. It seemed like the shorter statured surfers were more dominant.
Yeah, I mean, at the lower center of gravity, the wave looks bigger. I
remember
a couple of factors.
Not wanting to be tall, which is a weird thing, but I mean, be like, well, who else is tall? Wes Lane. It was okay.
He's like 6'4", I think. Yeah,
but now, I mean, I think I don't know if it's a different technique of surfing, but we have a lot of tall surfers. Like John Florence is not a short guy.
Right.
A lot of our best surfers are actually taller and built. Not as much with that lower center of gravity. Before had like Aki, who had that kind of low stance, and Tom Carroll and a bunch of other guys. Even Tom Curran kind of surfed really low to his board, and so it is interesting that the surfers now being tall is no longer a detriment, I think, to your surfing.
Yeah, a little bit of evolution in that regard to the body type that can be successful. Andy Irons was not short either.
Right.
I think he was 6'1" when we were 13.
Wow.
And he was a beast.
Man, Kainehe Hunt?
Oh, yes, they do.
That guy could be on a basketball court for sure. He's huge.
There's that GoPro footage from our water cameraman, the helmet cam. Look at that little reverb of backwash going back out.
Making it kind of challenging to get into those for sure. Dane Kealoha, we also lost the legend Dane Kealoha this last year. He definitely taught everyone how to surf at backdoor.
Yeah.
By the way he would pump and take off deep, and showed that those closeout ones are still makeable.
For real. Like, he developed that style to pump in the barrel and, almost like doing maneuvers in the barrel. And that rail to rail, using that style to get through some of these waves that were thought to be, prior to that, not makeable.
Right. There's
Hilton Alvis down there, our artist for this year. He's designed a beautiful poster that has been sold out on the beach, appropriately so, and showing Uncle Eddie some of the different paintings he's produced while down there on the beach. So Hilton, the Art of Hilton, I believe, is where you can find his stuff, and he puts a lot of cool murals on the sides of buildings and blank walls around the community. Rather than look at a cement wall, it's nice to see a beautiful seascape or lovely wave that is just perfection. I used to try to draw those on my notebook at school.
Every surfer did.
Daydreaming about the perfect wave.
Yeah, even if you weren't very good at art, if you were a surfer, you'd figure out at least how to draw a barreling wave.
Right? Yeah, that's me, all right. Stick figures and some barreling waves. The extent of my art talent.
Yeah, a lot of great artists out there, surfers, and doing cool artwork. Very awesome to have Hilton here, and his artwork has been on the Backdoor Shootout posters and shirts, and so mahalo nui to our artists, and encourage you to keep it up.
Well, just under 5 minutes now for Team Volcom, and they've chalked up some pretty meaningful scores for this final heat of our second day in round 3 for our team surfing division. Balaram Stack able to get a couple nice ones. Makana Pang putting together a pretty good, productive heat here. You know, we haven't seen Noah Dean in this.
Yeah, which is interesting because he kept himself so busy in round 1 and 2, and maybe just isn't.
I think actually Jake Maki might be taking his place in this particular heat. But there is the Volcom team tightly packed at the lineup right there, and we'll see if they get any more opportunities in the final few moments.
We're talking about, you know, pipeline legends from back in the day, and of course Michael and Derek Ho are, you know, the best out here at Pipeline. I remember as a young kid when I was just, you know, starting to surf, and I was like 9 or 10 years old and like getting really into it. Watching Michael Ho like win the Pipe Masters with the cast on his arm.
That was just a incredible, unbelievable performance.
And of course, that memorable wave of Derek Ho. He got the perfect 10, rolled in from the second reef, and you can see Michael right here where we are, up on this balcony, waving the towel. And some people still do that. We saw some family members waving towels, trying to direct our surfers to which way they should paddle.
Yeah, I think that was Liam McNamara that I saw doing a little air traffic control. Some runway directing. 2 minutes remaining for Team Volcom. Stay tuned for a few minutes of a post-show and a recap after this. I'm going to have to jam over to Turtle Bay and get ready for a talk story with Brian Bielman, Brown Cannon, and Krista Funk.
Wow. Are they still doing those talk stories? I
yeah.
remember had the surfer bar back
they're intermittent, happening every couple months or so.
Okay.
And so these are some photographers that have put in a lot of water time here on the North Shore. And so we got a Wahine we're going to talk to. Pretty cool.
I saw her down here at the event earlier, I think. Yeah.
So
charging it.
Yeah. And she's been, putting in a lot of time, getting a lot of experience. Brown Cannon also shooting a lot of cool images of different surfers from the North Shore. And, of course, Brian Bielman.
Yep.
Decades of experience. One of the OGs. When it comes to shooting surfing, and especially from the water. That's a whole nother dynamic, right?
And Brent is his son?
Nephew.
Nephew, okay. Saw them down here today, coming in and out of the water, during the event, trying to get those shots for the shootout. Well, let's see if there's in the dying minute of this heat, we get a couple of waves, hopefully, for our competitors to end this day out in this final heat of round number 3 at the 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, they're on the move. They see something that's catching their attention as you look at the GoPro cam on board with Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Let's see if this wave offers anything. We got 5 seconds left. Watch, Moana's going to get the wave of the event right after the horn.
Would be deja vu, bro. It did happen last year. She got a unbelievable gem right after the heat. I believe just like this at the end of the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was one of the best waves of the contest.
Well, that is day number 2 wrapped up for you. We hope you've enjoyed. Stay tuned. We'll be back to recap this round 2 and round 3 here at the 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed platforms.
Yeah, buddy.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Well, Ezra, that was an incredible day of surfing here at Pipeline. We started at 8 o'clock, ran all the way to 4 o'clock. Had a full day. We ran round 2 and round 3. We just finished up round 3. Last heat was the Team Volcom, where we saw Balaram Stack get some really good ones. Also Makana Pang. Waves have been pumping all day today. In some ways, almost a little too big and maybe a little too much north, but we still had some gems out there, some great highlight reels, and we'll kind of walk you through a summary of some of the action today.
True barrel hunters right here at 2024. We're shooting out into the new year. Here we go, Sebastian Correa. Oh, nice gutty one. We got some more action here at the pipe. That was beautiful spit as they slow down. Here we go, Makai McNamara's one. This was a beauty in his heat, as a lot of times teams snapped in 9-6-7-1-2, had a couple slow heats.
Team Japan standing tall, riding through that backdoor wave. There weren't a lot of backdoor ones today. Jamie O'Brien scored several good ones today.
He was on fire, Isaiah.
Spit out in that last one. And so we have Lucas Silveira catching that inside one. He kept busy all day today.
He was busy.
And there we saw some action with the water patrol, almost losing a ski, flipping over, but
the whole beach cheered right there. Brandon Martin Kelana. That's nothing that. You could just hear him.
Big mahalo to our water safety crew for keeping them safe today.
Wow, Benji Brand right up in this pipe cone. Beautiful weave. This guy is so textbook. Barrel hunter. Oh, this is another good ride here.
The launch air at the end.
That might have been John in that heat.
Oh, that was Billy Kemper's wave that we saw in the last couple
I really enjoyed that. Billy's had a last rough 2 rounds, and to get that wave, every wave counts in every heat. So we're on the 3rd surf. Right. And number 4 tomorrow. So
actually, Billy was one of the standouts for me in this event, because last night he had, at the end of the dying moments of his heat, had one of the waves of the day. Check it out. And then today, same thing. At the end of the heat, rode that wave through a challenging sandbar section, kicked out.
I watched him sitting on his board. He was so patient with 6 minutes left, so that is very rewarding. He's got about 3 great scores on the board, so... Awesome stuff here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Go Nuts and Keiki Beach Bungalows.
Well, Ezra, that's the end of our day today. We've had some great surf, but tomorrow we're going to wake up bright and early, and hopefully we'll be on again for our next round,
8 a.m.
round
start
4.
If we're on. So you guys stay tuned. You guys have an excellent evening, and we'll check back in with you in the morning. Aloha.
Ahui ho.
Ahui ho.